Check, check, 1, 2, mic check.
Mic is hot. How about that?
Think we are live. We are live. We are live, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. We are live. Yes, sir. We are live. Looking good. Yep, just checking the stream outputs. Bro, I'm at work. This sucks. It'll be okay. I'm going for... It's an 8-hour stream. I promise it's an 8-hour stream. It's an 8-hour stream. You'll be okay. Now, here's the question. Is the chat box functioning? Did I restyle the chat box and break it? That is the question. That is the question. Did I break the chat? I did not. I did not break the chat. That's good. Okay. Okay. We gotta go here. We're good there. It's gonna be a loud night, chat. No, I did not break the chat box. Okay, that's good. I did not break the chat box. Nobody is here yet, though, so we do need to ping the Discord. Danny! Danny, can you do me... Never mind, I got it. Never mind. What's up, Danny? How you doing, brother? Okay, the chat box is not broken. For some reason, it just didn't pick up Nick's first chat. Nick Kroll was the first chatter, but it didn't pick it up. Danny... what do you think of the I've stylized everything with it, you know? I'm trying to work on the colors too. I mean, we got this. Ooh, that's not good. We don't like that at all. We don't like that even a little bit. We're gonna have to make a new chat box for this scene, but I made it the desktop background. I got it as the chat background. Ballin', dude. Ballin'. Does the lighting look good? It's different because, well, it's daytime. So I don't have, like, there's light, right? But it's also, like, I've got a severe thunderstorm warning right now. So, like, the lighting is just, every time I set it, I get, there was no reason to set it 5 minutes later because it doesn't work anymore. Alright, you liking? Alright, that's good. Anime6671. Shane looks great, so lighting is good. Okay, alright. I'm glad you know who Shane is. I don't know if I know you, but if not, if you've watched before, thank you. If you haven't, thanks for watching right now. This is my signed Shane poster from Ghost Surreal, which I had a cameo in. Well, my name had a cameo in. Chat, we are live on X, Twitch, and Kick, and YouTube. Yeah. So, We are live on all 3 of those platforms. We just need to... Where's my chat box? There's my chat box. We need to go into mod view on those platforms so we can double check our stuff. I just gotta double check my stream health. I had to update my stuff. Do you stream on Rumble? I'm gonna say something. I don't know how people are gonna feel about this. I do not stream on Rumble. Rumble is a great platform ideologically. The technology behind Rumble is inexcusably unusable. The back end of Rumble is absolute dog shit, and yeah, it's not good. For example, if you're multi-streaming, okay? If you're multi-streaming, which I am right now, the encoder needs a pingback from all the sources so it knows to keep sending data. Rumble's pingback is so unreliable and so slow that it will ping back so inconsistently and so slowly that the encoder will lag the rest of your outputs. So you can stream to Rumble if you're only streaming to Rumble. If you want to multi-stream, which you should be if you're getting into content creation like I am, you're a new content creator. I'm on Kick, yeah. Kick.com/TheSanityRevolt. But if you're a new or up and coming or like you're trying to become a content creator, you should be on as many platforms as possible, and Rumble makes that impossible. So, and this is not a me issue, okay? I won't say who, but I have worked for a couple different major creators with lots of resources where we know our tech and our internet speed is good, and Rumble, we would have streams that would just like crap themselves for no reason, and then we would take Rumble out of our multi-streaming stack and everything was fine. We could stream to more platforms than we were before, but just not Rumble. That's how bad it is. Rumble, their video architecture is dog shit. So is Locals, because it's the same company. I'm on Kick right now. Danny, come chat. You can get an OG badge, dude. Kick.com/TheSanityRevolt. Go chat on Kick, dude. We're on Kick. So, that is what is up. So, double check here. Okay. Well, chat. Tonight, we will be... Yeah, Locals too. They've been having Locals issues. It's because it's the same tech stack as Rumble. It's the same company. It's bad. The technology is bad. It's like not... It's just not even really debatable. They are not... Their tech is bad. Yeah, I know AB's probably been having issues. That's true. Let me test my ping back. Oh, I need to open X because I don't have the X chat open. Test my chats. Testing. Interesting. Okay. That's good to know at least. Well, that's good. Tuning in briefly, hello from Austria. Hello from Austria, that's fun. Being in Austria, that sounds fun. This music is loud as hell, dude. Music is loud as heck. There we go. Music loud as heck. Well, that's good. We gotta figure some things out, chat. We gotta figure out a couple things before we get started with the stream proper. We need to add a new chat box here. We need to add a new chat box. And we need to, the reason we need to do a new one is because, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. We need to make it, 1/3. What's 1/3? What are we thinking? 1/3 of 1080 is 3, 1, 18, 60, 360. Oh, globalize my agenda. Thank you so much for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate it. We're gonna add that. All right, where is that chat box? There we go. Put that up there. That's too tall and too wide. All right, we need to split that in half both ways. Split that in half both ways. So 320 by 180. That's too small. Okay. 90, so 270? That's right. And this is no 18, 48, 40, 44? 44? No, 54. 540. Yeah, that's the one. There we go. There we go. That's good. Testing. Yeah, that's good. I like that. That's good. That's good. We're gonna size the text down, but the actual size of the box is right now. Font size. Turn that bad boy down. Testing, testing, testing. Yeah. That's right. That's right. That's too small. Let's see, where are we? We're gonna go like right there. Yeah, we'll go right there. That'll be good. All right, Chad, how's everybody doing tonight? Oh, I need to ping the Discord. That's what I was doing before I got distracted by other things. Turn on my ads. Ping the Discord, ping the Discord, ping the Discord. That's what I'm doing. Keep forgetting that that is what I'm doing. All right, there we go. Alrighty, chat. Chat. We've got some fun stuff tonight. I think it'll be fun. Clarence Thomas took a shot at KBJ. Pretty funny. And let's see. Well, let's just pull up the let's pull up the old stream notes, huh? Let's pull up the stream notes. So tonight, we have Clarence Thomas gave a lecture at UT. I said starts at 9:30. I think we're probably gonna skip some more of that actually. It's all very good. You should watch all of it. Gee, Schnickel, what's up? Hello, how you doing? Trump gave a lecture, or Clarence Thomas gave a lecture at UT. We'll be going over that. there's this short thing I want to do. Hopefully it'll be good and short. There's this elderly lady who bought a Tesla so it could drive her to church, and Grok does her navigation for her, and that made me angry. There's this article from First Things that I thought looked good on the myth of the independent girl boss is what the article is called. Pretty good, very fun. So we've got that one. And then we'll be talking about Trump versus the Pope. We'll do our Q&A segment. We'll talk about surrogacy because that was big this week. And we'll talk about the immigration bills. Going for another 8-hour stream today. That is the goal. We will be going hopefully for an 8-hour stream. Yes. Yes, the goal is to hopefully go for 8 hours. Novabox, hello. What's up, dude? I gotta finish pinging the Discord. I got distracted already. Dude, guys, chat, I'm mad dehydrated. And if you know, I figured that out the way most people figure out that they're mad dehydrated. You ever feel a little off, and then you do something and you feel you do a thing, all right? There's a thing we all do. We do it a couple times a day each. All of us do it. And then you look and you go, oh shit, I'm mad dehydrated. I should drink some water. So I just finished a glass, but I'm going to have to go get more here soon. The next thing I want to do, chat, is I want to figure out, we're going to figure this out together. But there is this there's this thing in Streamlabs called chat highlight. So we're going to figure out how to do a chat highlight so I can put chats on screen. Oh, this is bad. Okay, hold on. We got to fix that. Where was that? Does anybody remember? Refresh, browse. No, shoot. Oh, crap. Shut down source when not visible. There we go. That's what it is, right? Dude, you gotta be kidding me. Did chat? Oh, gosh. Does having two different chat boxes break? Testing to see if kick comments appear. They do appear. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Let's double check this. All right, they are appearing. For some reason, I can't turn the font size down in only one of my sources. That's really stupid. The font size gets turned down in both sources. So I don't even remember what the font size was before that I liked. It was 36, so I guess that's what we're going with. All right, whatever. I guess it's 36. That's what it has to be. I can't turn it down. I can't turn it down in just the picture-in-picture source, which is really stupid. But there you go. C'est la vie, huh? All right, let's add a chat highlight. Add this source. We'll just keep it called chat highlight. Hover over the right side of a chat message to see a thumbtack icon. Clicking the icon will pin the message to the widget for the duration or until you click the unpin button. Font family. Oh gosh. Can I... You gotta be kidding me. So many tests? Well, I changed things to make it look better. How do I do this? Now I gotta figure out how to do this. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Hovering over the right side of a chat message to see a thumbtack icon. Clicking the icon will pin the message on the widget or the duration. I don't see a thumbtack icon. Yeah, no thumbtack icon. What if it's up here? It doesn't do anything. This is confusing. This is confusing. Maybe I need to refresh? Whatever. Alright, chat. Let's jump into it. I can't figure out the pin thing. The pin thing is not working, which is really annoying. Peak content? Alright, well, it just doesn't work. Like, it's just not working for some reason. I don't know. Just does not work, chat. Rip. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I have to do it in the Streamlabs dashboard. I bet that's what it is. That's really stupid if it's what it is. RIP, chat. It's not working. Have you considered just making it work? Ah, shit. I didn't think about that. You're right. My bad, dude. Dang, you totally got me. You got me, dude. I should have thought of that. I totally should have thought of that. Totally should have thought of that, boys. Totally should have thought of that. Turning it off and on? That's what I should do. Nah, I'm just gonna delete it. I'll just figure it out later. Like there should be, it just says there's a button that there isn't, so I'm just not gonna worry about it. Just not gonna worry about it. It's crazy, but like just doesn't work, so just doesn't work. Put it in rice. Oh, yeah, you're right. My bad. All right, chat. Let's get started. Alt F4. That's not gonna do anything because I don't have an Alt key. I don't have an Alt key because I'm on Mac, but that's a good thought. It's a good thought. It's a good thought. It's a good thought. Chat. Let's start with the Q&A. Let's do the Q&A first, huh? Let's start with the Q&A. Oh no. Oh no, I did. Oh no. Wait. Where's my oh, okay, here we go. Does this have the responses in it? Okay, good. What do you have, a DLC for your keyboard? I'm on Mac. There's no Alt. There's no Alt. Alt F4 is a hard quit. My story expired? No, I got it. It's in my archive. It's in my archive. I got it. It's in the archive. Don't worry. Don't worry. I got it. I got it. It's in my story archives. Okay. First we got a question from Jen DB22. I don't know who that is. But Jen says, why is no one talking about New York City Catholic Church hosting Noahide law classes? Not good. I think the reason nobody is talking about that is because a single parish hosting a class for something that's maybe questionable, when especially the Noahide laws are not like there is none of the Noahide laws that you should, not follow, I guess. As far as I know, they are like moral laws, so that's the idea that the Noahide law being like the only law Gentiles need to follow to be saved according to Judaism, shouldn't be teaching that, obviously. But I don't think a single parish in New York City hosting a class about a part of Scripture that we do believe is inspired is a big deal that we need to be making it a national issue. Also, it would be really bad press and really bad strategy to make it look like we oppose following the Noahide laws, which most people would take it that way. Are these questions from IQ? These are questions from Instagram right now. So I got the Instagram questions here, and then I have the Twitter questions. I think teaching about other religions isn't inherently wrong. Yeah, especially because the Noahide laws, like I said, are moral laws. So just teaching about what they are and what they mean, like, I would have to look into this class and view the curriculum to come to an opinion on it. But like I said, even if it is like not great or there's some problems, making a national issue out of a single parish doing something silly is Like, dude, do you realize we would never talk about anything else if every time the entire Catholic Anglosphere, if every time some parish did something wacky, the entire Catholic Anglosphere had to get upset about it? Dude, we'd never do anything else. It's just not worth talking about, to be honest. That's what it is. Dang, I deleted IG. Well, I've got them on Instagram, and if you want to submit questions in chat, or if you just want to, if you tag me in the Discord on Saffron Park, if you just at Thursday and then put question : I will answer it. That's what I will do. We got a question about football, so we're going to wait on that. We got a question about the Indiana Hoosiers, so we'll wait to answer that one for a little bit. Could America help Jimmy Lai? Now, I had to look this up. This is from Happy. This is Happy's question. So I had to look this up, and I have not had to. Yeah, there's an insane priest in my aunt's parish, but I don't think it's a big issue. Yeah, if every single time some priest at some parish did something a little questionable, like, or taught something in a little bit of a not great, not in the perfect way, everybody freaked out about it, like, we would just never do anything else. And frankly, that's not even the Catholic way to handle those things. Unless it's your family member or you're in that diocese or a member of that parish, it's really not worth you worrying about at all. Frankly, if you're in that diocese or you're at that parish or you have a family member who's at that parish, maybe call the bishop and say, call the diocesan office and voice whatever concerns if the course is wrong. And I'm, like I said, not convinced that the course, like, I haven't seen the course, so I can't be convinced that it's evil to teach about the Noahide laws in theory, right? Because teaching about the Noahide laws in theory seems, I don't know, maybe I'm missing something, but that seems fine to me. Now that one, globalized, that one worries me. I'm not gonna lie. that one should be more of a concern. But in this case, like, yeah, that's a big problem. But what I'm saying is just because a single parish is teaching a little bit of a wacky course, like, that's not a reason for the entire Anglosphere to get upset about that. Like, just, dude, if you're closely connected to that parish somehow, then yes, you should, yes, you should you should be concerned about that, and you should call the bishop. If you're not, I honestly think it's like a mind your own business kind of thing, especially if you're a layperson with no education or like formal standing in any parish. Like, focus on yourself, focus on you, focus on your family, focus on the people in your life, Yeah, I think that's hey, AJK, what's up, brother? I think that's the way to go about that. So, yeah. Sorry if that's not what you wanted to hear, Jen, but that is the answer to that question for me. And as soon as I let my phone go to sleep, it lost the Instagram questions. Okay, I'm going to read this one again for the sake of my sanity when I edit these later. Could America help Jimmy Lai? Now, Jimmy Lai, if you don't know, and I didn't, is this Hong Kong businessman. Now, Jimmy is arrested in Hong Kong. They're taking away his property. And I guess that I'm not allowed to read that article. Here we go. Guess I'm not allowed to read this article. Dude, we're just going to have to... Hold on, chat. I'm just going to have to do a little magic here. Let me... Stand by, chat. Okay. So, yeah, Jimmy Lai is a Hong Kong businessman and a politician. Just reading his Wikipedia page here because I haven't had a ton of time to do a ton of research about this, but this is all I know about him. So he's a critic of the CCP. He was arrested December of last year. He was found guilty of collusion and sedition. So he's in prison for 20 years. All right. So he was arrested by the CCP. Trying to figure out where he lived. Yeah. So he lived in Hong Kong and he was arrested by the CCP. Apparently he's Catholic. The answer to the question, can America help him, is like, no. No, we can't. I'm sorry. I know that it was a kangaroo case. I'm sure the court case was kangaroo court, right? But no, we can't. For a lot of reasons. First of all, Hong Kong is a British protectorate, technically. Legate, what's up? How you doing? Hong Kong's a British protectorate, technically. That's slowly being weaned off, and it's slowly being taken control of more by the CCP, as I'm sure you all know. But can we help a Hong Kong national who's arrested by the CCP? No. I mean, people get arrested for stupid stuff in countries with less First Amendment or less freedom of speech every day. It sucks. No, we can't help them, and we also shouldn't. Frankly, trying to help someone in that situation in that country would result in the risk of thousands upon thousands of American lives. There's no way to do it. And getting him freed is really not in America's interest, so the American government shouldn't be trying to do it. Like, you know, you guys know I occupy this weird middle space in interventionist versus non-interventionists. But I mean, you can support him diplomatically. Not really. Like, what are we gonna do? Hey, you should let that guy go. What's that gonna do, right? Like oh, you should let that guy go. They're going to say no. The only way to do it would be to give up something that China wants that they know we don't want, or that we want to, right? And you guys know I occupy this weird middle space in interventionism where I'm like, we shouldn't do interventionism broadly at all, but if we do it, there should be some American interest involved, right? Like in the weird case where we do it, there should be an American interest involved. This is why I am not super thrilled about the war in Iran, but I was super thrilled about the Venezuela operation. The Venezuela operation was the arrest of, like, we went and arrested a drug lord pretending to be the president of a country who was killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens by importing drugs. That's good interventionism. We should do that. That's in our interest, right? That's the role of the national American government. There is no place in theory or in pragmatics or in any type of political thought that puts freeing this guy in the American interest and makes it something that we can do and focus on, especially when our own country domestically and in foreign policy and other places is really up in the air right now and not doing well. It would be malpractice of governance to put aside those things to try to get a foreign national freed when he knew the risks he was taking. That sucks, but that is the reality of it. Can we do something? Yeah, in theory, we could, like, invade and get him out. Should we? No, obviously not. Raymond DeCoin, thank you so much for the donation. Looking forward to your thoughts on Trump for this post. Chris Rex 8. Thank you. Thank you. We'll begin to that later. But yeah, no, the answer to like the Jimmy Lai situation, like, should America do something? No. I'm sorry. Like, I would like it if we could, but it's not the job of the American government to take care of foreigners. And especially not when we can't take care of our own people. If this had occurred, say, in 1910, we could have done something more militarily. Yes, obviously. Yeah, that's completely true. But, like, in 2026, dude, there's no way to do this that doesn't result in either crashing our economy and or risking American soldiers' lives. And that's not our job. It's just not. It's not a good... We shouldn't do that. So, yeah, it sucks. Should China have done that? Obviously, no. Obviously, I don't think you should jail political dissidents if they agree with me. But can we do anything about this? No, we can't. And that sucks, but that's the reality, you know. Politics and foreign policy are like that. You just got to deal with the reality of stuff like that. And sometimes people get arrested for reasons they shouldn't, and it sucks. This one came from my best friend, who knows I hate all three of these things. What do you think is better, Rings of Power, The New Dunes, or The Batman? Of those three, The Batman with Robert Pattinson is the best of those three. It's the least bad of those three. Rings of Power, I feel like I don't need to explain why that one's terrible. The New Dunes, I feel like I have explained a lot why those are terrible, but in case you've never heard it, the new Dune movies are not telling the same story that Frank Herbert was telling. I will tell you about The Batman, okay? They're not telling the same story Frank Herbert was telling. They're attempting to use the characters that Frank Herbert wrote to tell a modern political story. And Frank Herbert, despite himself, did tell a very not modern, very not left-wing political story. And, you know, Denis Villeneuve cannot help but fuck that up. So it's terrible. The Batman, visually, acting, fine. The Batman, though, is literally just a movie about how black people are going to save society from white boys on 4chan. Like, it literally is. That's all it is. Like, there are scenes in that movie where they're looking at the Riddler's message board, and it's clearly 4chan, and the names of the usernames are just names that, like, are real life common right-wing phrases. It's literally a movie about how we need a black woman to save the city from 4chan boys. It's not a good story. It rips off Seven. First of all, the story is just a rip-off of Seven. And second of all, it's just blatant political propaganda that everyone missed. Like, oh yeah, the rich white guy is angry because his city's overrun with crime, so he wants to not have it overrun with crime, and the message of the movie is he should learn to be empathetic from this black girl who's running for mayor. What are we doing? Why is anybody on the right pretending that is, like, not just blatant propaganda? I'm sorry, but if you watched that movie and you didn't see that it was propaganda, it's proof that I am right, that all media now is propaganda in some way, and you are not immune to it because it will slip by you. Like, guys, you have to pay attention to this stuff. There's the reason Project Hail Mary is so good is because it's not trying to propagandize you about something. But every other movie for the last 20 years has been propaganda in some way. Like, and Project Hail Mary also has political messaging in it. Every movie has political messaging in it. I'm going to do the left-wing thing and go, all art is political. The political message of Project Hail Mary is that if there is an existential threat to humanity, that fascism is good, actually. like Ava Stratt is a fascist who runs all the governments and has all the power in the world. There's a scene in the book. What's the difference between propaganda and ejecting politics? It's propaganda when it doesn't agree with me, because that one has a negative connotation, and you have to explain these things to normies who don't understand that they are the same thing. They're the same thing. I use the word propaganda when it's bad, because you have to use a word that people automatically connotate with bad. Yeah, they're both propaganda. I just use a word. Platinum Soul Eddie. Thank you so much for being here, by the way. I think you're a first-time viewer, a first-time chatter, so I appreciate that. I just have to use. You have to use a negative word. Yeah, you are a first-time chatter. I just checked Twitch. You have to use a negative word when you mean it negatively, so that people who don't have the political like worldview and web and mental space to understand all these things and hold them all can hold them all. So I use the word propaganda when I think it's bad and it doesn't agree with me, and I use political messaging when it's good and it agrees with me. They're the same thing. They operated the same way. They do the same thing. I just use one when it's bad, so it's clear to normies. That's literally the difference. But like Project Hail Mary, there's a scene in the book where Ava Stratt gets sued by every company in the world for violating all of their copyrights because she's violating all of their copyrights to save the world, and she's just like, I'm in charge, I don't care. And it's pretty obvious that that is the right thing in that situation, okay? Like, in the book, she says that she's probably going to go to prison for everything she's done. They'll turn on her the second it's over. And in the movie, in the last scene, not the last scene, but the Earth, go back to Earth scene where it's cold outside, you can see on her neck is a tattoo with a V on it with a slash through it, which is the French tattoo for life in prison. How she got out is left up to you, right? It's left up to the audience imagination, but she did get tried and put in prison for life. So the message of Project Hail Mary is that fascism is actually good. Somebody should have the will to power when there's an existential threat. Would Andy Weir agree with that? I don't know, but that's the message it tells, okay? The message of Dune is don't run away from your destiny. It will hunt you down, and if you run away from it, it'll be worse than if you had just taken your destiny like a man in the first place. Paul runs from the jihad. He runs from his power. He runs from his destiny. And as a result, the jihad is bloodier and worse than if he had just accepted it. Like, every story has political messaging, and when it's good, I call it political messaging. When it's bad, I call it propaganda. There you go. That's the answer. But the answer to which of those three is the least bad? The Batman? I mean, you could make an argument for Rings of Power. Unironically, Rings of Power is less bad than the new Dune. Rings of Power is less bad than the new Dune. Children of Dune is my favorite is a hot take. In what way? Nobody looks at because the Rings of Power's effect on culture, on society, is to make people realize how bad it is culturally. So like the Dune movies, everybody is seeing them as a faithful adaptation and not noticing the small changes that change the overall messaging. But the Rings of Power stories are like pretty obviously politically propagandistic, and everybody realizes what's going on. I mean, the fact that it's a very common joke that Amazon added ethnic cleansing to Lord of the Rings because there are no black elves in the, like, by the time, like, the fact that that's a common meme means that people genuinely understand, like, the normal person genuinely understands that, like, this weird race stuff doesn't make any sense, and like throwing it in there is dumb and pointless. Whereas the new Dune movies, people think that it's generally a faithful adaptation, but it's not. And, you know, yeah. There was always that. Yeah, unironically. Fun fact, if you didn't know this, that Aragorn does wipe out all of the orcs after he takes power. This is a real thing. Oh, you were talking about Sauron? No, Aragorn wipes the orcs out. Aragorn does it. Does Aragorn show us the orcs? Good evening, Nick. What's up? Like, that's a real thing that is in, like, the extent, like, some of Tolkien's, like, extended writings and post. Yeah. But yeah, no, I also say that just kind of as a bit, because I know people generally do, like, actually enjoy the Dune movies, and they think the Rings of Power is, like, just propaganda, but I think they're the same thing. Like, I genuinely think that Rings of Power and the Dune movies function the same way. I think they're the exact same thing. Finally caught alive. Hello, James K. How are you? I think they're the same thing. I just say it as like as a rhetorical point mostly. I don't even know if I believe it. I don't even know if I believe that. All right, let's do our Twitter questions. Twitter questions. This one is from our goat Mysterion. In what way are we obligated to stay where our family is from, and in what way are we obligated to move to location that aligns more with our values and desired culture? You are obligated. I think you're obligated. My opinion. I want to stress this is my opinion from thinking on this a lot. My opinion on this is that you are obligated to stay if you believe that you could fulfill your vocation in that place. If you do not believe you can fulfill that vocation and become the holiest version of yourself living that vocation in that place, then you are obligated to leave. There you go. That's I think that's it. In what way can Catholics commune with Muslims, as the Pope asks? Is it one God? Is that it? I think commune is probably a poor choice of words from the Holy Father. I think he just means have things in common. I think it's having one God, and I really do think that's it. I also think that is a speech given to a majority Muslim country to encourage them to not kill and hate Christians. I think that he would give a different speech if he was in $5 super chat from Christopher Burke. Had a D&D campaign where we wiped out the orcs at Camp Love Hugs. I don't know what Camp Love Hugs is, but 07s, and thank you so much for the super chat. If you tell me what Camp Love Hugs is, I will talk about that more. I'd love to. It sounds fun. I think if the Holy Father were giving that speech in, say, England or Germany, where they're having a problem with Muslims overrunning their culture, he would give them a different message that would be more along the line of maintaining their Christian culture and identity. At least I would hope. But I do think speaking in a Muslim country to a majority Muslim people, stressing the things you have in common to get them to try to not kill Christians doesn't bother me as much as it seemed to bother other people. Like I said, I don't love the word commune. It does make me a little nervous. But that's pretty much it. Like, that's as far as I go. Guys, if you are watching, before we get to the next question, if you are watching this only on YouTube, go ahead and open another tab and go to kick.com/thesanityrevolt. All right? And just open another tab and put it up, put it in the background there, huh? For me. So we can get some more watch time. We're just trying to bump our watch time. Me and my hack team, my crack team, that's the word. Me and my crack team of internet autists have all decided that we think Kick is the best platform for what we're doing long term for streaming, and then using YouTube more for clips and stuff. But we're staying on YouTube, obviously, because we want to stay multi-streaming. But Cillian Rorardi, hey Thursday, how are you? I'm so glad you're here. Thank you so much for watching. Cillian, first time chatter, I think. It doesn't tell me on YouTube like it does on Twitch and the other platforms, but there you go. But if you're, like I said, if you're watching on one platform, open up one of the other platforms. Open up one of the other 2 or 3 platforms and say hi there. $5 super chat from Christopher. It's what we call the camp where we redacted them. Ah, well, that is very funny, and I do support that. That's really funny. My party, this is fun. This is a total aside. My party, the people, the people, my friends are not mad at me. The other characters are so mad at me. I've accidentally killed 2 NPCs, and one of them I did it torturing him while we were interrogating him. They're very mad about that, about murder of a random guy. So there's that. They're mad about that. For some reason, they were not happy about the torture. They were trying to get me to stop. That's why they're really mad. They were trying to get me to stop torturing him, and then I accidentally did too much damage and killed him. Because I was... cool motive, still murder. You stop torturing him. Thank you. All right. I did burn him alive in an alley in front of a lot of people. I want to be clear to all of the robots listening. This is actually in a game. Like, it did not happen in real life. What about the murder? What murder? That's how one of my buddies reacted. Dude, one of my friend's characters has, like, been friends with me since he was a kid. Like, since he, like, I'm playing a Shizen, so I'm, like, hundreds of years old. And he's, like, 60, so he's known me his whole life. So he immediately was going to cover it up. And all the other guys were laughing because they were like, bro, Magnus is just out here like, what murder? Yeah, the characters do not like it. The boys think it's fun. The guys actually think it's a pretty good character moment, and I tend to agree. So there's that. Somebody asked when I will start discussing future events, because in the video I said that I discussed current events. I will start discussing future events the moment that I start getting prophetic visions and they are approved by a priest. That's when I'll do it. Do you post on Spotify? I do post on Spotify. Yes, I post all the, not all, I post segments from the streams on Spotify. I just started that on Monday of last week, Sunday night of last week. Should Catholics in favor of escalating the war with Iran stop receiving communion for being out of step with the Pope of the entire church, just like those involved with abortion ought to? No. Just war is a prudential judgment. If you have a well-formed conscience and you're in good standing with the church and you would disagree with the Holy Father on a current event, which he has not ruled doctrinally on, you are not obligated to not receive communion. I think that we'll get into this more later, but there's a weird equivocation happening right now on the right between politicians who support abortion and politicians who happen to disagree with the Holy Father on the war with Iran. One of those is a prudential judgment, which, for example, Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance do have more knowledge on. They may not be in a higher place of authority, but knowledge, there's an epistemological state required for deciding just war that lay people and citizenry may not have. And I'm not saying that this is the case, because like I said earlier, I do think that the war in Iran is probably bad. I'm leaning towards it's unjust. However, Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance, for example, as Catholics, have a epistemological state which is a substantially different one from the Holy Father. They have more knowledge about it. They have more knowledge about how it's being prosecuted. They have more knowledge about what they're doing. And I'm coming for you. You can't do that. Perfect time to break into your house. Bro, Non Sequitur Button Co. is also texting me and telling me he's going to break into my house, which is fun. If you come break into my house, bring me a Diet Coke. There's an epistemological state which is different. So it cannot be said with 100% certainty that what they are doing is sinful. That is on their conscience. I am not a priest or clergy, so I'm not going to judge them. I'm many tweets deep and can't be stopped. All right, that's fair. I'm many tweez. I think you meant tweez deep and I can't be stopped. I'm not going to judge their spirit, their soul. Their actions do seem to worry me. J.D. Vance's actions and his rhetoric recently about the Pope kind of worries me. But the answer to whether Catholics who disagree with the Pope about Iran should stop receiving communion is, I think I can confidently and resoundingly say no. Those are two very different situations. Disagreeing with the Holy Father about Iran and disagreeing with church teaching about abortion are two very, very different. Can somebody get that? Pop that thing. Give the old. J.D. Vance is spiteful and bigoted. I learned that a long time ago during the Yemen issues. I don't know what Yemen issues you're referring to, but in this case, I think the answer is obviously no, that there's a substantial difference between, disagreeing with doctrine on abortion and disagreeing, send him to Camp Love Hugs. 07s. When they were firing missiles at container ships, yeah, I haven't looked into that enough to comment on it, honestly. I try to focus mostly on domestic policy and stay out of foreign policy because I'm bored by it. But yeah, the answer to that question, I keep repeating it, but I'll answer it one more time. No. Disagreeing with the opinion of the Holy Father about a current event is a difference in species from disagreeing with church teaching about some principle. There is no right to an abortion. If you think there is a right to abortion, you're a disagreement with doctrine. If you there is a such thing as a just war. If you disagree with the Holy Father on a specific just war, you might just be wrong, but it doesn't make you evil. So there you go. From Ireland, J.D. Vance comes across very poorly on this issue, as well as the whole war. Might be our news, though. I would hesitate to put it all on JD or all on your news. The Pope needs to be heated quite strongly, but he does not dictate what is and is not moral. Yes, he is. When he gives you advice, you should take it as the advice you would take if he was your father. And if you have good reasons to disagree, you are allowed to disagree. But yeah, I think JD is worse than Trump. Trump is great. JD is better than Trump, I think. Okay. Are you hopeful for the future? That's a general question, but the answer to this is no. I don't think that I'm hopeful for the future of the American people, the heritage American. I don't think we can be stopped. I think we are great people who have genuine and beautiful values that will outlast any tragedy. I don't think that when I die that the American government will still exist. That's my opinion. I don't think that when I die that the American government will exist. I will be floored, honestly. I just don't see it happening. Long-term hopeful about the future? Yes, I'm a long-term optimist. I mean, Christ is king and he will come again. So that's a new optimist. But short-term pessimist. I think things will keep getting worse. You think the U.S. will split? Yeah, I do. 50 new countries? No, I would say probably 5 to 10. White births in America have increased recently while others have fell. Very cool. If we would stop importing third worlders, that would be great. Somebody asked me what Matt's car smells like, and I'm just not going to answer that question because I don't know why you want to know what Frad's car smells like. But I will say he has probably one of the funniest. This guy has probably one of the funniest usernames on all of Twitter. His username is the Marital Debt Collector, which is really funny. That's a really funny username. There we go. The U.S. is just too big. That is true. It's too big. It's an empire. It either needs to continue growing or it will collapse, and you can't grow infinitely. So, Shirley, hello from Ireland too. Well, I'm glad we have 2 Irish people here. Thank you so much for viewing. Thank you so much for watching. It's super chill of you. Okay. This question is from... Ooh, that was an ugly sound. I didn't like that sound. This question is from KP Lee. Is it possible to have what is equivalent to a Catholic monarchy anywhere again? And practically, how will we do that in America? Should we just do the Groyper thing and infiltrate, take over political offices with power, and then yield them to create something that functions as a monarchy? Okay. There's a second part to this question. But the first part to this question, I think I can answer this pretty easily. So the problem with... Ugly sound I did not hear. My mic squeaked when I turned it. It made like this squeaky noise that was in my ear. I bet the Habsburg on Twitter would take up a kingship if offered. He has, in no uncertain terms, refused to answer that question. Somebody asked him, and he just was like, I refuse to answer that question. Why would you want a monarchy? I will answer the why would you want a monarchy question after I answer this question first. The problem... Okay. This is actually super complicated. This answer is like... Oh, gosh. Okay. So, the problem with infiltrating is that it is not a long-term solution. The American institutions and the institutions of any liberal nation state, any liberal nation state is effectively a machine. Bureaucracies are machines, and instead of being made of metal or plastic or material things, they're machines made of law. And new follower, the Shirley. Thank you so much, the Shirley, for following. Instead of being made of metal or plastic, they're made of law. And the people the people are the parts. If you infiltrate, you just become a better looking part. You can replace a stainless steel part with a 24 karat gold part, and the machine will still make the same widget. If what the machine is made to make is tyranny, it doesn't matter if you replace all the parts and you have a new machine, right? Like Ship of Theseus style, you have a new machine. It will still make the same thing. It will make tyranny. It will make injustice. And that's why liberalism doesn't work. Because liberalism is fundamentally not about governance by people. It's about governance by machines. So you can't just infiltrate. It's not a long-term solution. It's a short-term solution because it allows you to slow the machine down. But fundamentally what you're trying to do is not infiltrate and take over roles. What you're trying to do is infiltrate until you reach a critical mass, at which point the machine deconstructs and you build something new. So the infiltration of American systems wouldn't work long term for that reason. And excuse me. And I think that makes sense to most people, that you just can't do random infiltration unless you're also breaking and fighting back against the bureaucracy. Is it possible to have anything equivalent to a Catholic monarchy anywhere again? Anywhere again? Yes. We have one, actually. The Pope is a monarch. There you go. And he's Catholic. There's that. Practically, how would we do that in America? I don't think you can have something like that in America. The reason I say that is because the president is very nearly a monarch in the design of the Constitution. Curtis Yarvin talks about this some, but he talks about it in the context. He talked about it in the context right after Trump won and before he was inaugurated. Curtis Yarvin was talking about this in the context of how Trump could save the country. And he was saying that Trump would have to do some things that, while constitutional, would appear to be tyrannical. And the reason is because the president does have complete control over the executive branch to execute the laws. And to do those things, people would assume that the president is overstepping. And so I say that, and then I said that I don't think we can do it in America. So you ask, well, if the president is very nearly an executive in the actual constitutional design, why not? If you're saying the president's very nearly executive monarch, but you don't think we can have monarchy, what's going on there? Well, it's actually a pretty simple answer, is that the actual office of the president would, reverting to that would require getting rid of certain parts of America that people think are foundational to America that are not. So, for example, you would have to get rid of the Treasury Department, or you would have to get rid of, you'd have to be willing to say that anyone employed by the executive department can be fired at any time for any reason, because the president's role is to execute and he has the power to do that. So there's that, right? And we can't go back to that because the American people at this current size would just revolt. You'd have to axe the judiciary you'd have to ignore and axe the judiciary. I think that's a great example that's the one I was reaching for that I couldn't find for some reason. You would have to just screw the judiciary over. And there you go. You can't do that, right? Because it's foundational to America that the judiciary, but so you can't do it in America. You could do it in the land that is America with the American people in smaller areas if America were to collapse. But yeah, that's the answer to that. Now, the second part of this question is, democracy and capitalism have obviously led to individualism and less communion. How would we get back to a feudal type society? You are in a feudal type society. You are just not in a geographically feudal type society. You're in a feudal type society where you are operating on Walmart is the largest employer in America. You are getting your livelihood from Walmart and then giving parts of it back to Walmart to buy food in a lot of places, right? And that is pretty much just feudalism. You're in a feudal system in which the lord is not an individual, it's a corporation, and their rule over you is less than benevolent because they're not a human who can have love for you or care for you. And so we already are in one. We still are in a feudal system. Why would you want feudalism? Y'all want to be serfs? You are a serf. You are. Unless you are self-employed, you are a serf, and you're the in practice, the difference between in practice, Mysterion is asking this question. We are different than serfs. You're not. In practice, your employer is no different than a lord, in the way in the ways that you live. You're less than a serf in most cases, as AJK is saying. This is where I was about to go. You get less days off. You get less religious. The Lord is not helping to care for you religiously or spiritually, and you rely on them more. We can own property. Serfs own property. Get paid for our labor. Serfs got paid. The Lord can't sell us or rape us. They couldn't. He can't gamble us away. He couldn't. Yeah, the Lord's also protected you. Walmart and your employer is not protecting you. The serfs got paid for their labor. They were the serfs were paid in kind. This is a modern understanding of payment, which requires currency to be universal. And being paid in kind is as much payment as currency is. Currency is a placeholder for something of value. Being paid in kind is actually closer to the value. I mean, this is just, this isn't economics 101, but this is pretty basic social economics, that currency is just a placeholder for value. And if you're paid in kind, you are paid in things that have actual value in of themselves. There you go. The Lord could literally take your child from you. The Lord could beat your wife to death. That is not true. Did they sometimes? Yes. Were they technically allowed to? No. But the government does that now. The government does that now. California took somebody's child from them this year to trans them. Under COVID, multiple people were beat for not following the COVID restrictions in Canada. Did you say serfs owned land? They owned it in a more substantial way than we did. Yeah, than we do. Yeah. They in the way that the church defines ownership, yes, they owned it. Did they have the deed to it? No, but they owned it in the way that the church defines ownership. In the way the church defines ownership, they owned it. Liggate's going to disagree with me on this, but they did. Did you want this Diet Coke or not? Are you here? You're outside? Yeah, outside camp. I'm not giving you an outside camp. Chat, stop asking to see the outside of my house. That's super weird. Yeah, only one or half a dozen people in the chat know where I live. Yeah, so there you go. I mean, property taxes, you don't really own your land. What's the word for the thing that they do, where they can take parts of it to make it a road if they want?
Oh, eminent domain.
Eminent domain. Yeah. The Lord couldn't take your you don't. Your life is the exact same as a serf.
Never ran a railroad through.
The Lord never ran a railroad through your land. If the Lord took part of your land, it was to make it usable for things other than, more like a porch cam pointing out from the house. Well, my porch is a balcony on the second floor, so that's...
I thought about climbing the cars together.
Please don't climb my neighbor's cars. For reasons we don't have to talk about while I'm live on air. Neighbor's car cam? There you go. I will dox my neighbors. Just a camera pointing right at the neighbor's license plates.
Perfect.
Yeah. You can pull up a chair and sit down if you
I
want.
would love to sit down.
Yeah. Chat, I don't know if you'll be able to see him just because the camera's cropped, but
Oh,
my
it's
friend...
not worth seeing me. I'm ugly.
Well, I'm also ugly. Shane
Yeah, but
did...
your nose saves it all, you know?
That's true. Look at that thing. It's
Look at that
Roman.
side profile. I probably shouldn't be here too long because I'm going to say something bad.
You're going to say something bad?
Well, I don't know what it is in particular, but...
Yeah, that's fair. Climbing cars, the sport of Jeffersonians. Truth nuke. Yeah, how would we get back to a feudal type society? You live in something worse than a feudal type society. You live in feudalism with less... It's not my roommate. It's just my friend who showed up at my house.
Yeah, you know.
He just showed up, chat. Yeah. So you live in something worse than feudal society. How do you get back to it?
Well, we had
Violence would be required. So you shouldn't do... I will say this.
Yeah.
Because I do not condone violence, I would not condone... Hello, Diet Coke delivery man.
That's me, baby. Well, Lincoln, it's Lincoln's fault. We had a more...
Yeah, we did,
a
actually.
more good feudal society until Lincoln, and then he made it less, the worst kind of feudal society.
Yes. Yeah.
I wasn't gonna say you should endorse that because you have like a reputation. I don't, but you know.
Yeah. Yes, you cannot get back to that without violence, and because I don't condone violence, you can't get back to it. So there's that. Do you think there's something better than feudalism that would lead to actually knowing everyone in my community and being able to practice charity? I mean, to say it's better than feudalism is weird because I don't know if it is. But the answer to, is there a way to know them without feudalism? Yeah. Just try. Yeah, just try, right? Like, I went to a farmer's market this morning. It was good. Hung out with some people.
So, social advice number one: people love hearing you ask questions about them, and they will remember that forever.
That's true. He had to tell me that because I'm autistic.
Yeah. So true, dude.
Meeting new people is scary. Aren't you like 19?
Hey, man, when I was 19, I was worse than you are right now. I'll tell you that.
This is my chat mod.
No, I'm just talking about you in particular.
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying that when I was 19, I was terrible.
I was bad when I was 19. Yeah. Well, no, I think I'm probably okay at 19. 19 was kind of... 18 and 19 was kind of when I think I thought I was worse than I was because I was at public school. I didn't get along with people, but I think it was right to not get along with those people.
Oh, see, I had that perception when I was in school.
Right?
While I was in it. Yeah.
I didn't have that perception. I just thought I was stupid or like lame. But then once I got to college and got like in a friend group that was like the Catholic Student Organization, and I was like, oh.
I'm still lame, but...
I'm still lame and weird,
with a bunch of other lame people,
but this is fine. I'm liking this better now, so...
Yeah, you redefine what lame is, you know?
Yeah. Thank goodness you have a farmer's market. It's getting more difficult to find them. We have a once-a-month farmer's market, and then during the summer, and then we also have the First Fridays on 4th, which is fun.
Yeah, that's almost like a farmer's market, except half the street is really cool.
And also
like local stuff, and the other half is really crappy Chinese stuff. What is that?
No, pick that up.
Oh, this mic?
Yeah, and then hand me the XLR cable. Well, they can't hear you.
I think they can hear me a little bit. I bet you they can.
There we go. It's
never
not...
read this.
That's fine. I've been trying to get one of you guys to co-host with me for 6 months.
You never asked me. I would have done it if you'd asked.
Oh, really?
Probably.
Oh, you want to co-host?
Okay.
All right, we'll see how this goes. This will be fun.
Okay.
This will be fun.
I gotta plug XLR back in, but I'm 3 tweets deep.
He walked here, chat.
No, I didn't.
Shut the fuck up.
You don't have my name. You don't know what I'm about.
Buttons. Bro makes buttons. I tried to get him to make a website so I could shill his buttons for him.
Oh, I know, but I want to do D&D now.
That's true.
That's my latest thing.
That's true.
Non sequitur D&D company.
Non sequitur D&D company. Now I'm gonna open the audio console. Have you ever seen this audio console I have?
No, just peek. Let me see what's going on.
Well, it's being gay. That's tour box console.
No, I would have co-hosted with you. I just think there's other better options that would say no, but I think you should still ask.
Well, we tried. You remember who we tried who said no?
Maybe.
We tried to
Now's not the
bully.
right time to ask me that question.
It's fair. We tried to bully what's his face into doing it.
What's his face is so descriptive, bro. I love that you are helping me out here.
My bad. There you go. There's the console. Now talk.
Yeah. What's up?
Oh, that's not good.
What's not good?
It's just not picking you up at all.
Am I on? Is
There's no button. It's
There's
just
no
a-
button. You think you can do it better than I do?
I mean, it's there. It's just not.
Hello.
We just gotta do this and do this,
Give me another channel, my
and then we do that. Check, check.
Okay, check.
That's not great.
I'm there, but I'm really low.
Yeah, that's weird.
At least it appears to be that way.
Well, hopefully it's okay. Maybe you'd co-host if you knew his name. I don't know his name. That's true. Dude, I was telling him that everybody in the D&D party is real mad at me.
That's true.
Not the people, but the character.
That is the exact reason I wanted to talk to you, actually. But I forgot you were streaming. So, we're here now.
We're here now.
You should let your chat weigh in on it, if you're willing, you know. That would
What?
be
That
fun.
I told them what I
don't know-
did.
don't know what kind
They
of
thought it
plans
was
you had.
funny.
They thought it was funny? Okay, you guys are all messed up. I hate to tell you this. The fact that, okay, Josiah being the way he is and being guiltless and not feeling, like, that's cool. We get that. We expect that out of him. You guys should not feel that way. That's a problem if you guys feel that way. I don't know how he described it because I only popped in the stream when he reminded
I told
me he was
them.
streaming, but-
I told them I tortured a guy and then accidentally killed him while torturing the guy.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah, I told him he really didn't do anything wrong.
Okay, well that's an important detail. And they were all like, that's hilarious. Haha.
One of them literally said, "What murders?"
Okay, cool. Maybe I'm crazy.
Mysterion makes a good point. They were trying to get me to stop torturing him, and I did technically stop torturing him.
I don't think anyone. This is something you didn't bring up, but you maybe should have. No one tried to stop you. Actually, from
Yeah.
what I recall. No one was
trying
hey,
to stop me.
Torture's bad. You shouldn't do that. No one did that.
The guy-
I could have done that, but I was the DM, so that'd be a little weird.
The guy who was enabling the torture mostly was doing it like he was the guy.
You mean Magnus?
No, the guy who was literally holding him.
Oh,
There was
yeah,
somebody
yeah,
who
yeah.
casted hold person on him who kept saying, "If you torture him, I'm gonna stop." And then I just
And then he
tortured
just
him,
did.
and then he didn't. So I feel like
Well, I think you really. So here's the problem with whole person. I mean, this is getting on a tangent. It's a little weird. D&D is obviously not your normal niche, but I'm gonna nerd out for a minute. D&D whole person almost never hits is the problem, right? Because it requires a level of mathing.
sounds like a Charlotte Schrain.
It requires a level of mathing that's really difficult to achieve. And so a lot of people get it and they get disappointed with it and they stop using it. So finally, this guy who's been playing with me for like 3 years now has finally landed a hold person. So I think part of it was just like I'm gonna keep it up because I never get this.
I don't know if any of them are watching. Well, they're definitely not.
Probably not.
The two are not,
Yeah,
right?
Almost certainly not.
What Murda's guy is at work,
Yeah.
and if he watches right now, he's gonna think it's funny
Yeah.
that we're talking about this,
Yeah.
right? So we're good to talk about this, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool. All right.
I don't think it'd be a problem to talk about it.
Okay.
I just don't know what your plan for your stream is, so I don't want to derail things.
Oh yeah, I mean I have to talk
It's a
about
real solid
stuff.
play.
Needs his own mic, can barely hear him. He has his own mic,
I
and
have
it's
my
just
own
not
mic, but
working.
Josiah doesn't know what he's doing when it comes to. No, I'm just kidding.
That's no, unironically, I don't understand audio.
Lucky for you, I do. I just don't know Max. That's the other problem.
Turn the gate off, maybe?
Yo, what's up?
I turned you up to like 12, dude.
Where's my gain at? I mean, it's totally possible. You just need to turn my gain up.
Shut the fuck up.
What?
Your gain was all the way down.
My gain was all the way down. Okay, that makes sense. That's probably what it was. That's why I sounded much quieter than you the whole time.
Is that better?
Yeah, I think I'm still quieter than you a little bit, but that might be because my voice is a little deeper than yours. Probably the only human being in the world who my voice is deeper than. We got two nasally, whiny men on the stream right now.
Yeah.
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 That's gonna be funny when you meet the big bad finally, and he just goes, yeah, and he's not intimidating at all.
Oh, there we go. I got
Right.
you. Dude, I had to turn you way up.
Yeah, I mean, this mic is a lot different from yours.
Yeah, it's a
It's not a
completely
condenser.
different.
It's not a condenser mic.
I know. I just couldn't. I used to use that one. I just couldn't remember the settings. All right, can you hear him now, chat?
Yeah, how do I sound?
You
Do
sound good.
I
I've
should,
got
I
you on
should sound
monitor.
pretty good,
I've got you on monitor now, so.
I'll try not to breathe into it, but again, this is
Yeah,
my
I got you on
fifth
monitor now.
tweet,
It sounds
so
really good. We can hear now. Okay, they can hear you.
That's
All right.
so chill.
All right, chat. Here we go.
I mean, I could talk politics too. I do know.
All right, chat. Here we go.
Politics.
Here's the thing. We'll talk about politics right after we finish this. I killed this guy. It was the second guy I killed on accident. The first guy I think was more inexcusable, ironically.
In a way, yeah.
The fact that they were less
Can I
upset
describe
about
the first guy?
You can, because I already described it, but I'll be interested to hear what you say.
Okay,
And then
yeah,
I'll tell
'cause
you
I
what I
haven't heard
said,
your
because I think... Did you hear what I said on stream?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I'll tell you what I said on stream, because I think it's funnier, because
Okay.
I thought about what I did.
Word.
But go ahead.
Yeah, so they're in this mind flayery area, squid men, gross tentacles coming out of their faces. I'm kind of into that kind of thing, so I put that in a lot of my games. So anyway, they fight these mind flayers, and they have these two guardsmen with them that they keep reminding me they brought with them, even though I'm trying to forget they exist, because I'm a DM, and I don't like naming dumb NPCs that don't matter. So one of their names is Ricky, based off of an earlier Mickey. And the other guard's name was Guard 32, because I could not be bothered. Anyway, one of them dies during the fight, Guard 32, unfortunately. And, they carry, the guards carry the party through the fight, which is impressive. But Ricky shows up. He's feeling hurt, and he actually suggests, let's take a rest, because Ricky is about to die. He has, I think, legitimately 2 hit points at this point. So he says, you guys didn't know that, but... He says, let's take a rest. And the party's like, yeah, let's take a rest. So, Josiah's character, Tordek, says, yo, I'm going to start messing with this frowny face that's on the floor. Because I on the map, I just put frowny faces because I thought that was funny. And originally I didn't have a plan for him. I just said, there'll be a trap and I'll trigger it whenever and it'll be whatever I say it is. So you trigger it, and I'm like, okay, it's a fire trap, cool, no problem. And then after you trigger it, he's doing it investigatively. He's like, what if I trigger this? What will happen? That's really the air around there. So I measure out a 30-foot radius, and almost everybody but Josiah's character is caught in this, and everyone's hurt, but it kills outright this poor guard that's been fighting with them.
Yeah, so I described this.
Horrible
Mechanically, I
situations.
did it. Mechanically, that's what happened.
Mhm.
In game, though, basically what happened is I used this guy who had just saved my life as a
Yeah.
meat shield.
So true. Yeah, so true. Easy read of that, yeah.
Which is way worse than torturing a criminal and it accidentally getting out of hand.
Well, you have to
And I
remember
will
what
say-
kind of criminal he was, though.
Right. But I will say that, right? He was a small-time criminal who just got in a bar fight, right?
His only crime that they knew of was that he got into a bar fight with them earlier, in which, in the middle of the bar fight, the stakes turn and the party starts killing his friends outright. A head literally explodes.
So he ran from us.
It's not subtle,
But here's the thing. When I killed the guard on accident, right? I was doing that solo. That was an alone move, right? That was just
Yeah.
me fucking around.
Right.
With no help.
Yeah. Also, I will admit that I did want to kill Ricky because I didn't want to use Ricky anymore.
Yeah.
I didn't want him to be there in the final fight and have to run out with you guys. I wasn't interested in that.
Right. Yes.
I was more than happy to kill him.
Did the bar fight have a microwave in it? Dude, you have a micro... No, you don't. there was this extended bit we did while we were talking about Havana syndrome, where people were talking about just being microwaves, where I said, yeah, microwaves as in I stand in the street while listening to Japanese city pop and throw a microwave through your windshield. So it's just me in the street with the microwave dancing, going, stay with me.
Yeah,
and then I
great.
throw it through your window.
That's perfect.
And you're passed out, and I stand there in the street, wait for you to wake up, and it's just me in the street still. Now with a microwave in your windshield, going,
Yeah.
stay with me.
And then you get brain cancer like 12 years later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We decided that's what
so
Havana syndrome is. Havana syndrome is just me hitting people with microwaves so hard they forgot that I hit them with a microwave oven.
That's so chill. I love that. I
Yeah.
hope that's what's happening.
I really
Have
do
you been
too.
lying this whole
Oh,
time?
that's
Like,
so
you've been-
funny. It's such a great bit.
You were in Venezuela.
Hey, do you eat your dinner? It's dinner time, Alexis. The dinner's sitting on the oven. I'm gonna warm it up in a little bit. Thank you, Alexis. Hi,
You have,
Isaiah.
like a chat wife that reminds you to eat. That's pretty great.
I have a friend from Indianapolis,
Okay.
who he and his wife I've known since I was like 18.
Okay, so chat mom. That's better.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
funny.
She's younger than me, but yes,
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
yeah. These are you remember the based couple I told you about? They got married super young.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's them.
How long did they get married?
I will wait for Isaiah, even though he has his first and last name in chat, to give me permission to tell that.
Okay. I just
Yeah.
want to know if I beat them, you know?
I would be surprised.
I mean, I was 18 and my wife was 19. Unless they got parental permission, it's hard to. Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
cool. So okay, we even out. That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now I really want to meet them because they probably have some cool, interesting perspectives on things.
Both 19. So you technically beat
Oh, I
them.
technically beat them. I personally, my wife didn't. She sucks, but I did.
Bro, we were talking. Dude, this is so fun. We have to talk about politics eventually. No, we don't. This is more fun. We have more viewers than usual.
We could have fun talking about politics, dude.
We could have fun talking about politics because we could talk about politics and we could have fun because
Yeah, you and
some
me
of the
especially.
stories tonight are going to be fun. They're going to be tough to talk about, but they're going to be fun. I totally forgot what I was about to say. Oh no, we were talking the other day, and you and I were talking about how women just take the political opinions of their husbands.
Oh yeah, totally, 100%. Yeah,
And-
I mean
and
that might
I
not
was
start
like-
out
I-
that way,
I was
but
like-
it always goes that way.
Right.
Yeah.
And I said, I forget exactly what I said. I was like, I don't know, Mary Kate will, but like, I assume that's like that. And what did you say to us?
Well, something I always say is that my wife is significantly more misogynist than I am.
Right.
I'm constantly
the exact
saying
words?
I say a lot of phrases about it, but one of the things I often say is that she doesn't believe she has the right to vote.
No, that wasn't the one.
That
Never
wasn't
mind.
I can't. I don't remember.
Okay,
Yeah, I
Chad. He
remember
said he's
that.
not
I'm
going
not
to
gonna
say
say
it right
that
now.
right
Okay. But yeah, no, that's
I love
true.
you and all, but I'm not gonna say that right now.
That's true. All right.
I love that woman more.
Yeah, that's fair. Dude, so did you see the new art that the guy did?
Oh, is that it?
That one of our guys did?
Oh, dude, that's so.
That's
cool.
our album art for the podcast.
Dude, that's sick.
Isn't it sick?
Oh man.
It's Thursday.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know Thursday. Come on.
I know Thursday. Come
I
on,
know
bro.
Thursday.
Yeah.
I still haven't finished the audiobook that you bought me, but I mean, I read the book originally.
It's so good.
Yeah, I got about halfway through it. I was. Oh, this is not interesting for your chat, but this is so uninteresting. But I listen to it at night before I go to sleep, so
Yeah.
oftentimes I just. And then I'll drift into a different mood. I have my my other podcasts I listen to that shall not be named on this podcast, but.
I don't know what that is, but that's fine.
No one does. I don't tell anybody what they are.
Okay.
Because I'm not sure I should be listening to them.
I've told Chad a couple times that my guilty pleasure content is Ludwig. Like, I know he's a super lib and he's like the worst, but also
I've
like,
always liked Ludwig.
but
yeah.
like when he's not doing politics or like being a lib,
He's hilarious.
He's so funny.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
He's so funny.
I mean, and I'm, this is gonna be almost a self-report about how much of a loser I am, but I've always been into Smash, right? So like, I mean, him and his Smash community and doing the tournaments and all that.
Well, he's
I've
also
always found that so interesting.
This is a content theory thing, which gets into my YouTube nerddom. But I think he's good enough at video games and bad enough at video games to make anything entertaining. Right? He's just good enough that he can pick anything up and make it watchable, but not so watchable that it's like, this guy's good at this too. Which is why Shroud is not world famous, because Shroud is too good at literally everything. Shroud has never been bad at a video game.
Yeah, it's why who's that guy that just sounds I won't say that he doesn't sound like the most intelligent person in the world.
Alexis said, I don't want to vote either.
You gotta be my wife. This is perfect.
They're coming this summer.
Oh, beautiful. How many kids do they have? Do they beat them there too?
That is, once again, I know the answer to
Just
that.
give me the number, because I don't know how many kids I have, so it won't matter. Oh, I beat you guys. Dang.
You are also in your 30s.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm not quite in my 30s yet, please and thank you.
Yeah,
but,
okay.
Yeah, anyway, I forget what I was talking about. XQC, right? He's not the sharpest crayon in the box as far as quality of content. Maybe anything.
He's very stupid.
But you know what makes a way better a video game streamer than anything else is good commentator. I mean, that is really like, you turn on the sports broadcast and everyone is always going to say, oh, I hate X guy, whatever.
Yeah.
I forget the football guy, Chris.
This is happening on social media right now. Chris Collinsworth.
Chris Collinsworth. Yeah, everyone hates that guy.
This is happening. This is happening on social media right now, where there's this trend where people will throw in great calls of good or bad sports moments.
Yeah.
As meaning good or bad. Like, there's this one guy who just keeps making these reels that's like, the best she can say is yes. Really? What if she said 3rd and 8? Mendoza weaves his way, first down, diving toward the end zone, touchdown.
That would be better.
That's why he won the Heisman Trophy. That's like a real thing he's doing. Or like, the worst she could say is no. What if she said, and then he does like the Tyrese Halliburton snapping his Achilles in Game 7 call, which personally I still can't hear without.
Oh yeah, it's ugly.
Dude,
it's ugly.
It's ugly. Or the one where what's his face on the Warriors like dislocated his knee. That one's tough.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not as much into that.
Yeah, I don't think you've seen that one. Did you ever see Gordon Hayward, the guy who's Catholic now, when he snapped his shin in half?
I don't think you showed me that one.
Oh, dude, that was
who is
crazy.
he? What sport is he in?
He was a basketball player. He's Catholic now. He played.
Yeah.
He became Catholic because Missoula, the Celtics coach.
Okay, I have to say something.
Yeah.
I take a small amount of chagrin with the idea that I need to care about a sports player all of a sudden because now he's Catholic. I'm sure he's a great guy.
That's not what I was saying. I was saying
maybe
maybe you heard of him.
I'm sure he's a great guy.
What I was saying was, what I was doing was giving you a point where you might have been able to connect. Like, you might have heard of this basketball player who had played for the Celtics who recently became Catholic. You need
to understand how little I care about basketball, my friend.
That's fair. I don't really care about it that much, to be honest. I just really like the Pacers.
That's the most. I need to tell our mutual friend about that because he's gonna rip you apart.
Look, in 49 states,
from
it's
Indiana.
just
it's okay to like basketball.
Okay, there we go. I was about to say in 49 states it's just basketball. But this is Indiana, right?
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to be ashamed of it. I'm from New York. We have the Knicks. Okay, big deal, right?
Did you just say the Knicks? Okay, big deal.
Right. Like, there's nothing like the Knicks.
Dude, speaking of the Knicks, I have to show you guys something. You're going to think this is hilarious. You're going to die. You are going to die.
You haven't looked at chat in a while. They're saying anything interesting? Yeah, they hate
you look like you'd be a basketball fan. Got the right skin color. Cincinnati Royals, the best team ever. Pacers, Bucks, Cavaliers, and Royals. What? That's a crazy fandom to have. That's an insane fandom. Okay, so Ben Stiller. Oh, I didn't bookmark it. So Ben Stiller was posting "Let's go Knicks" one letter at a time.
Oh no!
Does anybody in chat see where this is going?
He can't not know. He's not an idiot. He can't not know. There's no way.
So Ben Stiller, who is from New York,
no freaking shot.
LETS, and you'll notice 44 likes, 51 likes, 58 likes, 40 likes, 46 likes, 39 likes, 38 likes,
Yeah.
7.8 thousand likes.
Yeah.
And he deleted it. Yeah, chat got in trouble for doing this last week, but because I have the chat
your
window.
chat did it? Oh no.
Because I have the chat window on screen, and I'm trying to talk about something and like say it in a way that's just like I'm trying to have a discussion about race relations.
Right.
And
That's never
the
gonna.
chat just starts doing that, and I'm like, you guys can't do that right now.
You have to wait at least 2 hours, guys.
Yeah.
That's an important number. You have
But
to
yeah,
hit
no,
first.
he just posted the letter N, and then it.
If I had seen that, I would have retweeted it.
It's
For sure.
such a. I did bookmark it. He just deleted it. That's why I couldn't find it. NICE. Nice. Yeah, no, he posted. Yeah. No, I do like sports. I do enjoy sports.
Yeah, that's my one like white man thing I could never quite get into is the sports ball of it all.
Sports
like,
ball.
Like,
Do
I
you-
like.
do
I
you
really-
enjoy
I
watching-
I love football.
Okay.
I love it because
Do
I was talking to the guys at the local hangout that we go to the other day, and like they're all into baseball, and my dad loves baseball. Again, this is not interesting for your chat. I don't know why I'm saying this, but my dad loves baseball. I want to love baseball. I cannot. There's nothing in it for me.
I think if you
'Cause I was bad at it.
if you I think if you learned pitching like I did, it would be interesting.
Almost certainly, and that's where I was going. Like when I was growing up, like when I watched football, I was like, okay, cool, big guys hitting each other. That's cool.
It's
I
really
like
easy
that.
to enjoy.
When I played, it was a whole nother world. All of a sudden, opened up, and I understood the game in a new way. And the same thing with golf. Like I used to hate.
That's what I was about to ask.
the idea
I'm not a
of
golf
golf.
fan, but I can't not watch the Masters.
I've never golf's never appealed to me. I always thought it was like ritzy, like rich prick stuff. And now I've been playing recently because our mutual friend got me into it, and I've been loving it, man. And I'm such a blue collar hick, and I have no business holding a golf club, but I'm having a great time.
Do you like motorsport? There was a man killed at the Nürburgring today.
It's always a weird situation, right? Because that comes up, and I say,
I mean, it's
in my
sad that
head,
somebody died.
in my head, I say, I want to see that.
Yeah.
I want to see that video. I know it's bad. I know it's a bad.
I definitely
instinct.
can't play it
It's
on
terrible.
stream.
No, of course not.
But it's such a it's a little
Well,
funny
it
to be
depends.
like,
did
do
he
you
die
like
at
motor?
the Nuremberg or did he die later? 'Cause
Yeah.
If he didn't die at the
I mean-
Nuremberg, you can play it.
That's true. If it was just a crash,
If there's
yeah.
not like a small man's head flying out of the car.
What
you're
was that
probably okay.
rally class? Class B rally? Was that the one? Because somebody said Class B rally. Was Class B rally the one with no rules where people just died all the time?
I don't know. I'm not as into motorsports because I would have been into more motorsports if I had friends who watched it more. My problem with it was I was always
That's me.
racing on the street perfectly legally, of course, and that was how I got my interesting fix.
Yeah.
So I never watched it because I was too busy, on the track, doing my grind set. You know what I mean?
Speaking of cars, chat. Bam! I did it. Look at that. Did you see that? Look at this.
What's
Boom. Topic. Prepped topic.
Oh my goodness! Look at you.
Bam. I'm a pro.
Transitions. Oh
Transition.
My goodness. Oh my goodness.
I segued it.
Look at this.
Look at that, chat. I definitely didn't come up with that
Who is that? Paul McCartney?
by chance. Okay, so this I saw this video today.
Oh, it's a woman. My bad.
So it's this 93-year-old woman who bought a Tesla Model Y with self-driving because she no longer felt comfortable driving herself, and she goes to church and takes her to church, and she uses Grok for navigation. Now, this is what technology is for. I'm going to say a thing, and I feel like you're going to agree with me.
We'll see. I have very interesting opinions on this, but
Technology is for improving human life, but in this case, this is not an improvement because it is an alienation where in a normal and healthy society, this woman's children and family and community would be taking her to church and taking care of her, and she would be getting the
Yes.
human interaction.
But that I will disagree with you here, and I will say that implies that if this car was not there, that her children would do that, and that is no longer
Right.
a safe bet.
I'm saying right. I
So
agree with you.
I think I would say that this is instead of this saying that this is going to result in that, which would make it bad. This is instead a situation in which this is a capitulation to human weakness.
Yeah.
That we say this ends up being a good thing because this comes after
It's
the
better
fact.
than nothing.
Right.
But all
right.
I'm saying is that this is evidence that our
It's good-
society
yes.
this is a symptom
Yeah.
of a societal sickness is what I'm saying about
yeah,
this.
Yeah. I would still in my my grading sheet would say this is a good thing overall.
It is
that we
a
can do
improvement.
This. I also believe the cars can drive themselves better than us, and which is a crazy thing coming from me with all of my other opinions I have. But I really do believe
that's you and I agree on that one.
Yeah.
You and I agree that we're like super anti-technology, but like
Tweeless. Hold on.
I'm tweeless. Hold on. Chat. He just sat since he sat down.
It's fine. I'm a big guy, and I can handle it. Really.
I do think as somebody who's super anti-technology and anti-cars, they are just safer. They are.
My unspeakable name.
Did you see the video of AI power race cars? Okay, AI race cars sounds gay, right? Like that sounds stupid.
Yeah, 'cause, I mean,
I
the
don't wanna
racer matters so much.
I want to see robots racing.
Mm-hmm.
If we were doing a thing,
Okay,
where
however, hold on. Because think about horse racing, right? The jockeys don't matter, right?
So this is what I was about to say.
Yeah.
You and I are on the same wavelength here. What if we added one self-driving race a year to F1 to figure out where they all had the exact same driving algorithm, and it was literally just whose engine was the best?
That'd be cool.
Now, would the drivers let that happen? No, because it's a great way to figure out which driver sucks.
Yeah. Also, the companies would they would cheat all over the place because they already do that all the time.
They do.
I mean, that's
It's
how they come up with new rules every year. Is they cheat all.
Somebody
the time.
cheats. Have you seen the guy making reels about all the times they've cheated that have changed the reel? They're so funny.
So funny.
They're so funny.
And it teaches you so. Like I don't. Again, like as this came up, I don't know motorsport, but I learned a lot more just through those reels. Which,
Just through the reels,
It's the most Gen Z thing I've ever said in my life. But I mean, they're so good because they're actually really interesting. That's the one kind of thing that makes me not hate short form content. Otherwise, I hate it all the time. But
Okay.
those kind of reels
Instagram,
are cool.
when I search F1 reels, obviously I want the guy being funny.
No, you want that blonde woman for sure.
Is that Madison Beer? Why? I'm surprised my Roman guy isn't here. Atticus says hi, and he crashed into the car. I crashed into the car.
Were you having more tweets than I was? What's going on, man?
Atticus is like 6.
Atticus, you shouldn't be having tweets at 6, man. That's not good. Tweets
Okay,
are
I
an
can't
adult
find the
beverage. You have to be at least 14.
I can't find the reels that I forget what the. I have to be 14, dude. This is the downfall. I can't find the reels, but there's this guy who makes reels that are parodies of like how people have cheated in the past, and some of them are really interesting. Some of them are genuine. Like the one team in the past tried to like change it to where when you pulled he's talking about your bike crash. I did get hit by a car.
Maybe I can link it to you. I'll see if I can find it for you.
But there was this like in the past at one point they literally had like one of the teams had a steering wheel where if you pulled it out it angled the wheels so they could have better grip on turns and straights, which is really interesting. And the reason they made that illegal is because it also affected aerodynamics. So they qualified it as active aerodynamics, which is so funny.
I found it. I'm going to send you the channel.
F1 is also a really great argument for why bureaucracy just is not a great way to run a society or anything. Because there's always loopholes and they constantly have to legislate the loophole. So if you're not going to be willing to constantly legislate loopholes, you see where I'm going with this?
Right.
You have to constantly legislate the loophole.
You kind of have to treat it like a yearly rule change sport. I mean, and that's ultimately. I mean, this is the thing.
They brought in active aero this year. Somebody should try the wheels.
Right.
Let's try the wheels.
This is the thing that anyone who's watched the NFL at least experience. I'm sure it's in every sport where the rules just become such a burden to us that. Like, I mean, every game that I watch the NFL over at our local hangout with, someone's always saying, man, these refs are just terrible. And you know why
it's
that is?
It's going to be worse this year.
It's
Have you
not
heard
because
this?
the refs are bad. At least to a certain degree. I don't want to defend the refs either.
They're bad.
Suck.
They're bad.
They do suck. But
they're bad, and they're also part-time and right now in negotiations,
yeah,
being like, please don't make us practice in the off season.
However, I will say that the rules are so ambiguous. I mean, you have guys on broadcast that are analyzing these rules super deeply that cannot tell you what the heck's going to happen here because in a certain play or whatever, because there's just so much ambiguity around the situation that's there. That's like, I actually don't know what they're going to say. I have no idea. It could go one way or the other, or a completely third random option I can't predict.
And we can talk about this.
And they'll most often go the third option, honestly.
We talked about this when we were doing poker because we used to have the Friday night ACC game on while we were playing poker. And you remember what the ACC did that we were all like, why is this not in the NFL? During reviews, they broadcasted the review.
Oh, yeah.
The ACC broadcasts the review and shows you the angle they're looking at, and he plays the conversation between the field ref, and which doesn't fix the ambiguity problem, but it at least makes it to where you know why they're doing what they're doing.
Well, it does. So, I mean, this is really the thing.
But it kind of does fix the ambiguity problem because
saying.
you get in the mind of them, which means over time you can understand what the way why they're interpreting the rules a certain way.
And then if you need to hate them, they deserve it, right?
Yes.
Like that's the thing. That's the main thing about the refs that's so ambiguous right now. Again, 6 tweets deep.
Sounds like Dungeons and Dragons with wheels. That's funny.
F1?
Yeah, too many rules. By the way, I was looking at today. I was looking at today. You know what would be really fun? So our friend here is trying to teach me to eventually DM.
That's the play. Yep. I'm grooming him. I don't mind saying that word because it's.
I think I might, instead of doing the original idea, which I kind of still want to do.
Oh yeah.
But I think what could be a really fun change of pace, which would get the guys really excited, the party and everything,
Sure.
would be for me to get and learn the Cyberpunk one, because Cyberpunk is originally a TTRPG.
Yeah.
He's saying no, so we don't need to talk about that.
No, I'm not saying that. So Cyberpunk. Again, this is not what your normal stuff is. I don't know how interested your chat is in this, but so Cyberpunk is generally a thing where, so Josiah, you know how I've been saying this whole campaign, like I don't usually run a campaign this short.
Yeah.
Right? 10 sessions is very, very short.
Yeah.
Normally my campaigns are at least a year. Sometimes, I mean, the longest one was, I think, 3.5 years. Cyberpunk campaigns are supposed to be short. If you watched Edge Runners, if you liked that show, which was a good show, despite the softcore pornography inside of it. Cyberpunk is super cool because it's about transhumanism, right? And the evils of it, and the dangers of it, and the pitfalls of it, which is what's so interesting about it. And it's directly correlated to the world we're in today. So much so that you see the creators talk about it, and they've lost the plot.
Yeah.
Because it's so infected, It's very.
Master Samwise's video on it was really good. Did you watch that video?
I don't think I did, but I've heard a lot about Master Samwise. I don't think
he has a channel now where he just does. I haven't watched his main channel as much, but he has this channel now, chat, which is really good. I like this channel, Philosophy of Gaming, where he just talks about the implicit philosophical messaging in video games.
Right up my alley, bro.
Here's a 6.5 hour one on Claire Obscura, your favorite
perfect.
game.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I don't know if I'd say that's my favorite game, but it's pretty up there, man. It's
up
top
there.
10.
Dude, okay, we did this last week.
Oh, hold on. Let me get to. Let me finish my point on Cyberpunk, because I think it is actually important. For you particularly, not for your chat. Your chat should not care about this, but Josiah should. The thing about Cyberpunk is you have to think about it like a short-term thing. The whole point is, if you've watched Edge Runners, you know this. You come in, you burn bright, and you fade away. Right?
Yeah.
Like, no, you're not expecting to last, right? And everyone's got to walk in that frame of mind, which is why I would recommend, if you're going to do that, have good role players. And I can give you more specific advice about that later.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's so important.
I just really like Cyberpunk World after my most recent playthrough.
I've been wanting to run a Cyberpunk for a long time, and I would love if you ran it and I played in it. That would be so cool. Because I'm a forever DM. I have not played a game in like 5 years.
Yeah. Both of my ideas so far he said he would love, but there are problems with or not problems, but like things he wants me to make sure of. Because my other idea, chat, was to run a game in this world that is a book series that we both like a lot.
So Josiah's thing is not that he has bad ideas, is that they're very ambitious and that they require they may, I won't say they do, they may require a certain level of experience and or careful, fearful trembling when approaching, because they're just very complicated and they can result in really bad things.
Yeah.
D&D is so interpersonal, guys, and Josiah, you may have realized, is not the most interpersonal
I
person.
sit here for 8 hours on Saturday nights.
He's not the most interpersonal person in the world.
Okay. Well, so that's cars, that's D&D stuff. Okay, chat, we can actually do this. This is a good topic to do on stream, I think. We've got this right here, which I think is this article.
Oh, this is really good or really bad for me to be here for.
I think we'll be fine.
Okay.
I don't think you can say anything worse than things I said last week when we were talking about incompetency and we were talking about incompetency in trials. I don't know if you saw that at all.
I didn't.
No.
You know me. I've been working Saturday nights.
Yeah, that's
This
true.
is the only Saturday night I've been working in a very long time. So, but that will go away eventually. So I will watch all of your streams.
Okay.
I promise.
We're posting them on Spotify now too, chat, by the way.
Are you?
Yeah, I post the segments on Spotify now.
No, that's stupid. I don't use Spotify anymore. Why do I say that helps? I use YouTube. I should just go on YouTube Music and.
Well, they're also on
put 'em
YouTube as a
that.
podcast.
Yeah, I should just do that. Why am I
They're
doing
on the segments are on YouTube as a podcast, and
Guys,
they're
check
on Spotify.
out the YouTube podcasts and the Spotify's and the
And
Apple
Apple
podcasts
and the Apple
podcasts.
They're on all of them.
Come on, guys. Check it
Yeah,
out.
it's good stuff. All right.
Sanity Revolt, man. Come on.
Okay. So this article, which, by the way, chat, I would recommend before we do this. I should. So if you guys aren't on Substack, first of all, you should be on Substack. It's fun. You should read stuff on Substack. It's how you find people who are writing actually interesting things. But this guy, I read this newsletter every week. It comes out Friday nights, I believe. But it's called The New Right Post, POAST. And
Are they from that Fediverse server? Okay, never mind.
Don't know what that is.
I'm don't worry about it. Not important.
Oops. Don't know what that is. Anyway, it's
I'll tell
just
you
it's just a conglomeration blog of everything that's good, cool that's happened in like dissident and new right circles. But he recommended this article, and I thought it would be good for stream because it seems really interesting. And it's kind of a good length for a stream segment. So here we go, chat. All right. The myth of the independent girl boss. Is the independent girl boss dead? Maybe she never even existed to begin with. Can you guys see okay, chat? The release of Lindy West's cringeworthy memoir, Adult Braces, about how her husband outworked her into becoming the side chick in her own marriage. What?
What does that even
What is that
mean?
sentence?
Wait, about how her husband outworked her into becoming the side chick in her own marriage. So, like, he cheated on her with her, like, his secretary or something? Is that what's going on? I really don't know what that means. You should look up Lindy West real quick, and let's get a...
We got to figure this one
We
out.
gotta figure that out real quick. I think that'll be important for later. Oh my gosh.
What is this?
What a horrific cover.
No, it's a car backfiring.
That's a car. That's
Yep.
a car. We're not getting shot. We're fine.
We're good. We're good.
We're chilling. It's Steubenville, so you got to be careful.
Yep. They are aware. I wouldn't gotten it before.
Oh yeah.
Lindy shares the story of her rock bottom about the journey she took to claw her way out of it. With her trademark candor and sense of humor, she examines post-shrill emotional implosion, her shifting feelings about traditional marriage, and her search for a long-lost self. She also tracks highs and lows of her journey, from eye-opening natural wonders. Okay, so, yeah, that sentence says what it says, which is crazy. Has prompted intra-left-wing firing squad about who bears responsibility for the girl boss's dimming appeal to younger women.
So wait,
Nobody bears responsibility. It's just gay.
I'm sorry. I don't know if it's just me, if it's the writing or me being 6 tweets deep, but is she a girl boss? Is that
That's the idea.
Okay,
Lindy West is the girl boss.
She's
who
the girl boss, right?
Lost her husband, apparently.
Yeah, that's just...
The Atlantic published an essay by Helen Lewis declaring the death of millennial feminism, while Slate Jill Filipovich defended the girl boss ideal against what she calls an absolutely enormous anti-feminist backlash within which we are all living. You think you're living in anti-feminist backlash?
It's coming.
Are
baby.
you high?
It's coming. I think she's feeling the.
Somebody in chat. Here's a good question. I'll just throw this one to you.
Okay.
This is a great question. Totally off topic, but I'll just throw this to you.
Let's go.
Should Trump nuke the Vatican and then become Pope?
This is the most softball of all questions. No, that's probably a bad idea, guys. I think that would create some conflict.
So you're not in favor of that.
I'm one of those peacemaker guys that thinks killing people's bad.
What if you're torturing them and it's an accident?
Mm.
Manda, thank you so much for first time chat. How are you? True Dark. Okay, stop trying to stop.
What's going on? They spamming?
No. So there are bots that when your chat is small on Twitch will just try to come into your chat and then post messages advertising buying viewers.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Which that is against the TOS.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you should not do that. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, I'm one of those guys that thinks indiscriminate murdering of people is unfortunate and bad and probably should be avoided as many
I
as
modded
possible.
him? Oh, shit.
You what?
Never mind. Sorry. I actually modded the bot.
That would be a mistake. That would be that would be a problem.
Whoops. Okay. Yeah,
anyway,
no.
girl bossing.
Girl bossing. They both take for granted, however, that the girl boss has declined from her cultural primacy. That may be so, but she's taken no comparable hammering in the world of public policy. That's a banger.
Why do they have to say it like that?
It's a bar though.
It's kind of a bar. But
it's kind of a bar.
I have a reprobate mind. That's my problem. Anyway.
I just got it. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, come on. I can't be the only one.
You guys in chat can't be doing it.
I can't be the only one. There's no way. You can't make me feel this bad about it.
No. You're good. You're good. You're good. We can't talk about the other thing because now I'm thinking about the other time recently. I'm thinking about the other misunderstanding recently. Yeah. Whether the millennial image of the girl boss with its shrill first-person confessional style is fading into chugginess with the inevitable generation pendulum swing, the cornerstone of her appeal, independence from men and family, has never been so popular. On Reddit's r/relationships subreddit, half of all advice giving amounts to leave, up 30% from 2010. Still climbing. Nearly half of Gen Z. Dude, this is a real chart, by the way, chat. Have you not seen this chart? Somebody charted this.
We're tracking the amount of relationship advice that just says leave.
Well, because it's an interesting place of where the left is, where like how much they value relationships, where like the average amount of times they're saying to leave versus the average amount of time they're saying to try to work it out. So half of the time that like it's up from 20 to 30%.
Yeah, but you got to think about it. Like
us reading r/relationships when. Oh, dude, we should read r/relationship.
That would be
right
so
now.
funny.
That's S tier content.
But it's not the more important stat is not that 30% or 25% or whatever is saying to leave. The important stat is because I mean, listen, I'm not afraid to admit I've been on Reddit. I might be called a Redditor. You know, it's possible to call me that. However, so anyone who's been on there knows, like, the bottom 20% of comments do not matter, whatever they say, right? What's more important is the first five comments. And if they're all saying leave, that's a more important stat. I'd be interested in someone's tracking that. I think that would be... I feel like every time I see a relationship advice thing, it's
no, you're misunderstanding. It's not only 30%. It's up 30%.
It's up 30%.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Relationship advice.
So is it what's it at now? Like 99%? Is that where
it was up from 20?
From 20, up 30%
to half.
That's crazy.
Oh gosh, this is an insane. Right off the bat, this is wild.
Oh. That's actually a complicated question. That's a really complicated question.
This is oof. All right. Really, here we go. This will be great content.
Certainly will be divisive.
I Asked my boyfriend whether he would save his wife or his baby during childbirth. He said the baby because he would have stronger emotions for her. So there are arguments for both sides of this. That's not one of them.
Yeah, these guys are idiots.
That's not one of them. You don't say that.
What this guy should say is, what would you choose, darling?
Then he's stronger emotions for it that the wife may not even be with him forever. He also added it's easier to lose emotions for a spouse than his child.
I mean, that's true.
That's a deal breaker for me. But I would like other people's opinions. Do you think that's a reason to leave the relationship? I do love that the first comment is the based one. Why did you ask? Why would you ask such? Which only, it's sorting by new, but. Top.
See what the top's got. Top's got to be friggin' wild, dude.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
Oh, no.
Push came to shove for us many years ago. I'll never forget the doctor coming out 20 minutes into emergency C-section telling me they were very concerned this could come down to one or the other, and there's a real possibility neither would make it. Decades later, I've still no idea how accurately describe the things you feel just in that situation. In conversation, every couple should have early in pregnancy just in case. Talk about it. Talk about why you feel the way you do. I chose my wife even though I knew she would hate me for it. Thankfully, surgical teams were able to save both of them. Bottom line, if the two of you can't see eye to eye on something like this, yeah, it's a relationship ender, literally life and death. Okay. We were just talking about how they shouldn't tell people to end relationships. But if you don't agree on this question...
it depends on what your disagreement is.
Yeah. This question is actually a real one. I was hoping to find something stupid they were telling people to leave over.
Me and my wife talked about this with some frequency. We've been married 10 years now, so a decent amount of time, enough to get through some rocky patches and smooth patches and go back into rocky and do that, 700 times. Anyway, we talked about this, and my ultimate decision was, because I trust her so much, and she's a really actually very strong woman, and not in the strong woman like girl boss way, but a strong woman in that like she knows exactly what she's about and what her purpose is in life. And she's always said like the choice is if it's between me and the children, which anyone who knows anything knows that's a ridiculous thing actually, and that never happens. I don't believe that responsorial comment there.
This is not my roommate.
This is what happened. That's baloney. I don't buy that. I could be wrong, but I just don't buy it. Anyway, my choice is my child. Not because the order of love requires I pick the child. Of course, it requires I pick the wife. But because my wife's decision is I would rather sacrifice my life for my child, which is the more noble thing.
Yeah.
And if I take that choice from her, I take a great moment of sanctity from her.
Yeah.
And I actually rob her of that by my position as father and husband, and that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
As horribly depressed and I would do. It would be a bad time for me.
You wouldn't enjoy that?
Potentially, yeah. It would be less than ideal, you could say, if that situation were to occur. We can't do that one.
Nope.
No, we can't do that one. We probably can't do that one
Can't
either.
do that one?
There's probably going to be a lot of that. This is pretty good. This seems racy and fun, but not in an overtly gross way. And when I say fun, I mean like fun in the way that someone else is having tragedy that you're not connected with, so therefore it becomes fun.
We could do this one. This one's probably fine, chat.
Gosh, it's so long.
Oh, never mind. I'm not reading all that. Anyway, back to the
Sorry
girl
that happened to you. I'm glad you're happy now, whatever that means.
Back to the girl boss article, because none of these are interesting. I don't have time to sort through all that. Nearly half of Gen Z choose financial independence over romance when surveyed, and nearly 3 times as many Americans say having a career they enjoy is more important than getting married or having children. Okay. I want to stop there, because I don't think those are two differences even, like, I think those are two, like, this is a distinction I make all the time when we talk about politics, theory, and social stuff. But I don't think those are differences in degree. I think those two things are differences in kind, right? And I'm not saying that one is the right answer and one's the wrong answer. I'm saying that the questions are asking two completely different things, and putting them side by side
Okay, so
is
be generous to your guest and assume he's had 6 tweets and
okay.
lay this out for him
Okay.
in a
Half of Gen
dumbass's
Z
terms.
choose financial independence over romance when surveyed. Okay.
Okay.
The question there seems to be: would you rather be able to able to know that you're like safe, or have a relationship?
I would also wonder what financial independence means, because
But that's what I'm saying.
This
It's
generation's financial independence is not
like they're not thinking
my
about
bills are taken care of. They're thinking I never have to work again.
Oh, I think it's just
When
bills are taken care of.
I don't know what financial independence.
Let's find
is
out if
saying
we can
that
find the question on the
I will
survey.
never have to work for someone else ever again. That's always been my understanding of financial independence from
I think that's the
the newer
I think that's the
generation.
older
You
generation.
think it's the older? Oh, am I boomering
People
right now?
people
Oh, no.
I think most Gen Z people are genuinely more interested in just being like when they think of financial
Oh, that's such a
independence, they think of
black
just
hole
being
just
able
they
to
really
take
think it
care of
means that?
themselves.
That's
Yes.
terrible. That's so sad.
Um
Am I boomering right now, chat? Am I boomering right now? What's going
chat,
on?
hold
Help
on.
me out.
We can poll.
Help me out, chat. Am I being terrible?
One's in the chat if you think financial independence
Don't
just
depress
means
me too
taking
much,
care of
please.
your bills. Two, if you think that Gen Zers think that it means like I never have to work again.
Oh no.
One, if you think it's just like a survival phrase, and two, if you think it's like a luxury phrase, I guess.
Oh my goodness, that's so depressing. If that's true, I mean,
Okay, we got a 2. How old are you, G Schnickel?
G. Schnigel is 78 years old. Don't answer that question, G. Schnickel. I don't want to know. Because if you agree with me and you're super old, I really am not interested in knowing that information.
A white background for chat is wild. It's not a white background. It's just I don't have a. Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's a problem. Hold on. Oh, you're right. Yeah, it's about success.
Well, I mean, but again, like language is an evolving thing. So if Gen Z says this is not what this means, then fair enough. It's meaning a different thing now, which is something that I should, as an older, gosh, I'm gonna kill myself.
I
As an
will
older
say
man,
when I hear financial, and if somebody were to ask me, would you rather be financially independent or married? I would answer married, but I would hear financial independence as a survival thing.
yeah, financial independence. I mean, and this is something just like because I was in that
Yeah.
world
So
a
here's
little
another
bit.
Gen Z guy. How is it not one?
How is it not one? Okay, so financial. So this maybe I'm just like an old. I shouldn't say that word.
The younger
I'm an
noticing,
older guy who
Okay,
has.
G Schnickel is the same age as me, right? And I
Okay.
can see it both ways. But the younger guys, right? These two guys are younger than me, and they're saying one. So
Right.
the chat seems to be the verge right the thing seems to be like a spectrum of age.
So financial independence really has a much larger, from my perspective, as a slightly older guy. I'm 29, right, and I've been into finance for a long time. I started working right out of after I quit high school, and I was pursuing that in some degree. Turns out I failed. Anyway, moving on. Financial independence is this idea of I have. At its most basic form, it's really a lot more complicated than this, and we need our other friend here to really explain this in a deeper way. But at its most basic form is I have played the financial game so well that I have early gotten my retirement, basically. So the ideal for retirement, and millennials will get this, and Gen Z will get this, right? Boomers won't get this because they don't understand this. They think they're going to retire and stop working. Millennials and Gen Z will understand this because I think they know if they retire and
Oh,
stop
I
working,
was
they're gonna
right.
die in
The New
5
York
minutes.
the article the author of this article just straight up changed the wording in a way that makes it different.
Really?
Yep.
Financial security.
Financial security.
Yeah, financial independence is really saying that like I'm basically retiring at like 32 or 40 and not 65, right? Financial independence is saying I don't rely on anyone else for my income. Therefore, I can do whatever I want and live however I want as long as it's within my means, right? Obviously, if you're financially independent and you're living on a $50,000 a year salary, you can't buy a Lotus or something. But you can't buy a boat out of nowhere, right? You have to plan very carefully for that. But if you're living financially independent and you want to live a simple life, Yeah, you can accomplish that by 30. It's not tremendously difficult. You might have to sacrifice some things, whatever, but and it's an accomplishment. I don't mean to diminish the accomplishment either, but financial independence is I'm a free guy. It's independence in its truest sense, right? Whereas financial security is saying like, oh, I'm a pilot and I work my 10 days a month and I make my $12,000 or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm secure in this because I'm in the seniority tier because that's financial security. That's saying I can buy my house this year because I know I'm not going to be house poor next year.
Dude, this is crazy. This survey is insane. What would make you not date someone even if you were attracted to them? No job. Okay, that makes sense.
That's
Political
pretty big.
beliefs.
That makes sense.
That makes sense. Incompatible lifestyle, but then the example given is night owl versus early riser.
Yeah, I would wonder if there was more to that question than that.
More people. Okay. I mean, this one should just be 100%. Also, okay, here's a weird question, though. How are you attracted to somebody if they have a high BMI, right? Like, I'm not saying, like, you can't be... I'm saying, like...
brokenness.
People. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying, like, the question seems to be, if you were attracted to somebody, but you weren't physically attracted to them...
No,
like,
but
some
people really like that, man.
Yeah.
Like, I've never understood
They've
it,
never been to
but-
therapy, bruh.
Dude, if they've never been to therapy, that's my 100%. Like, I want to look at that person, If you've never been to
Millennials
therapy,
are
I want to have a
likeliest to
conversation.
choose money over love. 59% of it would choose broken. Gen X, the most financially pragmatic, with 59% choosing security over marriage. Women are likelier than men to choose love over money. That's
Right.
They're lying.
They're women. That's
They're
how they
lying.
do.
7
No,
to 10
I don't believe that.
I don't think they're intentionally lying. I think they're
Okay,
understating the
okay.
degree to which the money is a part of the attraction.
I don't know if I believe that, man. I was talking about this with a mutual friend. We'll call him P. And we were talking about dating and what have you, right? And at the end of the day, like, losers get wives, right? And you have to explain that somehow. How does a loser marry a woman? And it's because men are inherently really, really good at tricking women. And women also really, really love to be tricked.
Yeah.
This is going to be very controversial to anyone
Here's
in the chat.
here's another good statistic that points towards the idea of financial independence and
Average
security.
ideal salary
The average ideal salary of Gen Z is lower,
80,000.
which is the lowest,
Oh my goodness.
right? So that's the average, right?
That's
what I'm
so
saying.
sad.
Not
Because 80,000 is not enough to live on. It's plenty. I live on much, 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 much less. But it is so sad that is what people's ideal is. That is diminished that much. I mean, that's what, like,
the
40%
ideal
diminishment, something
Yeah.
like that. It's
from Gen X and
terrible.
baby boomers.
Yeah.
That's another, and it's. I mean, it is a lot of money, but you have to keep in mind this is their ideal. So the fact that Gen Z is setting their ideal 40% lower than Gen X and baby boomers and 20% lower than millennials is evidence that financial independence and financial security to Gen Z means less money than it means to the other generations.
Right.
Right?
It's a big black pill, honestly, on the American dream here. It's a little sad, guys.
Yeah.
The kids are not all right.
The kids are not all right. It's 80,000 is a lot of money. It would be plenty to live
No,
on.
yeah,
The point chat, because there's people being like, that's a really high salary. I would be happy with that.
As I said,
The point
I live
is-
on significantly less.
Yeah, but my ideal salary is not $80,000.
Yeah, my ideal salary is 10 mil. Dude.
You're right. Like, what's your ideal salary? How big of a number can I recite?
My salary is probably, and again, you have to remember, chat. I raise a family of where are we at now? 8. Let's see. My wife, 5 kids, so 7. Sorry, 7. Family of 7, and I make around 28 to 32, depending on the year and what's going on that year. So 80 would be good. I'd be flying high. Don't get me wrong.
but
I want
if you're-
I want 20 mil. you
Yeah,
know?
like my ideal salary, how high of a number can I say, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I want to have that Musk money, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Of course. Oh, I also want to have that Musk money for doing absolutely
He's
nothing.
stuck.
Oh no, Levi. Levi, don't be stuck. That's sad. That reminds us that you're old. I'm gonna have to hug Josiah for like 3 days straight whenever Levi goes, man. It's gonna be crazy.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, I think that this probably financial independence is interesting, but also it is lower. It is lower than what it should be. Is I think the
Yeah.
point we're making is that Gen Z's idea of financial independence and financial security is
Because it's
less
not like the dollar went up in value, you know?
right. Yes, that's the other problem is.
The dollar has went down significantly in value.
And our number is still lower.
And the number is still lower.
That's a problem.
It's a bummer.
That's
It's
a
real
bummer.
bummer.
That's not good.
It's a black pill, if anything.
So the point I was making earlier was asking financial independence over romance is a different question than 3 times as many Americans say having a career. They would rather have a career than get married, right?
Right.
To have a career, preferring career over marriage is a different question than.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Like they're related, but they're not like the same they're not two different versions of the same question.
They're completely different questions. I mean, if you ask a man, at least let's just say you're asking men, even just like super tratty guys, like would you? And they're being 100% honest. Would you prefer a career over marriage? Like 99% of guys are gonna say I prefer a career over marriage. Like most guys are like, yeah, women are great, we love them, you know, and in their deepest parts of themselves, they acknowledge that they need them. But largely, what a man is about is his work, right? Yeah. And you need to break that instinct in him to work over much, actually, in order to get him to engage with his family more.
Yes.
More often than the other way around.
Yeah. Okay. In 2023, submission to the New York Times execrable Modern Love series, divorcee Maggie Smith exhorts women never to be financially dependent on a man. Okay. Well, the opposite of that is true. We don't have to discuss that much.
Yeah.
Women should only be financially dependent on a man.
Yeah. You guys are smarter than that. You get it.
Chat's got that one on lock. Don't need to worry about that. A few dissenters reject the framing of dependence as a bad thing or even avoidable at all. Leah Labresco Sargent, for example, hell of a name.
French. Immediate bad opinion in French. We're.
I wouldn't, genuinely. I want a wife and children so bad. It's not even funny.
Yeah, you do. Yeah,
but you.
So, like, you do. But once you have them, you're going to worry about the career more. I'm telling you, buddy. You're going to immediately.
The other thing is you recognize the career as like is like a thing you need to have to do the other one better, I think, probably.
Yeah.
So to do the other one well. So there's that too.
I would also say, I mean, I don't know you, man. Like maybe you're like super pure and like really holy, and you're about to die and become a saint like next week. I don't know you, bro. But for most guys I talk to, most of them are like, I really want a woman. I want to get in a relationship. I want to build a family and all that stuff. But every other. So when they're always bemoaning their life, they're talking about the woman. Whenever they're talking about their successes, they're always talking about a career. They're talking about, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do this. Like the particulars are always about their career and not the women.
Question, is there people who want both? What we're saying is that you need both.
Yeah, you need both. Yeah. Man was put on this planet to work. That's why like Adam was put to work the garden.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's not ambiguous. It's saying, hey, name all these animals. Like, you guys ever tried to name anything? Listen, guys, we went from D&D to this, but let me tell you, these guys tell me to name things every 20 minutes.
What the heck? Who came up with that?
Hey, what's this guard's name? Guys, I don't care what this guard's name is.
Guard 33, guard 34, guard 35. Not a joke. He is doing that.
I have it tracked too. I'm writing it down.
But for most, dependence within a family unit is lays out the case for independence in her well-titled book, The Dignity of Dependence. But for most, dependence within the family unit is opposed to independence. A woman who is not financially dependent on her husband or her father is presumed free. The Chesterton quote, inserted here. Feminister mixed up with the idea that a woman is free when she serves her employer, but a slave when she serves her husband.
Right.
That's the one. That's not exact wording. It's real close to that.
That's the whole idea.
Yeah,
right?
it's nearly that.
As much as you need it to be exact. That's what it is.
The image of the working woman, the girl boss, remains the sine qua non of independence. After all, she pays her own bills using money she earned herself, or so it seems. But dig deeper into the details, and one learns she is propped up from every angle by laws, taxpayer dollars, and the ability to externalize the cost of her lifestyle onto others. In other words, the girl boss is often as much a dependent as Betty Draper, but her dependence is less honest and laundered through public policy. Okay, well, you could have just quoted Chesterton.
You could always just quote Chesterton.
You could have just put the quote.
Honestly, you could always just do that.
President Barack Obama ran an infamous 2012 campaign ad mocked by conservative about the life of Julia, a woman dependent on government at almost every turn. That model could be renamed for millennial girl bosses as the life of Jessica, a cycle of dependence on institutions and structures that allegedly liberate women from the patriarchal boot, but instead merely redistribute and conceal their dependence.
I don't like that comparison, actually. Because I think there is something about, like, if you're a girl boss, right, in the truest sense, in the ideal that the girl boss want to be, right? And you may disagree with this. You're free to, of course, as my friend. You're free to tell me I'm an idiot. But I think that some women actually genuinely accomplish important things and impressive things. And the trap that the right wing falls into is saying that you should be barefoot in the kitchen at every possible opportunity. Of course, that's not less true because of these things. However, it needs to be admitted that, like, okay, the work you're doing is good, and it's okay to acknowledge that as such.
Okay, I'm going to say a thing.
Yeah.
I think that
you
women...
know me. I'm your most misogynist friend.
I'm going to say a thing, though.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that women advance in sanctity to the degree which they give up their agency to the man who is over them.
Of course, yes, of course.
Right? So, like most of our female saints are nuns and religious because they are giving up their agency to Christ, right? And that's easiest. But the, like, married female saints tend to be the ones who, like, perfected themselves in the giving, like, the submission, right? There's no female saint who's, like...
Yeah,
perfected herself in unsubmission, right?
Yeah. Look at Saint Therese of Lisieux's family. This is a perfect example of this.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I think it's the Martins, right?
Martin and Zelly.
Yeah. But I mean, they're just a beautiful example of this, and of course, yes. I mean, like a woman's real proof of sanctity is how much she molds herself to the man that's leading her, and that. As it becomes more pure and more true, the man that's leading her becomes less and less her husband and more Jesus, and not to the exclusion of her husband, right?
Yeah.
But the husband is a prefigurement, almost like a capitulation that she can't see Jesus in a true way, so she follows her husband instead. And as that starts to supplant itself, and as they both start to follow Jesus more truly, it becomes less and less a, like, oh, I'm super above you thing, and more of a, I'm a little above you by nature of my station, but more so that we're kind of walking together. And this is where you get those people that talk about mutual submission where they don't always talk crazy because some of the things they acknowledge are true, but it's also like you need to have a really good view of authority in order to do that well.
Yeah.
And that's where they get off the track, right? Is they say, like, well, my husband doesn't matter because I'm mutually submitting to Christ with him.
Well, so here's an interesting thing, right? Even in the moment that, like, the Catholic or Christian feminists want to say, like, Mary was not, like, was exemplifying some, like, feminist ideal where she's like, do whatever he tells you after he said no. What she's doing is literally giving the agency at that point. She's saying, like, I think you should make this wine.
I also think...
And he's like, and then he's like, nah. And she's like, well, okay, well, whatever you say, do whatever he says. And then she just walks away. So she's like, she's not standing there like, okay, now do it.
Well, you have to also remember that, like, Mary and Jesus are both, like, Jewish people, right? And
go on.
Yeah. So, like, if you've ever talked to a Jewish person, I'm not gonna go too crazy here. Don't worry. But they play mind games all the time, right? So they're playing around and they're saying, like, he's saying, like, it's like the classic New Yorker thing, like where the guy's like, ma, you're crazy, whatever, and she's like, you do this, and the guy does it anyway, right? Where it's like that's that situation to a T. Is saying like, no, it's not my time yet. And she says, do whatever he tells you. And then he's this is the way I see it, at least, is like Jesus is put in a position where now I have to tell him something, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm honoring my mother who says I need to command these guys to do something.
Yeah.
And I have to do it now. So I have to command them to do a thing, which is make wine. So in a way, there's like this, it's like a game going on. It's a playful game.
Yeah.
A relationship game that's happening. And I mean, anyone who's had a deep family relationship understands this. Like that, like, yeah, mom puts you in a corner sometimes by emotionally manipulating you in like a really fun way. And bad family situation, this happens in a bad way, right? Like a mutual friend of ours has a terrible mother who's manipulated them in a terrible way. But like, of course, the best way is like, oh, this is a game and this is fun, and she's maneuvering me around and say, ma, okay, sure. Yeah.
So
right,
somebody,
that's the way I see it,
Alexis wants to know what we think about where Saint Gianna fits into this. So this is
I know Saint Gianna,
the mom who died. She's like all the pro life stuff. She died because she was sick and she had the baby.
Okay.
If I remember right, and Alexis can correct me on this, but if I remember right, Saint Gianna like refused chemo because it would have killed the baby, right?
Oh yes, I think I know something.
I think I remember that this is the story.
And
And
we're both mixing this up, but yeah, this is familiar.
if I remember right, it's effectively a refusal of treatment that would have killed the baby to have the baby, and then she died.
Right.
And I think that fits into the paradigm we're having, where it's like a giving of agency, where she's like just giving of herself even more, right? Right. But like it's a receptiveness to the giving of the agency is like a receptiveness to the will of another, in the way that like men's sanctity is perfected in the forming of the will of another.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and also in your willingness to be the Christ, right? To lay down your life at the ultimate cost.
But there are also
right?
always exceptions,
but I
and
mean,
not everybody's going to fit into a rule.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But like in the most true, pure sense, right? Like the man is the head of formation for those under him, and he's the head of killing himself for them.
Yeah.
That's like the two things he's in charge of,
Two things, chat.
I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Like you can encapsulate pretty much every other circumstance.
It might not
in
fit
things.
in well, but we're also trying to nail down we're trying to nail down people into small little categories that we can explain stuff.
Yeah. There's always going to be an exception. Like, my Uncle Bob is,
Yeah, for real.
My Uncle Bob's a great guy, and he never killed himself for his family. Yeah. We get it.
Okay, let's start with the outsourcing of domestic labor that became normative by the end of the 1970s. Someone has to cook, clean, and look after the children. Some of the slack continues to be picked up by women working the double shift, a full-time job outside the home while being the primary homemaker, an arrangement maligned by the feminist as yet another unfair burden placed on women by the patriarchy, though it was more realistically a result of women's higher standards for domestic order. But even the women having it all often cannot keep up with the double burden. Thus, women leaving the home en masse created a demand for a servant class at rates affordable to the median wage household, a demand met by lax immigration policies.
So wait, that paragraph is basically saying that this is me just, again, 6 tweets deep, guys. You have to forgive me here. It's saying that these women are... This is a travesty. These women are working, and they're also expected to provide education and the home.
It's saying that
and
the left
cooking
says
and all
that, but
stuff.
the realistic explanation is just that women's standards for how the house should be is higher, so they're going to naturally spend more time doing that.
Right.
That's an arrangement maligned as feminist by unfair burden,
right?
though it's more realistically a result of women's higher standards for domestic order.
Okay, I see that. Yeah. But it doesn't explain what the standards are.
Cleanliness, organization, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
This is a deeper question.
This is really, really deep, but I think it's boiled down pretty well here. Also, the idea that it's met by immigration policies is pretty obvious. Also, is met by it causes the wages to deflate, which causes the women to feel they need to go into it. Which you know who wrote a really good book on this, actually.
Ultimately, not to cut you off, but ultimately, the start of this is the start of all immigration problems. Ultimately, is feminism.
Yeah.
Like you don't get this secondary workforce problem without feminism first introducing the secondary
Yeah.
workforce.
Yeah. Somebody wrote a really good book on this called The Two Income Trap about the economic effects of two incomes and how it deflated labor prices and caused there need to be two incomes because it doubled the workforce. Yeah, that person was Senator Elizabeth Warren.
Yep.
Large parts of that book are terrible, but the overall point of it is actually really interesting, and the fact that she made the point is really interesting.
Well, this is always the problem with arguing with liberals, right? Is you start arguing with them, and they'll always start out somewhere that's like really reasonable. Of like, no, I'm actually like an uber feminist, and I believe that women should be more empowered to not work, and they're actually better than men. In which men are like, oftentimes, if you ask a man who's not like in this modern era, like really, taken over by red pill culture, is a woman better than a man? They're like, yeah, kinda. Like if you get in the nitty gritty of it, like if you ask me, Joe, I guess that's my name. You guys know my name. It doesn't matter. But you ask me, Joe, like is a woman better than a man? The biggest misogynist in the world. Hey, is a woman better than a man? Yeah, in some sense, yes. Actually, we need to protect them because they're better than us because we're terrible.
Uber feminist. Women can't drive. Okay. In major cities such as New York and Los Angeles, up to half the nannies on the books are immigrants, and the real number is definitely higher, with many skirting labor laws. The profile of other domestic tax replacers looks similar, with cheap delivery services such as DoorDash and Grubhub cheap, with expensive delivery services such as DoorDash and Grubhub staples for two-income households too harried to cook dinner, incentivizing an enormous black market that rents verified accounts to illegal immigrants.
This is always a...
Do you know about this?
Well, no. What in particular here?
People will rent... If you ever order from like DoorDash or Grubhub...
DoorDash account. Yeah,
it's a woman's... Sarah, and then
Yeah.
a Mexican guy shows up.
Yeah.
Sarah is renting that account to...
It's a great racket, honestly. Like if you're not looking to follow the law, that's a great racket.
Yeah, but you shouldn't.
You definitely should not do that. But also get your bread, girl. Go ahead.
Households? You mean apartment holds? For real. Unironically, a little bit.
So true, King.
This creates externalities, even accounting for the downward pressure on wages from high rates of legal and illegal migrant labor. The care of young children is so expensive that its normalization as a major expense for the average family creates political pressure to transfer at least some of those costs to the taxpayer. Okay, that sentence. Yeah, I feel like we're good there. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani capitalized on this during his campaign, promising a quote free child care plan similar to what Senator Bernie Sanders. Whoa. All of the syllables I fucked up in that sentence.
Plan similar to what Senator Bernie Sanders had
proposed on the federal level. Less quantifiable than the tax hike are the societal costs of the negative behavioral effects on all-day non-parental care for young children. The effects of dual income stress on marriage and the diminished life outcomes of children raised in such arrangements. The widespread replacement of home-cooked meals also has ripple effects. The streets of our cities are more dangerous with delivery bikers weaving frantically through traffic. Just get rid of the cars. People are so accustomed to unhealthy restaurant food that the Food and Drug Administration has to preach back to basics message such as eat real food. Dude, this is a conversation we had recently.
F the FDA, bro. I hate them. The FDA goes, eat real food, but also if you want to have any local butcheries, you have to send them halfway across the country so we can make sure the meat's okay. And
they got rid of that regulation.
And we'll send it back to you. Yeah, but still, this is they only just recently did that.
Yes,
right?
but it's getting better.
The FDA says you can have, I think the FDA says you can have one drink a week.
She shouldn't have used the word safely. FDA. She said...
I hate the FDA.
Yes,
I'm not allowed to say what I would do to the FDA and everyone involved in the FDA. Levi, what's up, dude?
Is Dom back?
Could be. Dirty Dom.
Yes, she shouldn't have said FDA. It's more like RFK is having to say eat real food. We talked about this recently, though, and I have a theory on this, that I think the better a cook your parents were, the less likely you are to eat like crap.
Yeah, I remember you saying
because your
that.
standard is higher. And I think that's what she's saying here, is that the lower quality of food leads people to be okay with lower quality food.
Yeah, I mean, it's the just like mom used to make thing, right? If mom used to make Kraft mac and cheese, then you're gonna love that. You're
That's
gonna
what's sitting on
eat
the
that
stove.
crap up, dude.
I'm gonna eat that for dinner.
Let's go. Good for you, dude.
Dude, I have to go check on that. 1 or 2 is like
Whatever
there's a
Levi's
squirrel.
doing.
1 or 2 there's a squirrel. 3 it's like I'm being raided by the FBI.
Yeah, it's one of the Y's, bro.
Yeah.
Well, chat, I can't really read you because you're too far away, but
It's Joe's car.
he's just barking at my car. That's crazy, bro. I've been here for what, like an hour? Bread pyramid scheme. What would a bread pyramid scheme look like? Like it's like a sourdough thing where you give your horrible parasite to somebody else and they grow it, and then you get some of their parasite back. Or whatever they call that. Are there any like sourdough truthers in the chat here? A dog cam for the stream. That would be pretty cool if we had like a Levi cam. You guys would get sad though when it can't stand up. It would be really like a big bummer, honestly, for the whole thing. He's an old boy. He's an old derpy boy.
What?
They were saying there should be a dog cam for the stream.
They keep saying that. I keep telling them no because he doesn't stay in one place.
I wasn't calling Levi a horrible parasite. Of course not. Levi is one of the best among us. Levi, if any dog should go to heaven.
Among Us?
If any dog should go to heaven, it would be Levi.
That's
my honest opinion.
actually a real that's a real
my
fact.
honest opinion. Of course, if you are an opinion of that dog heaven exists, you have to admit that also dog hell must exist. Anyway, with that bomb, I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
That's a crazy sentence.
Can you possibly disagree?
Down with big food. Insert Hassan joke here. Yeah, that's the point, chat. Who said horrible parasite? Oh, he was saying about something else, I guess. Insert Hassan joke. So true. Big facts. Big facts. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think Thomas is wrong about the animals in heaven thing. I think he's wrong about it. Or at least in the new earth. In the new earth, I think he's wrong about it. Probably, definitely in the new earth. I think he's wrong about it. I think there will be animals. Dog hell does exist, and my neighbor's dog is going there. Crazy. Okay. The girl boss jobs themselves. While millions of women create real value in the economy and deserve their paychecks, it is impossible not to notice the wild proliferation of email jobs. Email jobs!
So, glorified secretary, right?
Yeah. I don't have an email job.
Well.
That's what I wanted.
Depends on your definition.
I send more than text over email.
You do real work.
I do real work, yeah.
I
do creative work that cannot be replaced by a chat
You
GPT.
imprint your soul on that work.
Yeah,
sure.
that's true.
Yeah, 100%.
And administrative compliance positions that don't add to the company's bottom line. David Graeber famously called them bullshit jobs in his best-selling book of the same title. There's a book titled Bullshit Jobs that.
Oh, I have a question for the chat. This is
Hold
for
on.
the benefit of my wife.
Jobs disproportionately filled by the fair sex. Okay, now you can finish.
Yeah. My wife has a theory. I want chat to weigh in on this if you can, if you have an opinion. Is that the more jobs... Let me see if I want to get this right, because she said it really, really well, and I'm an idiot, so I have to remember and go back real quick. But the more jobs that are required for your job to exist, the more fake your job is. Right? So if you have to have so many levels under you in order to require that you are there, the more unnecessary really in reality that your job actually is.
I think that is a simplification to the degree of incorrection.
Okay, what would you fix about that?
Okay, so in theory, I think actually that there are situations where a certain number of jobs requires a higher job.
Let's remember, she's a woman, so I'm willing to say
Yeah.
she's an idiot. So,
Right.
she's
So
only so much she's gonna get.
there's a degree to where in a just and virtuous like enterprise, a lot of people working together is going to create a situation where they're working together and one of them will be leading. And therefore he becomes a manager, right?
Yeah.
But he is unable to manage unless there are people to manage.
Of course.
So
Right.
I think that what she's getting at is if you are not so much if you're there's a if you exempt the necessity of management and leadership, because I think that that's why I said it's a simplification to the degree of incorrect, because if you're just saying the more jobs that have to exist, the faker your job is, it like makes all jobs that are primarily leading other people fake jobs.
I think that's overstating the question. Actually, I think it's more like saying because it's an axis question, right? So y axis is how fake your job is. Y axis is how many jobs require existence in order for you to exist. And so it's how real your job is. So every job, in some sense, in this frame of mind, is fake in some way.
Yeah.
Because we live in America in the year of our Lord 2026. So in some sense, truly, actually, for real, every job is fake.
Yeah, to some degree.
Every
Be careful.
job.
You're close to coming down on the
I'm
XLR
not,
cable?
It's chill. It's
Okay.
chill. It's chill.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm breaking Josiah's chair, if anyone's wondering.
That's not what I was worried about. The chair
Also
is
the
cheap.
cord.
The cord it's like a 50-foot long XLR cable. That's not a cheap thing.
Okay, so like $10. It's fine. Anyway, it's an axis of real and fake, right? So every job, in some sense, in the year of our Lord 2026, in the United States of America, in Ohio, Steubenville, is fake. None of them are particularly necessary, because we're just all propped up by all sorts of other systems, right? But if I run, let's say, a cigar lounge, right? If I run a cigar lounge, don't worry, I'm chilling. If I run a cigar lounge and I sell cigars and I'm the only guy there, then my job is very real, because I'm providing, in some sense, of course, there's an industry that's required for me to exist, which is cigars are grown in Nicaragua, the Dominican, or yada yada, and they're shipped to me. But then I just simply take the cigars.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I take those cigars, I sell it to you. That's really, at the end of the day, one level.
Okay.
Right?
You're talking about the number of degrees of abstraction that need to exist for your job to exist.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So you're not talking about the people. You're talking about the degrees of abstraction to the people.
I think that's what she's getting at.
Okay. That one I think is pretty close to true. I don't like the phrasing of people, because it makes all leadership not real jobs,
Well,
and I think
you have to remember. I mean, she's just a poor woman.
Right. That's fine. That's fine. That's all I was. That's the only reason.
She's doing her best. She only has a bachelor's.
I don't have anything.
I don't have anything either.
Yeah.
That's why I made that joke. I hope she hears this and yells at me later.
The easier your job is to be subsumed by someone else in your company, the less real your job is. What?
Well, no, I don't know, because like Elon Musk can go rolling and take any job he wants.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he's not an idiot. He could do any role at SpaceX probably reasonably. He's good at that kind of thing, as far as I know.
Yeah. As far as I understand.
As far as I understand, he seems like one of those smart egghead guys. So I assume he can do whatever he
I think he's bright.
wants. If there's a computer, he
Hot
probably
take
can
chat.
do
We
that.
think Elon Musk might be intelligent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put a 5 for no.
What a random number. Put 69,420 in the chat if you disagree.
Elon is a gooner. We all know that's true. It's whether he's intelligent.
Yeah.
It's a different. Whether we like him or not is not important to this question.
Okay. In 1991, reforms to the Civil Rights Act ensured that lawsuits over often spurious sexual harassment claims in the worst place became a major cash cow for litigants. Companies responded by bending the knee to the most easily offended, kicking off the era of political correctness, and spawning an enormous industry that trains employees not to harass one another. We need that training. Joseph and I need that training.
Yeah. Well, I've had it a lot. Honestly,
we harass each other all the time.
Here's the problem. If you're beyond a certain point of no return, once you have the training just becomes super funny.
Okay, here's the other problem.
I don't think you've had enough. I think I should show you some training, and
I've seen a couple of them.
It's
but
pretty great.
They're really funny.
They're so funny.
There's another problem with sexual harassment training. At a certain point, you're not training how not to do it, right?
Right, you're training how to get away with it.
No.
Well, no, really.
Like, if you and I were to watch sexual harassment training, it would just be a series of ideas for how to sexually harass each other.
Yeah, but they're usually. I mean, to be fair to the sexual harassers that are making the training, they're usually not that good. And I can usually come up with something better if I wanted to sexually harass my friend Josiah.
It teaches you new ways to do it. That's what I'm saying.
No, I've usually thought of a couple better ways
Danny
by the time I
posted
get to the
art
training.
on Discord, and you need to show it. Okay.
Oh, there's art?
Yeah, I get fan
Yo,
art all the time.
go.
Why? No, absolutely not. I hate everything about that.
I see it. It's like a caricature, you know?
Yeah.
I think what he needs is to make the nose wider.
Okay, you can kill
And
yourself.
to put a small hat on the
Blow
back
your
of his
shit
head.
smooth off, okay? Blow your shit smooth off. Blow your shit
There you go. I mean,
smooth
yeah,
off.
you're showing it. It's good.
Thursday Jack? That's not, I mean, kind of.
Thursday Jack. That's good. We could make a real Thursday Jack. We just gotta wait for a good moment.
Yeah.
Don't instigate it. You can't instigate it.
It's like the quote book. You can't do it on purpose.
Right.
Paint the walls Kurt Cobain style. Thank you, Chet.
I don't remember who said that one.
Somebody in chat just did.
Someone in chat did? Oh no. What's wrong with you?
My chat has a lot of problems.
Is that Nick Prohl?
Yeah.
Nick, chill out, buddy. It's okay.
This is not the worst
don't have
thing
to
they've
do
done
that.
this week or this month.
Yeah,
Last
but
week they were way worse.
I'm gonna be the voice of reason here. I'm gonna do that.
Okay. Tell him about the Senate. We don't need to talk about that. Okay, we could talk about it.
Oh, the Senate.
Not the real Senate.
What Senate?
Okay, so last week
like-
we get distracted and we're like, let's do a stream where we let's do a big let's do a big bracket of the best video games, and chat can vote on the games, and we'll figure out chat's top 4 games.
Okay, I bet you chat's top 4 games are terrible.
Well, so there's a number of problems, okay?
Okay. Right.
Then chat decided, and I decided to let them do this, and this was a mistake.
Right.
Chat decided that they wanted to do it Senate style,
Oh no.
and I was going to propose every game by unanimous consent to win. And then if you disagreed, you had to filibuster by actually coming into the voice call and filibustering.
That's actually a really good idea.
It's great in theory.
Yeah.
The problem immediately became that they just wanted more rules. They like wanted
We're like the Senate, but better, guys.
they wanted more rules. They were like, well, you can't silent filibuster. They all were like, no silent filibuster, but they wanted other Senate rules. And then when I was like, we're not doing that, they were like, no, we have to vote on it. I was like, we don't. This isn't a real democracy.
This is actually a dictatorship.
This
guys.
is everything that's happening is happening at the pleasure of
This
Thursday.
is a pure tyranny.
Yeah. And so we did it for about an hour, and then I was like, we're done. And I just started doing normal voting for all of them. And they were so mad about it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sad I missed that one. I would have some opinions.
Do
That's
we
my
have
main
the
thing.
do we have the
What did you guys vote? Did you guys actually end up doing a vote on the top, on the tippy tops?
No, they didn't do a vote on after 4. I didn't let them because it was. Well, okay, hold on.
Because I mean, Super Mario Galaxy has to be up there, right?
They didn't even put it in.
What's wrong with you guys? Super Mario Galaxy, man, come on.
Let's pull it up, chat. We can pull up the stream from last week and just pull up the bracket.
Yeah, I would like to see the bracket. Because I'm going to have some opinions, for sure.
Dude, I berated them about one of these choices. One of these choices was inexcusable.
Oh, no.
Wait, this is the wrong video. One of these choices, first round, they got it wrong.
Oh, no.
They fucked this up.
This is either going to go one or the other. Either I'm going to really disagree with
They
Josiah
irreparably
here, or...
fucked this up first round.
That is
Okay, here's
2 to 2.
Beautiful face.
Okay.
Oh, it's Red Dead 2.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, here's the bracket. Cool.
The bracket was, here's the bracket, chat. Red Dead 2 versus Far Cry 5. This is where they fucked this up. Down here, we've got Smash Melee versus New Vegas.
Ooh, that's a tough one.
See, it's not.
I would go New Vegas.
Yeah.
I would go New Vegas because...
They picked Melee.
Oh, man. You guys got... I can't say what you have in your chat. I'm not allowed.
Yeah.
But...
They're real dumb.
It's gotta be New Vegas. Yeah.
Hold on. Let's just skip
How far did you get down the bracket?
We got to the top 4.
Okay.
So we just got to get the...
Oh, we'd love to judge.
Okay.
To judge this. Okay, so... Paper Mario, 1,000 Year Door over Age of Empires, correct. Arkham City over Paper Mario. You guys are nuts.
Bracket HQ.
Wii Sports Resort over Ocarina of Time. What is wrong with you? Guys, what are you doing? You can't believe that. There's no way. Nobody there believes that. Wii Sports... I like Wii Sports
Here we go.
Resort.
I found the bracket. Okay, Red Dead 2, Far Cry 5.
Right, of course.
So they got to also submit the games. Okay?
Right.
So anything that gets snubbed is their fault.
Yeah.
Because they got upset about that later, too. I want to be clear about this.
Yeah.
They later got upset that certain games weren't in the bracket when they submitted the games.
The bracket, right?
Yeah. So this is
them being the Senate and all.
They decided to submit the games. These dudes are just mad because they got their asses wrecked in Melee by a Luigi player. No, because New Vegas is clear.
I main Luigi. What are you talking about? What are you talking
Get
about?
fucked, Nick. Get fucked. Okay, Crusader Kings 2.
I mean Luigi and Ike, my man. What are we talking about?
Yeah, okay, so their top 4 ended up being Minecraft, Portal 2, Arkham City, and Skyrim.
Okay, wait. I have to go through this bracket a little bit. Hold on.
Okay.
So, go to the top here. Yeah. So,
Okay.
Crusader Kings 2, yeah. Terraria wins. Crusader Kings wins. Red Dead beats that. Minecraft beats Red Dead 2, which that's a tough one.
That's a tough one, but I think I'm on that.
I don't relish anyone deciding that one. I wouldn't want to be the deciding vote there. I don't like that, but Minecraft makes sense. I'm down with it. Minecraft and Portal 2 making it there makes sense. Okay, cool. Dark Souls 3 over Medieval Total War 2 is... Medieval Total War 2 winning is nuts. That is...
Map autist, dude.
Total bullshit. Anyway... Yeah, that's a real like autistic thing. Like I can't dodge.
Well, look, they got Gran Turismo 3 in here.
Who puts Gran Turismo? One of you guys got a sim. That's all that means. One of you's got a sim and justifies it. Space Marines wins justifiably, of course.
Yeah.
Resident Evil 4 versus Baldur's Gate 3, of course. Space Marines beats Resident Evil 4? You guys are nuts.
The single woman in the chat is so mad about that still.
Dude, you should rail against
we
that.
were bullied? Yeah, you were bullied. You're all retarded. I bully you guys for your own good, and you should thank me for it.
One thing you have to know about me is that one of my main hobby, my number one main hobby is video games. So I'm going to have some deep opinions here. Stardew Valley, Witcher 3, that's a tough one. That's a really tough matchup right out the gate because they're just not... They're not similar, and they're just outstanding in their categories. That's tough. I don't relish anyone that. Portal 2 and Inscription. Portal 2 is the right decision, but Inscription I had more fun with. So I will say that.
Yeah.
Inscription's a way more fun game than Portal 2, in my opinion. But I get why Portal 2 won.
Well,
the fact that Portal 2 beats Witcher 3 is absolutely insane.
You know what I forgot to put in here?
What?
Balatro. I forgot to put...
forgot to put Balatro in.
That's wild. Dude. I freaking love Balatro.
Elden Ring lost to Wii Sports Resort is... Dude, you have some wild autistic children in the chats that played Wii Sports Resort with their dads. That's all that's happened.
All right, so... I'm uncomfortable with the fact that, 1, I was the deciding vote, and 2, you fucking nailed me. That's why I like it. My dad and I used to play disc golf on Wii Sports Resort all the time.
It's fun, but Ocarina of Time is way better, and Elden Ring is significantly better than Wii Sports Resort. That's wild. God of War 2018 is better than Arkham City. You guys messed up immediately. Paper Mario is better than Age of Empires 3.
You think God of War 2018 is better than Arkham City?
100%. I hate Arkham City.
You don't like Arkham City?
I hate the Arkham games. I hate them. They're terrible.
Bro, you're wrong. Okay.
They're terrible. They're so simple. They're too simplistic. They're just. The
combat's so smooth.
I've always hated Batman too. So that's
the combat's too good, dude.
The combat is so. It's okay. I'm gonna push X, and then I'm gonna push Y, and then sometimes I'm gonna push B. It's all the combat is.
Yeah, exactly.
That sucks. Ocarina of Time has more complicated combat than
Mods,
Arkham
make him
City.
listen to Thick of It.
Oh, anyway.
Have you ever heard Thick of It?
Thick of It?
Yeah.
I don't think I have.
I can't play this on stream because I'll get copyrighted. But you've never heard Thick of It by KSI?
Yeah, if you send it to my phone, I'll play it on my earbuds here. And
Dude, Thick
we'll
of It's
safe.
so funny.
We'll be safe. But anyway,
we got copyrighted for Thick of It.
Mario Kart Wii beats Midnight Racing 2. I mean, yeah, I get that. Fallen Order beats Hitman. Yeah. Fallen Order beats Mario Kart Wii. Okay, sure, I guess. Cyberpunk loses to Skyrim.
Which is wrong.
It has a reputational issue, so I get that.
I got in this argument
Smash
with
Melee
them.
beats New Vegas, which is honestly so tough. I don't know what I would pick. I would refuse to vote. I think this is like a Obama Mitt Romney situation for me, where I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, this was their bracket.
Mario Kart Wii loses to Fallen Order, which I don't know. Fallen Order kind of sucks, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you.
So here's what happened.
For real, kind of sucks.
It tied.
It tied. You decided.
I did.
You.
It tied. And I gave him like 5 minutes to vote, even though I'd already voted. I was like, you guys, I'll just sit here. I gave him so much extra time, and I was like, well, it's my submission, so it wins. Just to rage bait them.
Fair enough. Fallen Order and Skyrim. Skyrim wins. That's justice. And then we got to the last.
Oh, So here's the problem.
I'll just tell you, chat, what should happen. I'll just tell you what should win. Okay, so Arkham City, Skyrim. Skyrim wins, obviously.
Yeah.
Minecraft and Portal. Minecraft wins.
Yes.
And then this is a really good finale between Skyrim and Minecraft.
I think Skyrim or Minecraft are the best game of all time. Yeah, I do think it is one of those two.
I think for me and mine, I would put Minecraft.
Yep.
If only because Minecraft didn't need to get re-released 8,000 times in order to stay relevant.
Yeah. So this was the thing, all right?
Yeah.
So originally we said as released. And so that's why they bopped
changes things.
Cyberpunk, right?
Gets out.
But this is where the Senate LARP got out of hand. Because then they started wanting to Rule 22 what as released means. Which I feel like I've explained this to you.
What's wrong with you guys?
Where the rules are like you could just redefine a rule. And so they wanted... So we had a long debate over if we were going to redefine as released to all releases directly from the company, just not mods.
Yeah.
Like you couldn't pick third-party mods. It was anything that came from the company was as released.
Yeah. Yeah, which I mean, I think that's a reasonable.
And so that's what happened. But it switched halfway through, right? So it switched halfway through, which is why Cyberpunk beat Skyrim, because they were thinking it was the original release. And then one of them wanted to change their vote, right?
I think even if you included all mods, Skyrim would still be Cyberpunk.
No, that's what they were saying. Like they were saying, well, if we're not including mods and we are including Cyberpunk in its current state, there was one guy who wanted to change his vote. But then when they were like, okay, should we re-vote on it? That guy voted against re-voting, even though he wanted to change.
Did APAC get in there? What's going on?
I have no idea.
What's going on?
That's
how many of these senators are funded by APAC? We need to figure this out.
That's when it got really out of hand. It got really, really out of hand. Yeah. Dude, I got to send you this really funny Balatro. There's this Balatro video recently where they
how you left out Balatro. That's crazy.
Yeah, I forgot it.
I mean, it would never have made it.
There was this video from Balatro recently where they had like every ante it went to a different like guy who mains Balatro as like a streaming game.
Yeah.
And second ante, the guy who's like Doc, he's the best.
Yeah.
He just rage baited everyone by selling a natural negative blueprint to get maximum hermit value. He just goes, okay, we're going to sell a blueprint here for Hermie value.
That's great.
Which is a hilarious bit. Everybody in the
chat.
They were mad about that.
No idea what's going on.
Yeah. So.
Anyway.
I am not funded by Israel. I'm funded by Play School.
I'm funded by Leapfrog, dude. What are we talking about?
Have you guys not seen Balatro? Dude, should I make chat watch Balatro? Maybe I'll make chat watch me play Balatro after you leave.
You can play a short round, yeah.
Should I do it now? Should we do it now?
What else do you have planned? Depends.
I've got 8 hours. So
You
I have 5 hours
planned.
I have 5 hours left of stream
You have
tonight.
5 hours left of stream.
Yeah, so you're not gonna be here the whole time.
No, probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got videos to watch too, and I don't have a second headphone, so
That's fine. I can just lip sync, dude. It's fine.
yeah.
I can
So,
lip read.
but yeah. Even more pernicious is the proliferation of Soviet commissar-style jobs, both in non-profit and for-profit sectors, that exist primarily to enforce political agendas.
That is the biggest point of the article right
Yeah.
there. That's number one.
Yeah, that exists primarily to enforce political agendas rather than produce value. In the U.S., the number of human resources jobs, 3/4 of which are filled by women, as it has exploded, roughly doubling
Yeah.
in 10 years. That's okay.
Yeah, no. So Solzhenitsyn says this in his Gulag Archipelago. I mean, this is not impressive. I've not read the whole thing, guys. Don't worry, I'm not a smart guy. But I read the first book, the first volume, and he says it outright that the middle managers are the worst of the worst. Worse than Stalin, worse than Mao, worse than anybody, because they have no accountability to anybody. They can do whatever they want. It does not matter, and oftentimes they are women. I think he specifically mentions that they are women, and the fact that HR has grown 50% in 10 years is not surprising at all in the slightest. And the amount of people I've talked to that don't realize their jobs are actually political appointee positions. Like, of course, yeah, you
Dude, that's what
you interview, you get hired, yada yada yada.
It's
Does not mean
unlikely
you're not a political appointee.
It's unlikely that managing a payroll has become commensurably burdensome in the past 10 years. Those additional roles exist to enforce diversity.
Yep.
The entire DI complex is a giant subsidy for make-work positions staffed by women and racial minorities.
It has never been easier to automate your payroll or anything else. The HR, the best companies I've ever worked for had no HR departments. I won't say the company I worked for because that would, dox me pretty hard, but one of them was just like, yeah, we have no HR and we like that, and it was the best. It was wonderful. Yeah. They had their problems, of course. No one's perfect, but like they were wonderful.
They had more problems after he got there. He kept harassing people.
That's true. I was just grabbing anyway.
The takeover has big consequences for.
Oh, yeah.
The takeover has big consequences for work culture, as Helen Andrews' viral essay, The Great Feminization, argues. Crucially, these shifts were inorganic, demanded by civil rights enforcement, and big payouts against those clinging to the idea that sex and race should be irrelevant to hiring decisions. As Andrews summarizes, women can sue their bosses for running a workplace that feels like a fraternity house, but men can't sue their workplace that feels like a Montessori kindergarten. Yo, Truk.
Such a good point.
Truk.
Such a great point.
Yo, Truk right there.
Such a good point.
That's insane.
Honestly, yeah, that's a great way to put it. I think that's the most snippy, pithy way I've ever heard it presented that's most true is Montessori kindergarten.
Yeah, women can sue their bosses for running a workplace that feels like a fraternity house, but men can't sue when their workplace feels like a Montessori kindergarten.
Who was that quoted from?
Helen Andrews.
Dude, I love that guy.
That's a woman.
I love that woman.
Helen?
You said Helen.
Helen.
You said Helen, though, which made me think it was masculine.
Oh, this Helen. Have you seen Helen Andrews?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
I've seen her around. Not around here.
Seen her around town.
She lives in Steubenville. I'm just going to start claiming that everyone who says anything smart lives in Steubenville. Yeah, that's my neighbor.
Yeah, JD Vance, he's over here.
There's a picture of him in Steubenville one time. I think he lives here. He lives in Scott Hahn's library.
Perfect. That's where he should live.
Honestly. Earlier in life.
New soy jack. Is that an attempt of?
Yeah, me. Why am I bald in this new one?
Yeah, you need to have his too long like driver haircut going on. You'd have that.
Ryan Gosling is literally me. Earlier in life, the girl boss resides in an even more obvious source of her dependency: universities. Higher education is disproportionately attended and staffed by women. It is also funded in large part by the taxpayer, with an output that adds to cultural revolution more than the wealth of nations. Facts. Curtis Yarvin writes about this a lot in the Iron Polygon. He talks about this. Female students earn just under 60% of bachelor's degrees and similar proportions of master's and PhDs. Given that women more often choose lower paid majors such as gender studies and communications as opposed to structural engineering and computer science, it's little surprise that the student debt crisis is disproportionately a female phenomena.
I would not only throw that information out there, but I would also wonder how many of those women who enroll in university versus how many women actually get their degree.
Yeah.
The amount of women
Well,
dropouts must
60% of women are bachelor's
get a bachelor's degree. So I would.
Yeah,
I'm
how many
curious
drop out
how
after
many-
they get their MRS degree and realize they were wrong the whole time?
Right. Or just decide that, or can't decide on a degree, right? And so they end up reaching like a decision stasis.
Yeah. Sneaky Snake said, applying to jobs has been the most demoralizing process of my life. If I have to read another unfortunate email, I will in fact blow my shit smooth off.
Yeah, I feel bad for everyone looking for a job right now. Like
I just did it recently. It sucks.
yeah, like
I honestly would
it's
have
the same
killed
thing-
for an unfortunate email most of the time because I just
Yeah.
got ghosted, dude.
everything's being AI. So recruiting is about the worst hell ever. As a guy who used to recruit, I know how bad they are, and they're about. Honestly, guys, you don't hate them enough. Like, there's that term of like, you don't hate journalists enough. You don't hate recruiters enough, bro. They're awful. They're terrible. They literally, you're a number to them. They are about the worst people ever. I was one of the only people in my company that was recruiting that did not feel that way about people.
Yeah.
Would give emails of like, hey, sorry, we rejected you. Here's this other place that I heard about that would be good for your fit.
Yeah.
Because we can't deal with your schedule or whatever. But almost nobody's doing that. People are just numbers to them. And then with the advent of AI, of course, in the last like 5 years, it's getting even worse. It's pretty dire, to be quite honest with you. And I don't relish anybody who is going the route of like doing Indeed applications or whatever. Honestly, I would encourage you all, if you're able to move in the direction that I did, which was only go by word of mouth jobs. You know, and this is a little bit more of a self-starting mindset, but like go on the grind set, talk to people you know, find those jobs, because more often than not they're better than the jobs that are being posted, and then also they're going to be better environments. So you're probably going to get paid more, and you're also going to have a better environment in which you're working in. Did I buy enough time for you looking for this quote that you're looking for?
No.
Oh, it's terrible. I'm sorry.
It's very difficult. I can't
Bad
find
co-host.
it. Nah, you're good. I
Terrible.
don't remember which paragraph it is in.
What's chat saying? I'm a little far away.
Which surrounded us and went looked at the future.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. You're a little late, Purgative, but that's
Oh,
fine.
Purgative Voice here. Dude, that's our Aussie guy. Very smart.
Oh, we have
very
an
bright.
Aussie.
We have an Aussie.
Have you fought any kangaroos today, friend? Did you win?
Well,
Did
it's
you
morning.
lose?
He just woke up, probably.
We just woke up. So did you fight any yesterday? Was the question.
Yeah, he probably just woke up. It's Sunday
Oh,
morning.
he slept in. It's Sunday morning for them. That's true. Enjoy your. What are you doing watching streams on Sunday, you heathen?
I know. He's not a heathen.
Of course, I don't actually believe you're a heathen, Purgative. I'm just kidding.
I can't find the quote, but there's that quote there's this quote in Centesimus Honors where he talks about gosh, I can't find it. Anyway,
Nepotism is the best way is the right answer, by the way. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, nepotism is cool.
Nepotism is great. You should use it as much as possible.
There's this quote in Centesimus Honors where he talks about labor for wages being unnatural because especially when labor was turned into a commodity, that the working man is unsure of being able. Because the working man is unsure of being able to sell his own commodity, the specter of death and starvation looms over him constantly.
Mm.
That's the gist of it. But it is, I do remember he says specter of death and starvation. Yes.
Yeah, I will also say that the one of the reasons why immigration is such a challenge in the U.S. is because that we have stopped being nepotistic as let's say Native Americans. we have stopped being nepotistic and allowed everyone else to be very nepotistic.
Yes.
And in fact, that is a big issue, and we should be significantly more nepotistic as much as we possibly can. And that actually will do a lot more than any realism or any sort of policy will ever do, is doing on an individual level.
Yes. I had this discussion with a fairly prominent Catholic intellectual recently, where I was saying that I was telling him about the Jeremy Carl book I've been reading, Unprotected Class, where Jeremy says it's in fact not ideal or good that we need to be racially nepotistic, but you literally don't have a choice,
right?
Because every other race is being racially nepotistic and has racial preference towards themselves against you. You have to choose to participate in that or choose to die.
Right. In some sense, because we don't live, certain, I'm going to try to do this very tactfully. Certain groups of people have given up their headship of the world.
Yes.
Right. So in that sense, Christendom has sort of stepped down in a way of running the world justly. Now it is in a place where everyone must become very nepotistic, especially those who very much should be nepotistic, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Especially those who really need to do it.
Yes. That's the quote. We've passed that point by now, but that's the quote. In this way, labor became a commodity to be freely bought and sold on the market, its price determined by the law of supply and demand, without taking into account the bare minimum required for the support of the individual and his family. Moreover, the worker was not even sure of being able to sell his own commodity, continually threatened as he was by unemployment, which, in the absence of any kind of social security, meant the specter of death by starvation. John Paul II.
Love that guy.
Yeah, pretty cool dude.
Thanks, Masteron. You're a great guy.
Yeah.
Or a woman, or whatever.
Nah,
going on
he's
these
our
days.
he's our
guy.
He's our guy.
Sounds good.
Okay. Women hold 2/3 of all outstanding student debt, nearly all of which has been financed by the federal government. Unless serious policy changes are made to defuse this debt bomb.
That's worse than 60%, which is really funny because that just speaks to the point I said earlier.
Yeah. The high default rates will ultimately fall on taxpayer through whom the government already owns 93% of student loans. Illegal domestic labor, promotion under the threat of lawsuit, and billions in taxpayer-subsidized student loans are not the picture of independence that TikTok's celebrating Gen Z boss in a mini. Oh, gosh. Have us believe. Look, it's Levi. The quality of teaching, traditionally a feminine profession, at least until the college level, has collapsed along a timeline that suggests that diverting talented women into higher paid careers was the cause. Let's posit for the sake of argument, it's better for the... All right, that one actually does look like me.
Oh, there we go.
That one...
I love Nixon. Perfect.
That one...
We're getting there, guys.
That one just could be me.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I need to get back on the Discord and download that as soon as possible.
Yeah. Gonna walk into D&D on Monday. It's gonna be in the last open slot.
I'm gonna make a life-size cardboard cutout of that. It's gonna be sitting in your chair.
Doing British accent lines.
You can't pick which British accent you want, though.
Yeah.
See, the problem is you're not racist enough against the British to know the different accents.
No, I'm not.
You know, if this was like a Saudi, or you'd be down. You'd have it down. But
the quality of teaching, traditionally a feminine profession, at least until the college level, has collapsed along a timeline that suggests that diverting talented women into higher paid careers was the cause. Let's posit, for the sake of argument, that it's better for those ambitious and intelligent women to be lawyers instead of shaping the future minds of both sexes in the classroom. It is better for a society as a whole that teaching has been relegated to a low-scoring backup plan that still remains predominantly female. Okay, we can skip a bunch of this. For better or worse, there is no return, with a V, to the past. And I'm certainly not suggesting that we try to resurrect traditionalism by force of law. I think the more likely path... People, okay, we can get into this. This is an interesting...
Real forced traditionalism has never been tried. Just like...
Here's an I have a problem with the phrase force of law in this context.
That's fair.
I have a problem with the word force in this context,
right.
Okay? Force of law is a difference than pedagogy of law?
Ooh, this is a great from Mysterion. Women teach because they are built to tell children what to do. That's a great chat from Mysterion.
Oh, it is a good chat.
Amazing chat. That gets at the core of both the best and the worst of women, really, at the end of the day.
Where did he say that?
I don't know. I'm looking at it here on mine, see what that.
Oh.
See what it said right
Oh, where did I missed
I can
that one.
report that message, but I won't do it. I can block Mysterion, but I'm not going to do that either.
Well, it didn't pop up yet on my end. That's okay. I'm on a delay.
Yeah.
I have a problem with I prefer when people talk about force of law for societal things. I think they are fundamentally misunderstanding the nature of law. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. There is in societal and social questions, there is not a force of law. There's a pedagogy of law.
Yeah,
right?
sure.
Where law is a teacher, right? This is
Right.
like tradition, like this is like real, medieval Catholic legal theory of law, but like law is a teacher. Law is a teacher that forms the citizenry like fathers form children. And you need to, when you talk about bringing back, I'm not suggesting that the quote is, I'm certainly not suggesting we try to resurrect traditionalism by force of law. Okay. Yes and no. Should we resurrect traditionalism by force of law? No, that's not going to work. Should we resurrect traditionalism by pedagogy of law? Yes.
Right. In that we're not going to be punitive to those who don't adhere to traditionalism, but we are going to encourage as much as possible with all the policies that we have.
Yeah.
Every possible return to that thing.
Yes. Yep.
Rivka, I wanted to say that I think that you're in the exact right place you should be. Don't neglect looking for your vocation. But other than that, you're fine.
Yeah.
If you're working full time and you're an adult woman, that is a good thing to do. Just don't be a work wife that nags everyone at work, and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
You'll be doing the right thing. It's okay to make money.
Yes.
This is the thing that gets me about trads. I'm a very trad guy, I mean, like I'm very, I don't wear the suits
There
all
are the things we
time.
want as an ideal, and there are the realities, and people
Right.
need to
we
learn
all live
to do
in
one.
We all live in 2026 America, and women sometimes have to make a little income, and because they need to, eat and stuff, and even in some sense, men are so disfigured that they. Again, like the top one was having a job of this percentage points of people considering things, which I would say is a really stupid, stupid thing to.
You said retarded.
I wasn't sure where we're at yet.
No, we're good. We're like 3.5 hours.
Oh, we're
in.
3. Okay, that's a really retarded thing to think. Like that.
You can probably drop an N-bomb and be okay.
The women
Don't
I'm
do that.
interested in must have a job. Like that's stupid, of course. But of course, women. If I'm a 26-year-old man and I'm, taken over by the culture, odds are I'm going to find a woman who has a job. I'm not going to find a woman who's never worked. Like that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
And hopefully we get to the point where that can exist again. But that's just not the world we live in.
Yes.
It's just not.
Yep.
Rivka, you're moving to a city to CERN. You should move to Steubenville because everyone should move to Steubenville.
That's true. Danny, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, Danny. Don't do that.
No towers.
No towers.
No towers. We had enough towers on 9/11, and we got rid of the max amount that we could have.
Sir, they've hit the second N-word tower.
Turn on the TV, any channel.
So yes, can we return to resurrect traditionalism by force of law? No. Can we do it by pedagogy? Yes.
Right.
I think the more likely path for social evolution will involve more work from home flexibility, more homeschooling, and more startup communities. What do you mean by startup communities? I don't know what that means in this context. Anyway.
Yeah, they could be.
Okay, here's the list.
And
then I have to take Levi out, and then I have to do reactions. So we'll have to move on here. But Public policy must be reconfigured so that women can choose a traditional life without fighting against the current. To that end, no more illegal labor or mass immigration undercutting American workers. This will reset the price of nannies and burrito taxis to their free market value. Have you never heard the phrase burrito taxi?
I don't think I've ever heard burrito taxi.
Yeah, it's
before.
DoorDash, burrito taxi.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
No more preferences for women in hiring and promotion, and no more risk of damage lawsuits to employers who choose married male employees whose salaries support their wives' choices to stay at home. Rivka just United 93'd your tower.
Thank you, Rivka, for your service.
Thank you for your service to you. No more lawsuit paydays for complaining to HR about subjective jokes in the workplace. No more federal loan subsidies for universities' female-dominated majors. No more federal funding of the female-dominated NGO complex. We already did that, actually. We got rid of USAID, which was huge.
Right, yeah.
None of these policy changes target women, qua women. They merely remove unjust incentives and penalties that hinder women from pursuing a traditional family. Once we cut girl bosses invisible by very real support strings, we will see just how independent she actually is.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, there's this perception of like if I rail against the girl boss or the independent woman, I will be lambasted by people and I'll be called a like misogynist or whatever. But at the end of the day, nobody knows a feminist or a girl boss that they actually like, and that
real
socially is acceptable. It's to just say,
look
I actually
who's
don't
here.
like this woman. This bitch is crazy.
You know what's crazy? Mexicans.
So true, King. So true. Mexicans who make you just like vegetables put together as a meal and say, like, that's my Mexican meal. I've done the thing. They just put cold vegetables together and said, I've made you a meal.
There was shrimp, so fuck you.
The shrimp was good.
The shrimp was good. I can't eat raw vegetables because I got Crohn's disease.
So true. So true.
All right. I'm going to take Levi out, chat.
Too
I
European
think
for
just stay if you want, but I'm going to be doing reactions.
Yeah, I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you, chat. We'll hang out.
Yeah. I'm going to do reactions when I get back, so you won't really be able to.
Closest woman to a girl boss.
Participate in that.
Columbus. Where do you live, Penguin? Are you near us? Are you chill? You chilling with us? Levi cam, dude. I told you don't want a Levi cam because like it's gonna be really cute and then really sad. I was telling you guys, it's not a good idea. Commandeer it. You guys, I'm not gonna step into the. We're gonna keep the chair stream going, but I'll just talk. You don't want to see me. It's not great. Rivka, I'm not moving to Steubenville because I would lose my job, and I'm moving to be around all my friends who are starting families. I need to hold more babies ASAP. That's a great sentiment. You should keep that sentiment going. A coup? I should coup. I could coup. We could do the best coup, really. Stream is Charlie Kirk empty chair now. I could just be silent. We could pretend that Josiah passed on down there while he was proof you're a real American. Honestly, that the best proof would be getting our Mexican friend in here and asking him how many times I complain about him being Mexican, and that would really explain things to you guys, I think. But that's unlikely. So, a coup d'etat. I like Josiah. I think he's doing a good job with the current government of the stream. The Senate was a mistake, but I mean, you know, we all make mistakes. The whole bracket of video games was incorrect, largely. There were some good decisions there, but for the most part, not great. Bring back the Senate. I think we're just a monarchy here, guys. I don't think it's a Senate. I don't think it's a Senate thing. I don't think it's a republic. I don't think it's not a town council. I think it's a monarchy situation, and you know, we're Catholics here, so we like that kind of thing. I propose a motion to bring back. See, the problem with proposing a motion to bring back the Senate, you're just admitting the Senate no longer exists and has no power. So it's really easy just to say no. The Parliament's worse. Why do you guys want to be British? You want to be the Parliament and not the Senate. You want to be British. You guys don't understand how bad the British are. Guys, if there's anything that proves how American I am, it's how much I hate the British.
You could have just said hate.
It's how much I hate, but yeah, that's true. It's how much I hate, but I'll especially the Brit bongs.
Oh. Preferential voting is so bad. Yes, obviously. We all agree. Okay.
I'm gonna post removed.
I'm gonna post remove.
No taxation without. How about no taxation? Have we thought about that plan? I'm a baby Catholic, so I still have some libertarian roots in there. So I'm still a little dumb. You guys gonna have to forgive me for that. Coalitions can't cope. If we could probably do a coup on Josiah if we had a coalition. If we formed that, we could probably get it done. Have a true sanity revolt. That makes sense to me. Oh man. Our house Mexican just gave me some water. That was pretty great.
Dude, he sat down and crushed a 6-pack of Tweet.
It's a Saturday.
Okay. What do you
already
think about
worked
no
an ass.
property tax? I think income tax is more unjust.
Of course.
I think if we're only going to have one tax, property tax is the one that makes the most sense. It's also the
Yeah.
one that's most feudal, so it's the one that is most based on Christendom. So if we're going to start...
It's just the most just, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if the only type of thing that you can possess that matters is property, right? Like, so if I own tools, none of that matters if my house.
I'm not talking
catches
about
on
like
fire.
property. I'm talking about land.
No, but
basically,
no, that's what I'm saying. Like, my property is the only thing that matters. Like, if my house catches on fire, my tools go away. Like, I lose all my tools, I lose my car, I lose all this stuff. But I don't lose the land. The land is still there, and it can be worked, and it can be used, and it can be built upon. Property tax makes sense, is because I'd never inherently lose the land if we're not in America. If we're in America, I lose the land because I stop paying taxes.
Well,
And I put a
problem
claymore
with-
in front of my IRS agent.
the problem with no taxes is that... The problem with taxes is that they're in currency. In-kind taxes are actually okay and pretty just, I think.
Yeah. I've recently, again, I'm a baby Catholic. I used to be very libertarian. I've grown. I'm a better man now. I've decided that, some taxes are okay. Probably 15% is worth doing terrible things over. But, most people get even more than that taken out in taxes, and I think that we should be more upset about that than we are. And those are all very unjust. But at the end of the day, you can't say that all taxes are unjust because, we all owe. You're owed everyone else's income in a sense than the community you live.
Yeah.
And that's just how it is. And we can't pretend like you're an individual. You're not.
Yep.
You're part of a whole.
Okay. Chat, I am going to get my dinner, my mac and cheese, and we're going to watch this Clarence Thomas lecture. So, we should, for the sake of actually reacting to the Clarence Thomas lecture so I have content this week,
Yeah.
let Joseph go.
That's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
It's
Dom's
been-
home. You can hang out with...
It's been great chat. I've loved talking to you guys and at you and around you and through you. Whatever that means.
That one.
I'm just saying
That
things.
one seemed the most sus. Talking through someone
Talking through you. Yeah.
straight into the mouth comes out the butt.
Why, see, that made it weird. Chat, I feel like he made it weirder.
Stop asking for cameras.
Thank you for being noble. Am I noble? That's nice.
Thank you.
That's cool. That's chill. Income tax should be 9% across. 9%? You're crazy. It should be a lot less than 9. 9% of your income taxed to the government. The church gets 10. You want me to give 9?
Did you read the rest of the chat?
What?
Did you read the rest of the
Let
chat?
me read the rest. Not 10% because the state should not presume to take more of our income than God would. Yeah, no, 9 is still a lot, guys. 9's too much. You can take 2. In a just society, you can take 2 of my percent and use it, and actually use it well, and not give it to a stupid middle manager.
So 0.2.
And not give it to a middle manager woman who's going to make a Montessori kindergarten in her organization and spend too much
I
money.
did put that in the notes.
It's so good. Such a good
Women can
line.
sue their bosses for running a workplace like a fraternity house, but
Such
men
a
can't
good
sue their
line.
workplace for when a workplace feels like a Montessori kindergarten. Yeah.
Dude, guy's a king. Anyway, I'm gonna put this mic down. You do whatever
Alright.
you have to do after that to make it so it doesn't feedback. And do
I turned it.
things to you.
I just turned it off.
Okay.
Thank you. See you later, brother. Love you. All right. Okay. Ah.
No, I tumbled everything, including the microphone. But luckily, all the bottles are empty, so nothing got on the microphone.
Yeah, that's good. The microphone's cheap, actually.
Well, the bottles are also cheap. I don't know if you knew that.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Yo, is this like cheesecake, coffee cake? What's going on here? What is it?
I wouldn't eat that. It's a bad idea. Okay.
You see it off the floor too? Yeah. I'm 6 tweets in, dude. Everything's on the table now. How long has it been?
No, you're good. You're good.
How long has it been?
I wouldn't eat off the floor. We cleaned it.
What happened on the floor?
That's not my story, so sorry.
There's a story?
I have a 15-year-old dog. What do you think happened on the floor? I did mop it.
What else can you do?
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
What else can you do, really?
All right. Well, you enjoy that.
Just brought the pot over.
Hell yeah, dude. Chat, I made this before stream. I prepped. You guys proud of me? All right. Okay, chat.
Virginia and I are pleased to be here to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. If my memory serves,
Wow, I cannot hear.
Well, good afternoon.
Texas's plan to restore the teaching of civics and Western civilization to a central place in its flagship university. And
Okay.
I am grateful and honored to have been invited by Justin Dyer, the Dean of the new School of Civic Leadership. I'm also grateful for the assistance of my former law clerk, Professor John Yu, who has spent the last 3 decades at Berkeley Law School, but is now joining Justin and his team here at the University of Texas. The school's stated mission is to help students encounter the distinct inheritance of Western civilization and the American constitutional tradition as part of a larger quest for wisdom about how to live and how to lead. Your plans could not come
right,
at
Chad,
a
so we are
more
going to-
important moment for our
Chat, we are going to skip a ways down here. We're going to skip a ways down.
Well, good afternoon. It's great to see some.
made this kidding
And we're going to skip to the Q&A.
in a draft.
All right, the first one.
May God continue to bless.
Our University, Jersey.
It's a good,
Thank you.
It's a good speech. You should watch it, but we're going to skip to the Q&A because this is where the spice starts.
Our program today, a number of our wonderful students here at the University of Texas, undergraduates and graduates, have submitted a number of questions that Justice Thomas has graciously agreed to address. So I'll read the name of the student, the school they're in, and then the question. And some of these are going to be softballs, and others are going to be for the final exam. So, all right. So anyway. All right, the first one comes from Austin Boyles of our law school. What is your favorite opinion you've ever written?
I have no idea. You know, I don't keep, honestly, I don't want to be glib, but one of the things I decided early on is never to keep score, never to keep trophies. I don't count the number of opinions. I don't count the number of years I'm on the court or anything like that. I think you just do your job. You get up every day, you do it, and you leave it there. And I think that the most dangerous opinions are the ones that people seem to have the least interest in. And just remember, Plessy was not considered an important opinion. You won't find any contemporaneous law review articles or anything on it. And look at the damage that it's done. And any judge can tell you that any number of unimportant opinions sit there in our reports like a loaded gun, and somebody finds it and they use it on something really important. So I don't know how many opinions I've written, but if I were forced to choose opinions, the category I would choose would be the ones that nobody's interested in, like Ford Motor Credit or something like that. The time value of money. You can't do much damage with that.
Dude, only Clarence Thomas is like.
Our next
Ford Motor
question
Credit.
comes
How
from
funny.
Ella Full with
No
the
one
School of
else got
Nursing
that
here at
joke.
UT. And this will be asking you to elaborate on some themes that you already addressed in your speech there. What experiences in your early life most shaped your judicial philosophy, and how do they continue to influence your decisions today?
You know, I've thought about this because people like to think that it's some high-minded thing. It's actually working with my grandfather. If you plow, everything mattered. He would say, send me on the tractor with water and fuel, and to go back to a remote field. And he said, that road better be straight, or he'd make you do it over. And so you get everything that, and you can apply the exact same things to opinions. And I think the other thing is to.
Hold on, chap.
Start by knowing that you don't have all the answers. He never really said that he had all the answers. There are so many.
So Clarence Thomas's grandfather was actually a sharecropper, I believe, and raised him. Yeah, so his grandfather raised him, and he was a sharecropper, and was very poor, uneducated, and Clarence talks a lot about how, in a lot of different interviews, he will talk about how his own. He will talk a lot about how his own. His grandfather's sharecropping affected him and his worldview, and his grandfather's worldview formed him to become who he is.
People who have answers, judges have answers, local. I was one of the guys working on old buses. He said, "Oh, your rear pinion seal is leaking." Oh, what the heck is a rear pinion seal? But just the whole idea of dealing with that, of thinking through that he's so careful that this is important. But I think that way about opinion. If it's worth it to our country, it's worth doing it right. Every little thing. You skip steps, you cause problems. You make a mistake. You've got to, we owe it to these people, to this country, to get these things right. So, I think my grandfather, because he said a job worth doing is worth doing right, and he would hold your feet to the fire. If you are around poor people, if you say, there are little things that if you don't tell the truth about it, it costs you everything. You don't close up the chicken coop, you don't have chickens. You don't close the gate, your cow gets out, the cow's dead. Your hogs get out. Every little thing can be the end of you for that year. You don't plant corn right. You don't fertilize the corn. You don't plow it right. You destroy your food for the winter. And that's the way I try to do the job of the people, the way I would do it for my grandfather, honestly, thoroughly, and according to the proper processes.
Our next question comes from Aidan Bowman with our School of Civic Leadership. How do you respond to critics who argue that originalism may limit the court's ability to address modern issues that the framers could not have anticipated, such as digital privacy or emerging technologies?
Oh, I think.
So this is a really good question. I've listened, so I pre-watched, and I want to clarify. I think that Clarence Thomas gets a lot of this right, but he does say that it's going to be challenging. I don't know, and he's smarter than me, so I'm probably wrong. But I don't know I agree with what he's going to say, that there are no challenges that the Constitution can't address in some way. I think it might already have some of those problems or be running into them, but at the very least, I think that there are some problems that it will eventually run into or is quickly going to approach, that it doesn't have a method for addressing. But we'll listen to what he says, because he disagrees, and he's probably right, and I'm probably wrong.
There's actually a pretty good opinion by the chief. I didn't agree with him completely, but he applies the Fourth Amendment to cell phones. And we had a precedent that basically allowed policemen, when they arrested bookies, to search them and things for their own safety, and they might find a note or something in their pocket. And the note may have information on it, and the question was whether or not that would violate the Fourth Amendment. And of course, our precedent said no. And the issue became whether when you did the exact same thing to someone today and you found the cell phone, is the cell phone like the note or like your
This is why if you're doing crime, you shouldn't use biometrics to unlock your phone. If you're using Face ID or a fingerprint, a fingerprint. Does a fingerprint count? I forget. Anyway, biometrics don't count under this ruling, but if you're using a PIN code, it counts as testifying against yourself. So, fun fact.
Your file cabinet at home. And so you look at it that way, and he concluded, and I tended to agree with him, it's more like the file cabinet at home. And so the Fourth Amendment would prevent the police officer without a warrant from searching that. I don't think we've had much of a problem in applying it. I think there are some things around on the horizon that we're going to have some challenges with, like AI. I don't even know what that is. I'm going to have to learn it. I think there are some things about privacy.
I don't even know what that is. I'm going to have to learn it. Bro, the confidence of Clarence Thomas that he's going to be around forever is great. And we hope he is around forever. We hope he is around forever.
Privacy, that should have been addressed with legislation that we have not, within the intellectual property issues, the First Amendment issues.
So he's talking about intellectual property and AI. cases that he thinks will eventually come before the court that he wishes they would address with legislation that he's going to have to address. I think the point he's making here, which is correct, is that the majority of the things that the court might run into, which the Constitution can't decide, could be decided if they would legislate them, but they won't legislate them. And a large majority of the legislation tends to just be shit anyway. So
some of the Fourth Amendment issues, or I'm sorry, some of the sort of unfair copying issues, defamation issues, et cetera, that we have not addressed. And I don't know if the court's in a proper place to do it, and I don't know if the laws are properly drafted to allow us to do it. But I do not buy this notion that the Constitution cannot address modern problems. That's the bottom line. I think we have shown a capacity to do it, and it may not be able to address them all, but I think the issues that we are concerned about, like Fourth Amendment issues, some of the First Amendment, I think we're in a good position to do that. But I also think that there are some things that can be addressed statutorily that haven't been addressed.
So statutorily is referring to legislation. Is it true that the judiciary is the part of the government that's grown the most powerful in the past 250 years from its original intention? Yes. Powerful, like raw power? No, the executive is still way more powerful. And the Senate that shrunk? Yeah. Well, no, I think the House of Representatives has shrunk the most. The House of Representatives really was supposed to be the main thing, and it's definitely the least powerful now.
Yes, thanks.
Our next question comes from Ethan Thompson, who is a dual degree student in our Moody College of Communication and our College of Liberal Arts. And Ethan asked this: has there ever been a ruling you gave that you personally disagreed with, but you disregarded your personal disagreement because you believed it was required or upheld by the Constitution?
I think if you ask most judges.
Now, Clarence Thomas is either about to tell a lie, or he's a very sweet man who believes in judges more than he should. I think he's telling a lie. I think Clarence Thomas is about to tell a lie here.
We operate within the sphere of our authority. And as federal judges, of course, that's Article 3. And we do not draft the laws. We may not like them. We may not, as a policy matter, and if we were legislators, we might not even vote for them. But we take what is given and we apply that. It doesn't mean you do it with glee. I don't think any judge does hard work. It's really, you know, look at my pictures when I first arrived at the court and look what it's done to me.
His laugh is so funny. The way he laughs is so, I can't even tell if he's just faking it.
Arrived at the court and look what it's done to me.
Just bam, off.
There isn't a single judge I know who does hard things because they get joy out of it. They do hard things because they signed up to do hard things. And they may not agree.
Now, the reason I think he's lying is because this man definitely knows Kent Johnny Brown Jackson. Lie might be a strong word. I just think he is telling a half-truth. And he knows that there's a significant portion of the judiciary appointed by Barack Obama and Joe Biden who are stupid and do hard things because they enjoy them and they don't care about the law. They care about their opinion.
With it. And it may be difficult. They may think it's not a great law, but their job as Article 3 judges is to enforce the law, to interpret it and to apply it to that particular case. When I first became a judge, Judge Larry Silverman, who's unfortunately passed away, said, ask yourself before each case, what is my role in this case as a judge? Notice how that limits you. Not as a person, not as a Catholic, not as a policymaker, not as a husband, as a judge. And that is early on, that required more discipline. We had the Haitian refugee cases, and that's when they were sending the Haitians.
This is a really great point. And this is going to be an interesting story that's going to set up a later story he's going to tell here too. But I think I want you guys to pay really close attention to this, where he talks about the Haitian refugee case and how he felt, but how he ruled.
Diverting them, first President Bush and then President Clinton, to Guantanamo Bay, which was a military base. Most people think it's some kind of a camp now, but it was a military base then. And they were diverting there for certain constitutional reasons, not bringing them to our country. I, in my heart, bled for the Haitians. It broke my heart. And I remember speaking with I was brand new. I spoke with Chief Justice Rehnquist, and he said, "You have to do your job." And he was really good about it. I said, "This is really hard," but it was that moment where you learn this is what the limit is on my authority. This is my role, and I have to accept it. But that was early on a very, very difficult case. I don't think anyone could look at people in those circumstances and as a human being not feel badly about it. But our job is to, as a clerk said about one of my colleagues, that he should man up. Our job is to man up and do our jobs.
There you go. Maybe he's practicing restraint to avoid detraction. That seems likely, especially because the next part, like you notice how in the second half of his answer, he's talking about people, we should man up and do our jobs and pick the law over our feelings. And I think he knows, and he's going to say things later in this Q&A that make me think he knows, and he does agree that it's worse. But I think he also knows that it's unwise for him in his position to be saying that.
I won't ask who that clerk was.
Oh,
or
I'm
the
not-
colleague.
no,
Okay,
no.
all right, okay. I'd say it's off the record, but there's 1,000 people.
Oh,
who might
no,
say, "Oh,
nothing's
okay, all
off
right,
the
we'll
record.
talk afterwards. All right,
No,
that's
no,
okay,
you
okay.
lose control of it as soon as you utter it.
Yeah, okay. All right.
That's OPSEC, chat. That's OPSEC. Nothing's off the record. You lose control of it as soon as you utter it. That's good OPSEC.
Shane David Willett from the School of Civic Leadership asked this. If you could recenter the study of constitutional law, what aspect of American constitutionalism do you think is both foundational yet strangely underdiscussed?
Oh, I think the ratification, the founding, I think what our framers really meant by the Declaration. I think that, when I was in law school, we didn't even read the Constitution when I took constitutional law. We did not certainly read the founding. We did not read. Pauline Mayer has this wonderful book on ratification. I mean, it is one of the things that I have found being in this job and what we owe to our fellow citizens is to educate ourselves about history. I just think we owe it. It's like the football players have off-season, they have conditioning and all those things. I think we have to do the exact same thing. We have to be prepared. We have to read about Reconstruction, on and on and on. It isn't just about looking at the words. It's about looking at everything that was around it. I remember when we were working on my separate writing in the McDonald gun case, and people were saying things like the framers never thought of broadly about the right to bear arms, and especially with respect to the newly freed men. Well, you can go read Eric Foner, and you don't have to agree with him politically, but you read his book on Reconstruction. You can read others on Reconstruction. They were concerned when they drafted the 14th Amendment, what was happening to the freedmen in the South after Reconstruction, and it was awful. You had the Knights of Camellia, you had the Ku Klux Klan, and sure, they thought they had a right to protect themselves. But you had this oft-repeated mantra that, of course, that this right did not apply. And you can go and dig through the history, and there it is. These people have a right to defend themselves. They have a natural right to self-defense over and over and over. And that's why but I think it's the history.
Yeah. So here you go. Here it is, Jet. You got the way he treats his the thing he's talking about here. What he's saying is, what are you doing, Levi? what he's talking about, what he's saying here is very much the what sets him apart is his continual research, his continual understanding, his off-season work, his off-season workout, his spring training, his spring practice,
You owe it to people to do the off-season work, to do the conditioning, to read, not just opinions, everything, and to be prepared for these hard cases. And I think people underestimate the amount of work many judges do to be prepared for the hard issues. It's not just the cases. They teach to expand themselves, to look at things a different way. You talk about, and the ones I know are so committed to doing that. So if it were up to me, I would say the context of these provisions, the history around these provisions, the people who were involved as much as you possibly can, their biographies, et cetera, from different perspectives, until you have a sense of what you're working with and not just the words on a piece of paper.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Ryan Karkowski, who is a dual degree student with our Macomb School of Business and our College of Liberal Arts. He says, and this is more on a personal angle, you've spoken often about the warmth and friendship among the Supreme Court justices despite deep ideological divides. What is the most important factor in maintaining that culture in such a time of polarization?
This right here, chat, is the closest he's going to get to taking a shot at the liberal justices and liberal judges. It is, why is the water UT, Brandon? Because the talk is at UT. He's going to take a shot here, and it is going to be not unobvious.
Oh, I don't know. I would go back. I mean, when I said a lot of that, it was when I first went to the court, and that was a different court. That was a court that was a World War II generation. There are people on that court like Sandra Day O'Connor, who I think gets way too little credit for what she did. These were people who they were more in that tradition of a civil society, et cetera, and who would listen to different points of views. I think this generation of kids they're in a different world. They're in a world in which I think Marcuse and the people who advocated intolerance 30, 40 years ago would be happy with this intolerant view that your enemy, that the people who disagree with you are your enemies. I think that that questioner should ask themselves, and the young people here, how do you do it? How do you deal with different opinions in this university? How do you deal with it in your dorm? How do you deal with it at the coffee shop? And when I went to college, you could debate endlessly. We called them rap session all night. And you'd go at it, and you were friends, and you loved, and you would pick it up years later and continue that debate. Mm-hmm. But you were buddies. That's the way guys, that's what we did. It's like me ribbing.
That's the way guys, that's what we did. Tell him, Clarence. Tell him, dude. Bro is just saying women unironically.
The president over that 3 seconds you all stole from us in the championship game, Big 12 championship game. And I'm not holding it. I mean, I don't.
Let's talk about revisionist history for a second there. Okay, all right, okay.
Did you or did you not add 3 seconds?
We only needed 1 second and 3 points.
I know.
Okay, all right, so, that's right.
Okay. But I think they do, seriously. I think that young person should ask yourself while you're in college, how do you all deal with differences? Because I joined the court that dealt with differences as friends, as we respected each other. And I don't know how, that civility, I don't know how you bring it back in the current environment with social media and name calling and people accusing each other of various things and animus. I don't know how you do that. And I fear that that's going to infect the institutions such as the court and judges, et cetera, in the future, because these are the young people who will be in these jobs.
Our next question is one that I know you've got some views and a track record on. We talked about this earlier today, so I'm especially excited to ask this one. It comes from Edwin Ling with our College of Natural Sciences. For those who don't or haven't attended an Ivy League for law school but are interested in being a Supreme Court justice or clerk, what would their path look like? Is there any significance in having an Ivy Law degree on the Supreme Court? And do you see that trend shifting in the future?
Well, I think it's really what we have allowed is for certain law schools to dominate the court. Both the law clerks and the members of the court. 4 of us on the court now went to Yale Law School, 4 went to Harvard Law School. And last I checked, those were not the only 2 law schools in the nation. 1 went to Notre Dame. And I have said, I have been harping on this since the day I got there. This is wrong. That was also reflected in the law clerks, that many of the law clerks went to certain schools. Now, we have changed that. I think smart kids can be found virtually anywhere. I had one of my clerks recently, who's now a federal judge, went to Covenant College. I had never heard of Covenant College. And then she went on to University of Florida Law School. But I think, and as I said, starting
Hey,
here,
Gary, thanks for being here.
I had clerks out of the University of Texas. I mean, these are wonderful, wonderful kids. They're smart. They're normal. They don't feel like they're the noblesse oblige. I've even had clerks who went to Texas A&M.
Oh, okay.
Now, you have to be more broad-minded than that.
No one's perfect. Okay.
But I don't think it makes any sense for us to be the preserve of the Ivy Leagues. I've been very consistent about that. I think that people talk about diversity on the court. You talk about a lack of diversity. One of the things we have been able to do and that I feel good about is when I first got the 11th Circuit, which is the eastern part of the South, Florida, Georgia, and Alabama, it was rare that you had law clerks from that circuit. And we were able to, there was one year, I think there were 10 or 11 clerks at the court from the 11th Circuit. We have clerks from the 5th Circuit. We're beginning to get kids from all over. And I think you're going to see that in the future feed in the judicial appointments. And I really respect the judges who have broken that mold and helped to break that mold and who aren't enamored of these 1 or 2 schools that judges seem to be locked in with in the past.
So, next question comes from George Grayson Slover, who is another dual degree student at our law school and at our LBJ School of Public Affairs. And he asks, how do we dispel the fatalistic view that the judicial branch has become just as political as the other branches?
Well, I mean, that's, those get pretty old. I think that we have reached a point where the people who comment on judging and on courts have become more like political commentators. When I arrived at the court, there were people who actually read the opinion and commented on the opinions and would explain as you go back to the 1950s, for example, or the 40s, and you read the New York Times on, say, Wickard and Filburn. It's beautifully written. It's concise and it's straightforward and it's actually correct. And it raised points for the future. Now it's like a drama. And I was kidding about the University of Nebraska game. Actually, I wasn't. But I want you to just put it in this context. That you and I, if we're watching a football game, say you all are playing Alabama, and the referee makes a call that costs you the game, as a fan, what's your reaction to that referee?
Pretty mad.
Yeah, and you base it totally on the call he made because you wanted a particular outcome. Okay, now let's change it. Let's say that referee makes the exact same call, but it's against Alabama. What do you think of that referee?
Justice.
Yeah. That is exactly what is happening now to the judiciary. When they like an outcome, you're great. When they don't like an outcome, you're horrible. You're political. You're going out. And I don't think that's good for your country. That goes back to the point about.
So Justice Thomas, because of his role in his office, has to say this, right? He has to protect the office. But frankly, it is true that the court is becoming political. It is operating politically, and when the court is fair, it just comes out conservative. Because anymore, I think he's got it backwards. I think that there are times when the court operates politically, and those times are when it is being liberal. And when it is fair, it is coming out conservative. It's just like across the board, that's just how it's happening. And I think the birthright case they're deciding right now is pretty obvious of that. Is pretty obvious, so it's a pretty obvious example of that.
About civility. They're not commenting as people who are commenting on law. They're commenting almost as fans. It's all outcome determinative, or the outcome determines the analysis. It backwashes into what they think of the judging. Now, I'm not going to make any comment about judges themselves. We may disagree about what certain judges are doing, but my point is it's not helpful that the commentary makes it seem that way or exacerbates that.
Our next question comes from Alfie.
When was the court not political? The American judiciary has been political in some form since its inception. Well, not since its inception, since the Marshall decision. As soon as the court decided that it could overrule law and decide what was and was not in the Constitution, it became a political institution, which was necessarily going to be involved in politics. However, the court was generally operating within that vein as a umpire just attempting to call balls and strikes for a long time. And I think probably until FDR. I think FDR's administration was where that got out of hand. I really struggle to see how you can't kind of, I mean, you could pin it earlier, but FDR is where it starts to get out of hand. And as soon as you start having lots of decisions decided using substantive due process, where the court is necessarily reading into the opinion their own like substantive due process necessarily takes the opinion and pushes the judges takes the law and pushes the judge's opinion into it, right? Because substantive due process, if you guys have never heard this before, is the reason that Robert Bork was borked, and it's where really political appointments became like this political circus every time there was a Supreme Court appointment. And well, the Taney Court used Fourth Amendment substantive due process, I believe, or Fifth Amendment substantive due process, but 14th Amendment substantive due process is, for those of you who aren't familiar, what happens is the phrase where may not be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, or without due process of law it's where you read. Shoot, it's been so long since I did this research. Shoot, hold on, I gotta look it up so I get the phrasing right. So it is the Fifth and 14th Amendment. 14th Amendments. And so the 14th Amendment says the line is No, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. So it takes that phrase, due process of law, where it seems like all it's saying is that you can be deprived of life, liberty, and property if you're given due process of law. So substantive due process insists that the phrase due process of law, or it's a doctrine now, it's a legal doctrine, it is binding on the court right now, that it inside of that phrase are certain rights which cannot be deprived regardless of due process of law. So this is how you get Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade was decided because they decided that one of the rights in due process that you couldn't be deprived of, and this is an oversimplification just to help you guys understand, but substantive due process says that where it says due process of law, what it means is there are certain rights that you can never be deprived of, which is just facially not what it says. Now, I posted I tweeted earlier. There's this post I posted earlier today. Somebody was in this video he talks about progressivism and the dangers of progressivism, and somebody said he wonders I wonder how he feels about the extremely progressive ruling in Loving v. Virginia. Now, here's the thing. Loving v. Virginia, if you guys don't know, establishes the right to interracial marriage. Here's the thing. If you go read Clarence Thomas's Dobbs decision, if you read this, I don't want the whole thing. Here you go. This is I don't want the whole thing. I just want... I guess I'll have to go with Thomas. I join the opinion of the court because it correctly holds that there is no constitutional right to an abortion. 14th Amendment guarantees that no state shall deprive any person of life, liberty, property without due process of law. The court well explains why under our substantive due process precedents, the purported right to an abortion is not a form of liberty protected by the Due Process Clause. Such a right is neither deeply rooted in the nation's history or tradition nor implicit in the concepts of ordered liberty. The idea that the framers of the 14th Amendment understood the Due Process Clause to protect a right to abortion is a farcical. I write separately to emphasize a second, more fundamental reason why there is no abortion guarantee lurking in the due process laws. Considerable historical evidence indicates that the due process of law merely required executives and judicial actors to comply with legislative enactments in the common law when depriving a person of life, liberty, or property. Other sources, by contrast, suggest that due process of law prohibits legislatures from authorizing the deprivation of a person's life, liberty, or property without providing him the customary procedures to which free men were entitled by the old law of England. Either way, the Due Process Clause at most guarantees process. It does not guarantee the court substantive due process, the court's substantive due process, it does not, as the court's substantive due process cases suppose, forbid the government to infringe on certain fundamental interests at all, no matter what process is provided. There you go. So this is the idea. This is what substantive due process is. To forbid the government to infringe on certain fundamental liberty interests at all, no matter what process is provided. Now, here's the thing. He is arguing that substantive due process itself and all of the cases relying on it should be overturned. Loving is a substantive due process case. The answer to how Clarence Thomas feels about Loving is that he loves his wife, but I guarantee you, and I will bet any amount of money on this, that he thinks it's probably a bad case because there is no constitutional or substantive due process. There is no substantive right to interracial marriage. I'm not saying this is not me saying anything beyond that, but Thomas literally wrote a concurring Dobbs opinion to say that substantive due process as a whole should be overturned. As I've previously explained, substantive due process is an oxymoron that lacks any basis in the Constitution. Support for modern substantive due process, the notion that a constitutional provision that guarantees only process before a person is deprived of life, liberty, or property could define the substance of those rights, strange credulity, even for the most casual user of words. The resolution of this case is thus straightforward. Because the Due Process Clause does not secure any italicized due process rights, it does not secure a right to abortion. Now, Obergefell, Casey v. Virginia, or Casey v. Planned Parenthood, Griswold v. Connecticut, Loving v. Virginia, all of these things, right? And this is...
Thea Honan with our College of Education.
I disagree about what certain judges are doing, but my point is...
So to answer when the court got political, it's when it started writing decisions on a regular basis that relied on this idea that a clause which merely guarantees process guarantees a substance. That's like a point where you're at a point of no return there, right? You're at a point of no return. So that's that. I think that's the answer to the question.
It's not helpful that the commentary makes it seem that way or exacerbates that.
Our next question comes from Althea Honan with our College of Education, and she asks, given the rapid evolution of technology and societal norms, is there a specific case from earlier in your tenure where your perspective on the underlying legal doctrine has shifted since your opinion was issued?
Actually, if you go back last year, I was the only one on the court who was there for virtually all of the development of the internet. And I know that's, but I did not invent it. I don't want that said of me. And it's interesting. I was there for the development of that, for the development of cell phones. We had car phones back then. And so what has happened, if you look at the early indecency cases that we had with Playboy and some of the others, and the cable cases, you'll see that the jurisprudence, having been there through all of that, you come out one way in the early cases, and you say that, well, the censorship violated the First Amendment because it wasn't nuanced. You could not censor it in sort of a targeted way. But then recently I wrote an opinion where I said the opposite of what we said then, because the technology is now so good that you can do that. Does that make you?
Yeah.
So the technology changed the analysis because you're dealing with something that is fundamentally different or categorically different from what we were dealing with in the early years.
All right, here's another kind of technical one from Aiden Ross with the law school. Tensions
Aiden Ross is in law school at UT.
between originalism and textualism have been well discussed by legal scholars. In your jurisprudence, how do you square the text, the original public meaning of the Constitution, with common law and founding era sources that clearly
Not that Aiden Ross.
indicate an outcome removed from the text?
I don't think I've run into that problem. And honestly, I don't know. I know it's a good question, but I don't understand what the roots of it is, because when you do originalism, you look at the tradition, you look at the context, you look at the history around it, and that part of that is common law. So I really don't know where that conflict is, and I can't tell you I read those articles. I'm really busy. I've not run into. I just don't know I don't know what they're talking about. I wish I did, but I don't.
Okay.
I've not had that problem.
Marlo Polma with our School of Civic Leadership asks, how much did Justice Scalia impact your judicial philosophy?
Very little. I mean, he and I were quite different.
Known Dark Senate, thanks for the chat. And send Twitch that's your first chat. If you were chatting somewhere else, I didn't see it. We can talk about it maybe a little later after we get through some videos. We got to get through some stuff tonight so I can have content for this week to post. So, hopefully we'll get back to it for you. But, first we got to get through actual content I can post this week.
And we were both surprised that we would wind up the same place. We rarely, if ever, discuss cases. He was out killing unarmed animals a lot. I could not get into that. Why would you
the
walk
Discord's in the YouTube description.
Marlo Polma with our School of Civic Leadership asks, how much did Justice Scalia impact your judicial philosophy?
Very little. I mean, he and I were quite different. And we were both surprised that we would wind up the same place. We rarely, if ever, discuss cases. He was out killing unarmed animals a lot. I could not get into that. Why would you walk into the woods where there are rattlesnakes and moccasins and stuff to kill something you can get at the supermarket? And we would have this discussion, and he'd go out in the woods, you know. But no, he and I were different.
That is the difference between a man who grew up sharecropping and has worked for his food enough for his life to never, Clarence Thomas has done enough work for his food in his life. He's ready to buy it at the supermarket. I think it's a little bit of a difference there, huh?
Different. But we, again, I would say in the years that we were together, there may have been no more than a half dozen cases that we talked about before we went to conference. It's just we arrived at the same conclusions in different ways. If you want to see, I thought one of my favorite back and forth with him was in the anonymous speech case, McIntyre, because he said that the contemporaneous views about anonymous and pseudonymous speech being protected speech, there was not enough contemporaneously or in literature to show that it was protected. And so he used subsequent history. And we disagreed. I thought it was a wonderful back and forth, absolutely wonderful. But we rarely talked. He wasn't around as much, and he worked in the evenings. But I think he didn't have that great an influence. He's had an influence on the law. He probably was a bit of a more textualist than I was. He said that I was a bloodthirsty originalist and that he was not. I don't know what that means, but I like the sound of it. And then
That's the court he's talking about, where they were all close. If you've never seen Ruth Bader Ginsburg's eulogy of Antonin Scalia, it's worth watching. We've watched it on stream once. It's very good. I think you guys would enjoy it.
He said to me once, oh God, I miss that guy. He said, Clarence, I walked in the conference and Clarence, you're solipsistic. I said, Nino, I don't know what that means, but I like the way it sounds. Or he said, he would say funny things. He would, there was an opinion that he thought was a bit of a dog opinion. He was talking to the chief about it, and I walked in. He said, oh, give it to Clarence. He has nothing to lose. But he was more than, he didn't influence me on my jurisprudence as much as he was just a wonderful friend that I trusted to work with. We would disagree. He referred to one of my Fourth Amendment opinions as what did he say? It was a liberty-destroying cocktail. And so we were out to lunch with the clerks one day, and he was having trouble figuring out what to drink. And so I said, Nino, you should get you one of those liberty-destroying cocktails. He immediately said, oh, that wasn't me, Clarence. That wasn't me. It was, and the law clerks are sitting there. It's one of these DNA is on it. It's like fingerprints are all over it. He dropped his ID on it, and he's claiming it's somebody else. A liberty-destroying cocktail. I thought that was a great line.
That's great. So if you guys don't know, he said, I don't know what that means, but I like the sound of it. Let me see if I can find this. Do you think Clarence is the leader of the conservative side of the court, does he influence the other justice's opinion? I'm wondering when he's gone, the rest will go even softer. Yes, he is the leader. I've talked about this on stream a while ago, but I think you normally refer to courts as who was the justice, who was the chief at the time. And I think it would be more proper to refer to once Antonin Scalia died, or maybe even no, I think once Antonin Scalia died, I'm not sure that it's proper to refer to it as the Roberts courts, as the Roberts court. I really, really think that the current court would be most accurately, for the sake of understanding the philosophy and arguments of both sides, be better defined as the Thomas court, because he is defining the conservative side and he's defining the left side. They're arguing against him. I think he's the driving mind on the court. And I really don't think you say otherwise. So for those of you who don't know, by the way, so I was trying to look up.
So my name.
Clarence Thomas's first language is not English. Clarence Thomas's first language is Gullah, which is a Creole English mashup.
Cholesterol and all them things like that. But back then we cannot with no cholesterol. It was good eating. You see? All coming. I say, oh, do say, Hannah want me for come down here now for talk Gullah for the people, and then when I bring here, you tell me, say, don't talk 'em. But I say, okay, I'll come. So my girlfriend then would say, you mean you're going to speak Gullah for those white folks? I say, I sure is. I go in for talking to them, because when I done talk 'em, I got my check. So I going down there talk. So word of mouth, hear about the Gullah storytelling and went around. I started doing Christmas festival downtown Charleston and went to something else, and now I done travel went all the way to Bismarck, North Dakota. And ain't nothing but some white folks up there. When they saw me, they thought I was a Martian coming from space someplace. But went up there and learned about the Mandan Indians and culture. It was a diversity program. Alan sent me.
So you can actually hear this accent still, but the reason he talks slow and is because he was like, as a child and as a young man, was bullied and very embarrassed because he wasn't articulate because he spoke Gullah, which is English, but it's like a very, very distinct dialect of English. And so it just sounds uneducated. And you can still hear this in the way he talks. Like if you listen to them talk here, you're gonna hear this like sing-songy, and you'll hear it, right? But that's when he says I don't know what that means. He's like that. There's certain words yeah.
Nah, but I loved working with him. I loved working with that court. That court that was together 11 years is my favorite. It was a wonderful time. But as far as my jurisprudence, I take ownership of that and all the blame and everything else. No one else is responsible. It's me.
Our final question comes from Sergio Nunez, also with our College of Education. And this again is going to be touching on some of the themes that you touched on in your formal address. As public trust in government continues to decline across multiple institutions, including the courts, many Americans now see the
Similar dialects can be heard in Cape Hatteras area, almost surrounding what is like Newfoundland. Yeah.
loss of confidence as a hill the government must climb to restore credibility. Why do you think public trust has eroded? Which concerns do you think are legitimate? And how do you suggest that we as a people could rebuild confidence in government, including the judiciary?
Oh, I think by learning more about it, by understanding
James,
it,
thanks
by
for being here.
not
Thanks
being
for chatting.
controlled by people who have an interest in constantly pounding away because they don't agree or they want something else. It's like they're throwing temper tantrums. I think that unless
Sorry,
people
we gotta back up.
because they
This is the clip. This is the clip, chat.
learning more about it by understanding.
Concerns do you think are legitimate? And how do you Americans now see in your formal address? As public trust in government continues to decline across multiple institutions, including the courts, many Americans now see the loss of confidence as a hill the government must climb to restore credibility. Why do you think public trust has eroded? Which concerns do you think are legitimate? And how do you suggest that we as a people could rebuild confidence in government, including the judiciary?
Oh, I think by learning more about it, by understanding it, and by not being controlled by people who have an interest in constantly pounding away because they don't agree or they want something else. It's like they're throwing temper tantrums.
What do you think he's talking about there, Chad? Huh?
Unless people, and I meant what I said. I do not. It took to the speech even. It takes a lot of work for me because I want to say what I actually think. And I think if we don't stand up and take ownership of our country and take responsible for it, we are slowly letting others control how we think and what we think. I think the beauty of going to school is that you learn how to think for yourselves. You develop the discipline.
I don't think he's talking about pink hat ladies. I think you guys missed it.
Pounding away.
Suggest that we as a people could rebuild confidence in government,
I think you guys
including the
missed it.
judiciary.
Oh, I think by learning more about it, by understanding it, and by not being controlled by people who have an interest in constantly pounding away because they don't agree or they want something else.
They have an interest in constantly pounding away because they don't agree or they want something else. Nose ring crew? No. I don't think this is meant to targeted at liberals. This is targeted at right wingers. This is Clarence Thomas targeting. This is Clarence Thomas scolding right wingers. He's specifically scolding the far right, who is throwing a temper tantrum constantly. Who has a vested and monetary interest in being able to throw a temper tantrum and pound away constantly about something they want more of. It's the black pillars. It's the constant black pillars, dude. I don't think this might also be true about the liberals, but what he is saying in this moment could not be more clearly pointing at the people on the right who will tell you to just disengage from government altogether because you didn't get everything you wanted.
It's like they're throwing temper tantrums. I think that unless people, and I meant what I said, I do not. It took to the speech even. It takes a lot of work for me because I want to say what I actually think. And I think if we don't stand up and take ownership of our country and take responsible for it, we are slowly letting others control how we think and what we think. I think the beauty of going to school is that you learn how to think for yourselves. You develop the discipline to think things through. If you think it's losing confidence, then you get up and you participate. You don't sit on the sidelines. You think that the state is being run and inconsistent with how you feel, then you get up and you participate. You prepare yourself. If you think that the medical profession is not right, well, you become a doctor or be a medical person and you deal with that. I think we need to take ownership of our country. It's our country. It is not on automatic pilot. People know more about how to program their cell phone than they know about their participating in their government. They read more. I don't know who
He is a
reads
boomer,
all these
Chad. He is a
notices
boomer.
when you have to
He is a boomer. He's still a boomer at heart. You know more about how to program your cell phone than how to participate in your government. I mean, he's still a boomer. He's right about that one. But it's so funny. You can tell every once in a while it slips. Every once in a while it's like, oh, there it is. Oh my gosh, I forgot he was a baby boomer.
update your stuff, but they probably do. I mean, the Constitution is that thick. You could sit down over a cup of coffee and read the entire thing. How many people have read it? How many people know why those provisions are there? I mean, I think each of us, this again, try to make the point, is government by consent. That means we take ownership. It's our consent. And it's our country. And the only way, I was asking a student at lunch today, and I'll repeat it. If you let someone use your car and you never check on it, whether they changed the oil, they had it serviced, you just let them take it to East Texas and use it. And you get it back. What condition do you think?
If you can't name your senators, House rep, and governor, I don't think you should talk about politics. That's not a terrible standard. That is not a terrible standard.
It would be it. It wouldn't look that, and that's what we're doing to our country. And if you want to think of people, how much they protect their cell phones. Why don't we protect our country that way? It's ours. And if you want it,
that is who you want. That is who you want on. That's who you want on your Supreme Court. Why aren't you protecting your country? It's yours. That's who you want on the Supreme Court, chat. That's the guy you want on the Supreme Court. Unquestionably, that is the guy you want talking. That's the guy you want writing opinions. I got to protect this country. It's mine. That's the guy you want writing the opinions.
to have trust. If correct what you think is wrong, then get up and do it. Learn more about it. I was at a group of high school students visited me some years ago, probably, 30 years ago. It's hard to say that. I'm hanging around a long time. But 30 years ago, and the teacher in front of the students said, "How many members of the court are there?" Well, she had a brochure in her hand that had 9 members. I mean, well, how hard is it to count to 9? So I think it's our country. We should take ownership of it, learn more about it, participate. If you don't like the way it runs, you run. If you don't like the way something is done, you get in there and you do it the way you think it ought to be done. Or if you think that you want to check to see whether trust is declining, you go and do it yourself. Don't listen to the networks or somebody on social media. Go check for yourselves. So I think, again, I repeat what I said there. It's our country. It's governed by our consent. Let us act like that and take ownership of it.
Well, Your Honor, you have blessed us greatly here with your wisdom, your candor, your patriotism, and some of these closing exhortations. So everyone, please join me in one more big show.
All right, there you go, chat. There you go. Great Q&A segment there with Clarence Thomas. I gotta get into it, chat. I'm not locked in. This content tonight has been subpar after Joe left. Just not good tonight. I'm just not on it. Not on it, chat. I don't know what's going on. I'm just not doing it. Let's see. Need some more DC? I don't know, man. I don't know. The routine was broken and the autism struggles to find it again. You say that as a joke, but I'm not unconvinced that that's what's happened. I am not unconvinced that that is what has happened. What the theme of your channel, mate, so I can catch up? Oh, we talk about the way I explain it is it's about political theory and Catholic social teaching and where it meets pragmatic politics and winning. So we can learn how to apply theoretical and philosophical political ideas to what's actually happening in the world as best we can, so we can take the next step to eventually building the kingdom of heaven. There you go. Isn't Thomas a member of Bohemian Grove, though? I have no idea. Could not tell you. Do you have thoughts on moral naturalism? My thoughts on moral naturalism are the Catholic Church's thoughts on moral naturalism. Let me look up the definition of that. I have an instinct on what that is. Moral naturalism is a meta-ethical view holding that moral facts are natural empirical facts that can be investigated through science. Yes and no. Morals are real, and there is a natural law, but you can't find them. You can't always find them through science. You can't always find them through science. Sometimes you need. Sometimes you really you do need. The natural law can always be observed in nature. It's written on the heart of every man. The divine law and some other moral laws need the revelation and the direction of the Lord. Did you do Pope versus Trump? I had to eat dinner. We have not done Pope versus Trump. Let me look at the schedule. Let me look at the topic list. We did elderly self-driving. We did girl boss article. We just finished Clarence Thomas. Oh gosh, we did the Q&A segment. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's time to do the Pope versus Trump. Time to do the Pope versus Trump. Let me pull the links. Pull up the links for that. Nice. Yeah. put the music on while we do that. I didn't want to listen to anybody else, but to be honest, I don't think that's... I don't know if that's good or bad, but we'll see. After you, I do want to hear AB's take on it. I don't know what AB's take was. Try to avoid other people's opinions on things. Just because I don't want to be influenced too much. Dude, why does it keep opening stuff up here? That's super annoying. It keeps opening my links in the wrong window, which is ticking me off. I'm not saying you shouldn't. You should listen to whoever you want to. The AB guys are good guys. I'm sure they had a good take. I don't listen to other people's takes on stuff that I know I want to talk about. I try to make sure that I think about it myself before I listen to other people. Rack Shack and Benny. Oh, VeggieTales. Oh, that's what you're talking about. There we go. Very good. All right. Do I have all the links?
When President...
Yeah, I got all the links. All right, chat. Here we go. Gonna have to pause and interrupt this a lot so that it's fair use, chat. I apologize in advance if you were hoping for a more thorough or more single watch through. That makes sense. 100% agree. Well, thank you. 07s. All right, chat. Let's go. So this is the 60 minutes segment with the Cardinals that kind of kicked this whole thing off.
President Donald Trump announced a ceasefire with Iran this past week. It came after a chorus of world leaders called for an end to the war. One of those voices belonged to Leo XIV, the first ever U.S.-born pope in the history of the Catholic Church.
Okay, right off the bat. Why does CBS's headline news magazine program have just a terrible blue screen? I can see the blue right here. What are we doing? How is our budget so low? We got to get a better blue screen.
70-year-old pope was born Robert.
Why is our comping this bad? We have to comp better, okay? You got to comp better. What is this book void? Well, this is how 60 Minutes introduces everything, because the idea is it's a news magazine. It's a video magazine program. That's the idea of 60 Minutes. But yeah, this is, I mean, we got to comp better. Well, this is his introduction photo. That's why he's looked like this. That's why he's not smiling. We have to comp better, dude. We just got to comp better.
Prevost and grew up in Chicago. For many years, he was known simply as Father Bob. Leo is measured, deliberate, and soft-spoken. But the American Pope has become increasingly outspoken against certain policies of the American president. So we asked 3 influential American cardinals who know him well why Pope Leo's church has emerged as a voice of moral opposition to the war in Iran and the crackdown on immigration.
All right. I want to so here we go. We need to point out right off the bat, why are we using interlaced footage? Oh my gosh, it's 2020. It's the big 26. Why are we using interlaced footage? Do you guys see this lacing on the face? Do you guys see this right here and over here? What are we doing? First of all, the 60 Minutes is framing this as these guys are going to speak on behalf of Pope Leo. So if they do not say we are not speaking on behalf of Pope Leo, they are claiming to speak on behalf of Pope Leo. All right? We need to make sure we need to be honest about this, okay? Cuz actually, let's do this in a different order. Let's do this kind of in a non-linear way, all right? Instead of doing this just in a linear order, let's talk about this, right? Christopher Hale, this is all the stuff. This is all the stuff from after the tweet. But Christopher Hale claimed that, like, spread a completely fake news story that the Pentagon had threatened the Apostolic Nuncio with the Avignon papacy. All right? He made that up. Okay? And then days later, they go and do this interview nearly simultaneously with an Obama-era strategist meeting with Pope Leo. Okay? If they don't say we're not speaking on behalf of Pope Leo, they are claiming to speak on behalf of Pope Leo. Okay? If they don't explicitly say it, they are doing so. Okay? I keep saying this. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm not going to apologize for repeating it because you guys need to understand what's happening here, right? And I want to talk about this. Let me do this. Okay. Matt Gaspers, who generally I think he's pretty good, right? Matt Gaspers says, he posts this clip of Michael Knowles, which we'll watch. Trump is alienating Catholics all by himself. There is no op beyond his own derangement, rhetoric, and messianic delusions. Okay. I quote tweeted this and said, and I stand on this. I stand by this, okay? I stand by this. Trump is not helping, and he is alienating Catholics, but Hale is also doing an op, and you have to be blind not to see it. He literally just made up the Pentagon story this month. And I should have clarified, Hale and other Democrat operatives, including the Cardinals in this case, are doing an op. All right? They're doing an op. This doesn't all happen simultaneously unless they're trying to unless they have an intention, okay? They rate this interview and Hale's story and the Axelrod meeting was designed by the Obama era guys to get Trump, to bait Trump into doing something wrong and stupid, which he did. He should not have attacked the Pope. All right. And that was stupid. Shouldn't have done that. That's bad. But this doesn't happen simultaneously, chat. This stuff is not, none of this stuff is a coincidence. If you think this was a coincidence, or if you think Trump is just like all this stuff just happened by chance, that it coincidentally was going to trigger Trump, right? Like, Trump just got triggered all on his own. None of like, just by chance, all this happened to trigger Trump. Like, dude, you are blind, okay? You can't say that. Like, it's just not true. This stuff does not happen by chance. This kind of thing does not happen by chance, okay?
George W. Bush in his reelection. This is an anti-Catholic and coincidentally anti-Trump op to try to split the Catholics from the president and the president from the Catholics. That's what this is. That's what's going on. And it's clear as day. President Trump won the Catholic vote with greater numbers and more consistently than any Republican president ever. The Democrats had a stranglehold on the Catholic vote from basically the moments Catholics arrived on these shores all the way up through the early 70s.
All the way up through the late 60s, 68 and the 68 election into the 72 election. And there was one guy responsible for that. There was one guy responsible for that. One guy, chat. One guy came up with this strategy. One guy. Do you guys want to know what his name was? His name was Patrick J. Buchanan. Patrick J. Buchanan. One guy. Patrick Buchanan pointed this out to Nixon, and Nixon agreed, and that's why he ended up getting the Catholic vote in 72, and Republicans have gotten it largely ever since. Because Buchanan told Nixon the Catholics are available for the Republicans if we do it right. And they went and got them. Mark that one off the bingo card, lol. Come at me, bro. Come at me, all right? Nixon changed everything, all right? If you don't think he did, you don't get it. Catholicism is changing now constantly for left values. It is not. Don't think you could point to an example of that. If you could point to an example of that, I'd be willing to discuss it with you, but it is not.
In 1972, Nixon manages to win the Catholic vote.
Nixon wins the Catholic vote because Patrick Buchanan's strategy. Female bishops. The Catholic Church does not have female bishops. You are thinking of Anglicans, which are Protestants.
And he does so because the Catholics were working class. The Catholics are socially conservative, at least were at that time. The Catholics were a little more, I don't know, they were a little less cosmopolitan, say. So the Democrats were able to hold the Catholic vote because they appealed to ethnic and class hostilities. But then the Democrats in the 60s started to go nuts. They shifted from being the party of the working man to the party of the cosmopolitan elites. They shifted from being the party of common sense, meat and potatoes, kitchen table issues, to the party of radical, bizarre sex stuff, to the party of abortion, which is a non-negotiable issue for Catholics. Catholics cannot support abortion at the ballot box. And so that gave an opening to someone like Nixon. Nixon wins the Catholic vote in the re-election campaign.
This is true. This is all true.
Then 1984, in Reagan's re-election campaign, he won the Catholic vote too. He became the second Republican president to do it. Then George W. Bush, in his re-election campaign, became the third Republican president to do it. Notice none of these guys won the Catholic vote their first time around. They were just sufficiently successful, and their opponents were sufficiently bad that they won them over in the re-election. It's kind of funny with Bush, too, because Bush is an evangelical Protestant. John Kerry, his opponent, is nominally Catholic, but the Catholics picked Bush over Kerry. Trump, however, is unique. Trump wins the Catholic vote in 2016, first time around.
Now, Trump wins the Catholic vote in 2016, largely because of the cooperation with the Republican Senate leadership, including Mitch McConnell, to put forward the Federalist Society's list of potential judicial nominees to get Roe overturned, and that gets Catholics to the ballot box for him. Catholics cannot support abortion at the ballot box. IMO, the Pope needs to say this a lot. Thank you. Yes, we're going to get to that. But I want to focus on this for a second. In 2016, when Trump wins the Catholic vote, he does so largely because of the Federalist Society publishing list, which it's pretty obvious that he does so. Yo, hold up. I'm gonna call Majorian's musings real quick. Trying to call him because I want to see if he wants to get on and discuss this because he was tweeting about this today. It's not getting on. Yo, Majorian, I'm live. If you want to come get on and talk about the op. I'm talking about it right now. I'm talking about the Trump overstepping, but it's obviously also an op. So if you want to get on and talk about that, let me know. Shoot me a DM, and we can jump on Discord. Do you think the Pope should be stronger again against the war on religious grounds? We'll get into this. I got into this a little bit earlier. I think the Pope's position on the war on religious grounds is the correct one. I think maybe he's overstated some of the moral obligation or the he's overstated some of the moral like assurity because he's not at an epistemological state to have all the knowledge that some other people have on the war. Um, for example, he doesn't know, like he just doesn't have all the intel. So he just doesn't have all the intel. So he can't make. The Pope has a right to make any statement about the war he wants on religious grounds. That's completely true. He doesn't have the assurance that other people who have intelligence has that he has. So I would prefer if his statement was based on publicly available knowledge, which I recognize makes the statement a little less strong and also harder to um it's harder, like it's not as good of a pastoral statement. It doesn't care, like it's not great to phrase it that way for pastoral reasons because it's harder for people to understand that, I guess is what I'm saying. But I think the statements would be more efficacious if he phrased it as based on my understanding of the war, based on the knowledge I have of the war, or even to just say, hey, based on the knowledge I have of the war, it doesn't look great. I would really appreciate some briefings from the United States and from the Iranian ambassadors to the Holy See on what's going on so that I can make a decision because it's my role and duty to make this decision. And he could be doing that, but it just it's really the way he's phrasing it is tough because I don't think that somebody who has all the knowledge of everything on the ground and all the intel that an American intelligence community is gathering can say 100% whether the war is right or wrong. Yeah. Anyway, back to this. So 2016 Trump wins the Catholic vote. He wins it largely because of his list of judges that he puts forward.
And then Trump wins it again in 2024. The 2020 election, a little bit dubious, but 2024, he wins it again. And so this is a major problem for Democrats. 1 in 5 American voters is Catholic. And Catholicism is growing right now. There are a lot of adult converts. And it's growing especially among Republicans, and it's growing especially among young men. We'll get to the war between the sexes later. So this is a major political problem for Democrats. And what they're trying to do is split the Catholic vote. I think this explains why there was so much.
So let's look up some data on this. How did Catholics vote in every presidential election? Here you go. 2000 Catholics go for Gore, and then 2004 they go for Bush, and then 2008 they go for Obama. Catholics for choice, yeah, of course they're just not going to have. They're just not going to have good data because they're Catholics for choice. Great, thanks. This is not readable. Yeah, okay, so here's the swing states that Trump, like, really needed in 24, and he won the Catholics in all of them except for Arizona. I mean, this Pennsylvania and this North Carolina are crazy numbers, right? Like this is Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, crazy numbers, right? So that's what Knowles is talking about here.
Much attention given to the 3 most liberal bishops in the United States going on 60 Minutes. Why there was so much attention they're trying to do is split the Catholic vote.
So they're trying to split it because right now, if you can win, like you have to court the Catholic vote. That's why everyone goes to that prayer breakfast. And why Kamala not going was such a problem and such a huge mistake. Judging your intellectual prowess, my question would be short and wisdom. Nah, it's all good. What was the question? I missed it. Well, if it's for apocalyptic reasons, his stance should be one of rejection of war. I don't think it's for apocalyptic reasons. I really don't. I think he just thinks it's an unjust war based on Catholic just war doctrine. That's really what I think it is. But what I'm saying is that to make certain determinations based on Catholic just war doctrine, you need knowledge of certain things that I'm just not sure most people in the world have. Mysterion said he kind of speaks if the war is all wrong, but I'm not the kind of guy to say I know better than Pope, and I'm not either. I'm saying that there are people who might know for 100% fact that they know better than the Pope. That you can't know. Like the Pope can't know for a fact, and I think he knows this, that like he has more information than everyone else. I just think that's a reality here.
I think this explains why there was so much attention given to the 3 most liberal bishops in the United States going on 60 Minutes. 60 Minutes, a show that the president reportedly watches to try to trigger some of that. David Axelrod makes a big show, the strategist for Obama, makes a big show about getting to meet the Pope on a visit to Rome. I think this is an op. You're seeing a lot of anti-Leo stuff right now. I was just doom scrolling while the DW servers were rebooting. I was doom scrolling on Twitter. There is just a complete lie going on. A viral tweet from HIN News. Breaking news. They always, these stupid tweets always start with breaking news. Breaking news. And it's a quote, supposedly from the Pope. Islam is a religion of peace we can learn from. Those who are against immigration target Muslims needlessly, especially those in North Africa. So I saw that. So here in His Holiness Pope Leo XIV sharing his views to the rest of the world for open borders and Islam. And I looked at that, I said that he obviously didn't say that. But if you don't follow the Catholic Church closely, if you haven't followed this Pope closely, you might be taken in by it. This tweet has well over 100,000 views, almost 1,000 retweets, 1,500 likes. There are a lot of tweets like this. The quote is totally made up. If you watch the video that goes along with the quote appears nowhere. The Pope obviously didn't say this. This is a coordinated effort by enemies of the Catholic Church, by enemies of this Trump coalition to try to split them apart. And so the latest version of this op is that the Pope doesn't condemn Islamic terrorism. One of the very first things this Pope did upon being elected, don't forget, he's been Pope for like 5 minutes now. One of the very first things he did was call attention to the Muslim attacks on Christians in Nigeria. It was immediately after rising up to the seat of Peter. And he's not just focused on Nigeria. He has called attention to Islamic attacks on Christians in the DRC, in Bangladesh, in Syria, in Sudan, in Mozambique. The list goes on and on and on. The idea that this Pope is somehow calling for syncretism with Islam is totally ridiculous.
Now, okay. I don't think I fully agree with, I think Knowles has put this too much on the Democrats. I think Trump we need to be honest and say that Trump bears a significant amount of responsibility for falling for it, right? For taking the bait. But to say that there was no bait put out, like, you can't say Trump took the bait unless somebody put bait out. And if you think that, like, nothing, like, if you're looking at this all happening and then Trump being mad at the Pope, right? And you go, oh, the Democrats definitely aren't trying to get Trump mad at the Pope and mad at Catholics. Like, I'm sorry, I don't think you're I don't think you understand politics. I just don't think you understand politics. You understand what's happening. To say that, like, oh, yeah, the Pope, like, all this is just not an op. It's just a coincidence. And Trump just took the bait because he hates Catholics. What are we doing? Now, was the tweet of Trump as Jesus part of the bait? No, it's obvious that that's just Paula White being the worst. But that's a discussion for that's a discussion for another time, huh, chat? All right.
La pace sia con tutti voi.
Peace be with you. Those were the first words that Pope Leo uttered as the new leader of 1.4 billion Catholics worldwide. His selection was a surprise, celebrated by many of the 53 million that make Catholicism the largest Christian denomination in the United States. What do you think having an in the United States? What do you
Dude, the optics are so bad. Dude, what are we doing?
think having an American Pope has done for the Catholic Church here in the U.S.?
I think it's put Chicago on the map.
Finally. But we're proud. We're proud that we produced a Pope. Chicago can say that.
The Archbishop of Chicago, Cardinal Blaise Cupich, as well as Cardinals Robert McElroy of Washington, D.C.
So let's do some, let's say some things about Cardinal Blaise Cupich. During the 2018 Theodore McCarrick abuse crisis, Cardinal Blaise Cupich said that it was a distraction and we should be focusing on more important things like the environment.
Cardinal Blaise Cupich, as well as
Cardinal Blaise Cupich,
Cardinals Robert McElroy.
Cardinal Robert McElroy here went on a Jesuit podcast and said that the Catechism's teaching on homosexuality should be changed.
Roy of Washington, D.C., and
Joseph Tobin, of course, famous for the "Good night, baby" tweet. All that to say, these guys aren't exactly known for following or promoting the traditional values of the church.
Tobin of Newark, New Jersey.
These can't be the most liberal bishops because mine ain't up there. These are the most liberal bishops. Tobin was Archbishop of Indianapolis for a time. Yes, good poll. He was Archbishop of Indianapolis as a test run for becoming cardinal, and Indiana is like a feeder state for the Catholic Church, or it was. It's not so much anymore, but it was in the 2000s and 2010s. Actually, Bishop Doherty of Lafayette was originally supposed to get the cardinalate seat that Tobin ended up getting, but he ran the Diocese of Lafayette. He was not as good at the administrative stuff in the Diocese of Lafayette as leadership was hoping he would be.
Jersey agreed to their first ever joint interview. Their candor surprised us about the new pope and what they're hearing in the pews.
We're the 3 American cardinals that are actively serving dioceses right now. So we listen to a lot of people.
They do not. They do not. They do not. They listen to people who agree with them or who have already agreed with their positions on things. They to say they listen to everyone in general is
part of the job description. And I think we're aware of the anxieties of people about the threats to peace at all different levels.
Would you like to see this first American Pope be more outspoken on issues that he disagrees with?
He's the pastor of the world. He's not a pundit.
Wait, did Tobin just say something good?
So the distinction is he's not going to pronounce on everything, but he's going to pronounce on what's important.
War is bad.
If I was a bishop, I'd be horrible because I'd just be constantly traveling about my diocese talking to people. I mean, that's kind of the idea. If I was the bishop, I'd do the thing I'm supposed to do and be bad at it. And that would make me bad at it. Not convinced. Tobin said a good thing there, though. He's the bishop of the world, not a pundit. Kind of like that. I mean, Journo being annoying alert. Would you like to see him be more outspoken about things he disagrees with? Journo alert. Leading question.
Back in vogue.
He started in January with a speech criticizing U.S. military action in Venezuela. After that, the Vatican's ambassador in the U.S. was called to the Pentagon for a meeting, which two church officials described to 60 Minutes as unpleasant and contentious. Both the Pentagon and
The nuncio has since said that it was pleasant and fine. I'm wondering what is defined as church official. Two anonymous sources. Good grief! I mean, like, what are we doing? Like, you can't. Okay. This story Christopher Hale made up.
the Vatican have said since in multiple statements that it was routine and provided an opportunity for an exchange of ideas. There he is. In March, we traveled to Italy and managed to ask Pope Leo a question about the war in Iran.
Holy Father, can I ask you what your hopes are for the Middle East?
I'm praying for peace. I hope that ceasefire would be the most effective way to work together, to find peace for all parties, to respect all parties, and to come to a solution, which is too many years and creating problems for everyone. So
Thank you.
work for peace.
Since our visit,
Dude says work for peace, and 60 Minutes phrased it as, this guy hates Donald Trump. Like, guys, it's so obvious that it's bait. It couldn't be more obvious if it was bait.
the Pope's tone has sharpened. This past week, he issued a
Hamburger help at 324. Is 60 Minutes lying? I mean, they're not lying. They're just phrasing things in the most deceptive way possible to make, to specifically try to make conflict that doesn't exist. Can I say something, chat? Why are we still using interlaced footage in the Big 26? It looks terrible. Why are we uploading you can, if you have to use it for TV broadcast, that's fine. Do you know how easy it is to de-interlace footage? It's so easy. All you have to do is click a button that says de-interlace. It's literally one button. I'm so mad about this. I need to focus on the thing at hand, but it so pisses me off. What is the Vatican wrong about? I don't think the Vatican is... I don't think the Vatican is wrong. I'm saying that I think that the news media phrased all of this in a way to make it look like to make a mountain out of a molehill, and then Donald Trump took the bait because he's got a big ego. But that doesn't mean there wasn't bait and there wasn't a concerted effort to use his ego for the ends of the liberal media, which I think it's clear that that's what's going on. What's the difference? Like interlacing. You guys see this like ghosting here where it's every other line?
rare
You guys don't see this? Guys, this right here. This, all this. And this down here. This is interlacing. Is the liberal media a way to describe anybody critical of the president? No, it's specifically a way to describe liberal media outlets who operate as a fourth branch of government, as argued by Victor Lasky in It Didn't Start with Watergate. The quote is... Finally, after resisting a merciless campaign of hatred, ridicule, and the likes of which had never before been leveled against any previous president, Nixon buckled. Unable to lead the nation at a time of burgeoning crisis, some of which were the direct result of his weakened presidency, he resigned, the first chief executive in the nation's history to do so. The predominantly liberal media had helped bring down a president. The Fourth Estate had never before felt so powerful. Since Watergate, the media has been a fourth branch of government. It has operated with the power of a fourth branch of government. Nixon got caught. You know what he did? Nothing. Buddy, you're a new viewer, so you wouldn't know this, but I have read more about Richard Nixon and Watergate and what actually happened than literally 90% of people alive. What actually happened? Nixon, a guy who was working for Nixon, told some other guys to go do a burglary without Richard Nixon knowing. Then when Richard Nixon found out, he wanted to try to solve it quietly and didn't take executive privilege. G. Gordon Liddy, yes. G. Gordon Liddy ordered a burglary, and some other people did it without Nixon knowing. And then also there was the lawyer. Some lawyers turned over, flipped. And then if you go listen to and read some books I don't have physically, but I've read on audiobook, there was significant evidence that a large majority of this was done without Richard Nixon's knowledge, and the court sealed it. The courts specifically sealed it so they could get Nixon. And documents have come out since where the judge who was supposed to be impartial was having ex parte meetings, so meetings without the defense counsel, with the prosecutor specifically to help the prosecutor strategize, which is super illegal. And the tapes that they say prove stuff just prove that Nixon found out after the fact. And he wanted to release them to the public, but then didn't, because he was instructed by his lawyers that it would weaken executive privilege in the future. So he didn't, as a self-sacrifice. And then some of those same lawyers flipped, went and testified, and said that he had decided not to release them to hide facts. Watergate was like the biggest nothing burger ever.
Nation of President Trump's threat to destroy Iranian civilization.
We have to back up.
Many years in creating problems for everyone. So work for peace.
Since our visit, the Pope's tone has sharpened. This past week, he issued a rare condemnation of President Trump's threat to destroy Iranian civilization. The Pope called it, quote, truly unacceptable. He also took the unusual step of issuing a call to action.
Contact the authorities, political leaders, congressmen, to ask them, tell them to work for peace and to reject war always.
The Pope being like, hey, let's not do war. That's not a specific attack on anyone. That's literally not a specific attack on anyone. All the President's Men was a film put out by the same company that owned the media which participated in and benefited from the Watergate lie. It is very clearly propaganda. They have a monetary and reputational incentive to lie about what happened.
The Holy Father usually avoids calling out President Trump by name or any member of his administration. But in a Palm Sunday homily, he appeared to reference the religious language Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who is Christian but not Catholic, often uses to frame the war.
Blessed be the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war and my fingers for battle.
Pope Leo warned that Jesus, quote, does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war.
Is this a just?
The Pope is not listening to every single thing that the Secretary of War says. To phrase those as if they're two guys talking to each other through the media and through cameras is like, it's just a lie. That's just not helping. Yeah, I do know Hegseth misquoted recently. Hegseth isn't the brightest bulb. That's the point I'm making, is that it's just a lie. If you think that the Pope is like, hey, you quoted the Bible, so I'm going to tell you Jesus doesn't support you. Like, you have to check yourself into a home for the infirm, because your mind's gone. Like that, it's just not happening. Are you deep into conspiracy theory? Dude, I'm not deep into conspiracy theory. I've read all of the primary source material on the Nixon administration and on Watergate. I've read more firsthand accounts of it than 99% of Americans. I've read more firsthand accounts of what happened in Watergate than people who were living 5 years after Watergate. I would bet every penny I will make for the rest of my life that I am in the 99th percentile for knowledge on Watergate. Like, he's not watching the news. He's not watching the Pope is not watching some random Department of War press conference and then going, I'm going to tweet about that. That's not how it works. It's just a lie to say otherwise.
War?
No. Under Catholic teaching, this is not a just war.
I've talked about this before, and I talked about it right now. You cannot say that 100%. You cannot say that. You can't say it was not a just war 100%. You don't have all of the knowledge. There are things in just war theory that require an epistemological state which the normal citizen and non-military personnel are not capable of understanding or getting. Is it a just war? I don't think so. You cannot say a definitive no. You just can't. It's just so obviously like if you're not in the White House Situation Room, you can't definitively say, yes, Mysterion nails this. Was Carl Bernstein just making it up as he went? No, but Carl Bernstein was cooperating and coordinating with the judges in the case, which is illegal. And the judges were not reporting it, nor was Carl Bernstein's managing editor and boss, who was also coordinating and cooperating with the judges in ways that were illegal. He did make some things up, and he did hide some things, and he was cooperating with certain people who it was illegal for him to cooperate with.
Catholic faith teaches us there are certain prerequisites for a just war. You can't go for a variety of different aims. You have to have a focused aim, which is to restore justice and restore peace. That's it.
Iran has been.
I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to have to pull it up. Just cause. The reason for going to war needs to be just, cannot therefore be solely recapturing thing or taken or punishing people who've done wrong. Innocent life must be in imminent danger. Intervention must be a contemporary view of just cause is expressed in 1993 when U.S. Conference said force may be used only to correct grave public evil, i.e. aggression or massive violation of public human rights. That is one example of just cause. It is not the only example of just cause. That is... Oh my gosh. What? You can't just go, oh, it's only for that. Also, if there are other ends that are also achieved while getting there's nothing that precludes, hey, Iran has killed 30,000 protesters, 30,000 unarmed peaceful protesters. Iran has killed 30,000 unarmed peaceful protesters. Okay? Let's say the end of the war is to get that to stop. But to do that, we have to do some other things that are going to benefit us. Now, I'm not saying that's what's happening. But if you tell the people, 30,000 is probably a low number. Yes, 30,000 is the low number, by the way. If you tell the people, if you tell the citizens, hey, we're going to, which did happen, by the way, hey, Iran's killing all these protesters. I told them if they don't stop, I'm going to go overthrow Iran, right? And then after you start that, you start working for other ends, or you do things along the way that are going to benefit you in other ways. Like, hey, to get this government overthrown, I'm going to have to shut down their oil, which means I'm going to have to take it over, which is going to benefit us. But I have to do that to get the government shut down, and I need the government shut down to save those protesters and save the Iranian people. Because if I don't, they're going to kill more Iranian people now. Schrodinger's canal open and closed at the same time. Yeah, Iran claims it's closed, but it's closed to Iran, which means Iran thinks it's closed. They also have to tell the Iranian government is also complicated. They have to tell their people that it is closed, so they can't be seen as cooperating with the United States government because they need to come across as strong. It's like when North Korea tells people they won the World Cup. Like Iran telling people, hey, we closed the canal and the United States government is lying. Like the North Koreans tell people they win the World Cup every year. Like, the point I'm making here is that, one, that's not the only reason for a just war. Two, you can do that and achieve other ends that benefit you at the same time. The Cardinal is just vastly simplifying this to make Trump look bad.
And
they do win it, though. That's true. I forgot that the North Koreans do win the World Cup every year.
Chief exporter of terror.
I didn't see the World Over segment,
Is there no scenario in which preventing that?
You went to North Korea once? What are you? What's that kid's name who got beat, came back in a coma? What was his name?
That can be a just war.
It's an abominable regime, and it should be removed. But this is a war of choice that we went to, and I think it's embedded in a wider moment in the United States that's worrying, which is this.
It's an abominable regime that should be removed, but you chose to go to war. So that's why it's a problem? Yeah, that's also it. Iran prosecutes Christians. That's also a just reason. They've been pretending not to get the Christian far right to hate Trump, the anti-war Christian right to hate Trump. I'm sorry. I'm lost now because I'm genuinely trying to understand Cardinal McElroy's position here.
In a wider, this is a war of abominable regime.
Preventing that can be a just war.
It's an abominable regime, and it should be removed. But this is a war of choice that we went to, and I think it's embedded in...
What? So he said that the only just war is one for... Hold on. We have to back way more.
Is there no scenario in which preventing that...
That's for a just war. the Catholic faith teaches us there are certain prerequisites for a just war. You can't go for a variety of different aims. You have to have a focused aim, which is to restore justice and restore peace. That's it.
Iran has been.
You have to, okay. So you have to have which is to restore justice and to restore peace. Okay.
Been the chief exporter of terror. Is there no scenario in which preventing that can be a just war?
It's an abominable regime, and it should be removed.
It's an abominable regime, and it should be removed.
But this is a war of choice that we went to, and I think it's embedded.
This is a war of choice that we went to. Okay, I'm really lost now. Because if you're choosing to go restore justice and restore peace and remove an abominable regime that the cardinal says should be removed, would that not, by his definition, make it a just war? Political corruption is too profitable for the shareholders? Yeah. How does he plan to remove it? They had hundreds of thousands of people in the street and they just rocked like 30,000 of them, dude. They blew 30,000 shifts move off. What is he? That you think if they protest harder, they won't get killed? What are we talking? Like I said, I don't know if this is a just war. I'm not convinced it is. But we didn't need to go to Iran. But he's saying if there is injustice, then we need to go to Iran. He's saying that we do need to, it should be removed, so we do need to go. That's the point I'm making. I know three prongs are needed, but I'm trying to understand the point the cardinal is making in this interview. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to understand. I realize this has happened a week ago now, and there's been a lot of boiling over. I want you guys to realize Donald Trump with his massive ego and slow self-control. I'm mad now. I'm mad just because I'm confused. How did you think Donald Trump was going to react to this? I'm just confused, dude. I'm mad just because I'm freaking confused. I don't know what's going on here. Like, he's contradicting himself. It's an abominable regime. A just war can only be to restore justice and to restore peace and nothing else. It's an abominable regime that should be removed, but it's a war of choice. So if you choose to remove an abominable regime that should be removed to restore justice and to restore peace, then it's not just? Here's the other thing Isaiah is saying. This is the point I've been making. No one, except for people with code word clearance, know how close Iran was. I'm not even like, I'm a very serious Catholic who's trying to understand this and trying to understand what this cardinal of the church in my country is saying. And I'm angry just because I'm so confused. It doesn't make any sense. Like, I think if more Catholics watched this interview and then saw the Trump tweet, they would have been like, yeah, he's probably angry because they are just not making any sense. And it seems like the only reason they oppose it is because of him, not on any principle. And they're claiming to speak for the Pope. Should he have targeted at the Pope? No. Should he have tweeted that picture of himself as Jesus? No. I just can't. What are we doing? Like, I'm so confused by this. Like, did we really think that this interview wasn't going to result in some major backlash from somebody against the church in America? I'm sorry, but the person to be upset at here, as much like you should be as upset at these three guys as you are at Donald Trump. These three guys cooperated with 60 Minutes to make the Pope look like he was saying something in a political way that he hasn't been saying or doing, all the while giving the absolute worst arguments for just war theory and worst explanations for it. I mean, this is just what is going on?
In a wider moment in the United States that's worrying, which is this. We're seeing before us the possibility of war after war after war.
President Trump has argued that military action against Iran was justified in order to destroy its nuclear and ballistic missile programs, among other reasons. Cardinal Cupich not only takes issue with the war, but also what he calls the gamification.
Okay, Chad, I'm going to say something. These posts were bad. These posts were not okay. You cannot make a joke out of... Like, war should not be... Like, you should prosecute war with some, like, gravitas, and like, Cupich is right about this one. But here's the other thing. If, hypothetically, if a Muslim regime who encourages people to suicide bomb was close to a nuke, would that not be restoring justice and restoring peace to make sure they don't get the nuke?
Of how the White House has portrayed it on social media.
Flawless victory.
We're dehumanizing the victims of war by turning the suffering of people and the killing of children and our own soldiers into entertainment.
You called it sick.
The White House has not published a single video where children were killed as entertainment. That shit didn't happen. This is what I'm talking about, where these guys will say something and then they'll make it needlessly worse so that rather than making a legitimate moral point, they just turn it into a political statement that just sounds like they, like... Seriously, did we think this interview wasn't going to result in something like what happened? Did YouTube just get nuked? Oh, fuck you. Are you serious? Yeah, I just got nuked. I got nuked off of YouTube. This is so clearly transformative. This is so clearly transformative. Dude, I'm fighting this one. I'm fighting this one. Yeah, good luck with this one, CBS. You're going to lose this one. Hey guys, thanks everybody for coming over to whatever alternate platform you guys have decided to come to. This is part of the reason that we want to move away from streaming on YouTube. Because YouTube's streaming is just like the Oh, I am back. I'm back on YouTube. Nobody. Okay, I'm gonna keep watching this video. I'm not gonna stop watching this video, so I'm probably gonna get taken down again. But it's transformative, so they can't do anything about it. Um, like I'm fine with getting nuked again. Like, fucking do it. Anyway, chat. This is part of the reason we wanted to move away from YouTube. So if everybody can please make an account either on Twitch or Kick and watch there, as much as possible. Hold on, I gotta open Discord now. If everybody can make an account either on Twitch or Kick, preferably Kick. If you're on Twitch right now, please consider Kick. Kick is the one that's not going to censor us. Twitch is the one I could get like banned on, just like as we saw last week. Like Asmongold just got nuked for saying he didn't care about the opinions of goat herders on American politics. So if you guys are watching on any other platform, Kick is the safest for our content, both for copyright reasons and for censorship reasons. We're most like we have to have a long-term success with this. We're going to have to focus on one platform. It has to be Kick. I know they've got a lot of problems, but monetization wise, we'll be able to get monetized for live there quickest. And both for copyright and censorship reasons, they are going to be the safest long term for this type of content. So if you guys want to, this is another thing. I know we talk about this a lot, but like if we got like to get this, if this type of content is going to work, it's going to have to work on Kick. I mean, like that's really our only long term chance. So, yeah. This is fucking ridiculous. We are back up on YouTube though. It did give us back YouTube, I think. But I'm gonna keep watching, so we're gonna get nuked again. We are gonna get nuked again, chat. Raymond is here. Can you OG Raymond and VIP him? Not because I can't, but because I don't know. If you can figure it out, that'd be great. I just want to, if you want to try to figure it out, that would be dope. This is insane. I can't believe I got nuked for that shit. That's so gay. It's just use the / and then type OG or VIP. One of the two or both. That's so gay, chat. What's the Kick one again? Kick.com/TheSanityRevolt. It is the same thing. You're welcome. Thank you, guys. Yeah, long term, I really want to make Kick work. I think Kick is our best bet long term. I hate to say it, but I think our best case scenario is that I become a Kick streamer. I'm not super proud of it, but oh, Purgative Way just followed. Thank you so much, Purgative Way. My alerts apparently just decided they don't work now. That's cool. I appreciate it, man. Raymond DuCoin just followed. Thank you so much. Well, the kick follow alert just takes up the whole screen, so that sucks. Anyway, that's fine. If you guys haven't been on the Twitch or Kick channel before and you're watching there now, please follow, but we'll get back to it now. Does Kick have an app? Yeah, it does. Thank you for following, Isaiah. What were we talking about before it crashed? No idea. Kick has a terrible UI. I didn't know that. Sorry. Dude, the alerts box is too big. I gotta figure this out. It's gonna drive me insane. Does Kick have an equivalent of Super Chat? Yes, but we're not there yet. That's part of the reason we need people on there so that we can get only I can do it. That's fine. Okay, that one works. That one works. How do I make my Kick one work? Enable custom HTML CSS. That's not it. Well, I'll have to figure that out later. That's fine. Anyway, we're going to watch the rest of this. Hold on. Yeah, if you have the YouTube membership, just keep it until we can figure out monetization on another platform. I guess, please, if you would. I'm so frustrated, dude. I can't believe I got nuked for nothing. Okay.
Sickening. It is sickening to splice together movie cuts with actual bombing and targeting of people for the purposes of entertainment is sickening. This is not who we are. We're better than this.
We
Yeah, he's
spoke
right
with the
about that one.
Cardinals in the nation's capital. It was a wide-ranging conversation in which they told us Pope Leo inspired them to weigh in on political issues, including the administration's mass deportation efforts.
What about Pope Leo inspiring you to stop giving that award to Dick Durbin you were about to give to him, even though he's voted for every abortion bill ever?
This past January, Cardinal Tobin called Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, a lawless organization. Cardinal, those are strong words to call ICE a lawless organization.
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
I didn't say that they were people without law, but when people act in this way, when they have to hide their identities to terrify.
They hide their identities from the liberals because the liberals will dox them and threaten their families. What are you talking about? You're apparently not live on Kick. I am. I'm looking at it. Did I get nuked on Kick? Nah, Mysterion is watching. Kick.com/TheSanityRevolt. Raymond said he's watching on Kick. It's fine. It's working. Okay.
By people when they can actually
Yeah, I know the
violate
YouTube
other
stream died.
guarantees
That's fine.
of our Constitution
Whatever.
and Bill of Rights. Well, I think
What do you prefer, us on Kick or Twitch? I mean, I think Kick, we did our research, right? Mysterion and I did our research. We really think long-term Kick is better, and we also think Kick will allow us to grow quicker. But that's up to you guys, whatever you want to watch on.
somebody's got to call that out, and I'm not the only one.
Conor McElroy, we are speaking in a church here in Washington, D.C. that serves a largely immigrant population. The pastor asked us not to share or publicize this parish name or location. What's he worried about?
He's worried for his people. They live under fear, and thus our mass count at the Spanish masses in our archdiocese went down 30% from the year before. 30%, that's a lot. And it's all fear.
Before he became Archbishop of Washington, Cardinal Robert McElroy served as the Bishop of San Diego, one of the busiest stretches of the southern border for illegal crossings.
I feel it got to a point where it was getting out of control.
Under Biden.
Under Biden, yes.
You believe in strong borders.
Yes.
So what's wrong then with the current policy?
This is a roundup.
They don't believe in strong borders. They make hundreds of millions of dollars. Hundreds of millions of dollars on bringing migrants into the country. They don't believe in strong borders. That is a lie.
Of people throughout the country, people who have been living good, strong lives, been here a long time, raised their children here, many of their children born here, and are citizens. That's what our objection is.
But this was discussed.
That's literally not happening. If there's no one who is a citizen who's being deported. There are people whose children are citizens who are illegal themselves, whose children are being sent back with them, because just because your kid is a citizen doesn't mean you have a right to be here.
During the campaign, it was widely discussed, and yet President Trump won the Catholic vote